All right. Good evening, y'all. Let me know if you can hear me. It's time for the meteorologist Andy Hill continuation coverage of the severe weather event. What you're watching now on your screen is the expected or the model output for the rest of the night in through the nighttime hours into the early morning and towards noon tomorrow. I plan on being here for 12 hours. If you're watching this back, keep up with the date and time in the bottom right of the screen. Sponsored by Radar Omega tonight. Let's go. So, y'all in southern Missouri, western and central Arkansas, northeastern Texas. Oh man, look at that going through. The hope is that nothing happens tonight, but this moderate risk is still in place from the Storm Prediction Center and is being emphasized. It's being it's still a pertinent threat. Because even if it doesn't happen, the chance for it to happen is an extraordinarily dangerous thing. That's not meant to. That's not to. That's not meant to give you anxiety. It's meant to tell you that hey, nocturnal tornadoes are incredibly dangerous because most people are asleep. The response, the recognition of you getting a warning is halved overnight. I've seen the charts, I've seen all the data from the National Weather Service. It's halved as you get into the early morning hours, 70% during the day to 35 overnight, and thus the response to those warnings is also lower. So even if nothing happens, it's very important, I think, to be here tonight. So I plan on hanging out with y'all. And then, so how I'm going to run the stream tonight, it's pretty similar to what we've been doing previously, but because it may not be super active for a lot of the night, the idea here is to cover new data as it comes in from north to south, and then between that data, between the scans, which we get every few minutes, we can answer a few questions in chat. We can talk about stuff, and I'm really just here to keep you company in that way. So we're gonna do that. I hope that you are. I hope that if you're watching this back or whatever, that you're looking forward to that. Hope I can help out as much as possible. So let me get the chat up here. Make sure I've got y'all. And yeah, just gonna hang out with y'all. That's the purpose of these overnight events. And yeah, so we're gonna have wall-to-wall coverage. I hope I can stream through the night covering this mess that you're watching right here. Expected radar coming through through Wednesday morning into the noontime hours. I hope that we can just cover this until then I can redirect you guys back to Ryan's channel when he goes live to cover, the afternoon and evening threat, which is really where it starts to ramp up in our northern mode. So I'll show you guys that quite often, but we've got an enhanced risk through a lot of this area today and also into southern Ontario and southeastern Ontario. You can see the beginnings of that right here when we get to about 2 p.m. Wednesday or 3 p.m. Eastern. For these areas over here, it really starts looking nasty. So wall-to-wall coverage is the goal. And yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I woke up at 3 p.m. for those of you curious, so I got plenty of fuel to go through the night. I'll be standing up from time to time, stretching out. Yeah, that's the atmosphere tonight. So yeah, good to see you all. Thank you for the support already. Thank you. I believe it was I believe it was Brian. I believe it was Brian before the stream started. Rather, already having tongue twisters. Who supported. So I appreciate y'all before the stream piling in. Also, it's gonna get a little chaotic. Ryan will redirect his viewers over here, so it's gonna be a lot. But hopefully it is calming down through the night. And we'll keep the viewers who need to be here the most in mind the most. So yeah, that's the goal here. Watching it through. So let's take a look at any active warnings we've got. This is probably going to stay yellow for a while, but we might get a tornado watch concerning these areas down here in the red and the orange through Arkansas and Missouri and the far eastern Oklahoma here. So we'll see if that tornado watch comes through. More than likely, it's going to arrive with the cold front. So you can see the cold front here. This is 5 a.m. So if you don't get any storms ahead of the cold front, which is kind of what we expected, you're still going to get a strong storm rolling through about 5 to 6 a.m. That's going to last a few hours. The same is true up here in our northern mode. You can see this is 5 a.m., 6, 7 a.m. Central. it's really starting to roll through Chicago here. So Chicago's going to get in on it, and then into the morning, it really starts to overtake a lot of Michigan here. The mitten is what I've been told it's called. So just a nasty springtime storm system. And I've got captions on tonight, so we'll have the captions going. So that means there'll be about 25-second delay, but I'll try to make it as fluid as possible, answering questions through the chat. Got you guys open. Oh, yeah. I worked really hard on putting out those videos. Putting out that video rather yesterday. I started working on that, and then it was uploaded in 8 hours. To hopefully help you guys out. The most important thing about that video was that we covered the nighttime tornado risk over here in this area, in orange and red, particularly here, but even up here into Illinois and eastern Iowa, there's still a risk for some spin-up tornadoes along this line. So let's look at current radar. I got some new additions here for y'all. Let's pick one. Let's go to. I was hoping to go to Kansas City here. There we go. So this is near Kansas City from Topeka radar, and you can see if we look really closely here. Oh, also I got winds and rainfall as your your indicators here. The what's it called? The labels for each part of the radar that you're looking at. If we look right here, you can see these little returns showing up in the radar. This is our outflow boundary, and what that means is storms put out winds that are just accelerating forward, way out ahead of them, back in here. So our outflow boundary here is actually preventing any wind from reaching in towards these storms and fueling them further. We get a massive one back in here, but this is actually all elevated, which means there's not really a tornado threat with this whatsoever. But because a tornado needs to be at the surface, right? Needs to get to the surface. So if it's elevated and it can't reach the surface, no tornado threat. But that does not mean that it can't have damaging winds push down through or hail fall through that layer that's being produced way up high in the clouds. So elevated storms are going to be quite the topic tonight because we just see this outflow boundary out in front. So that's not quite the same case, though, up into Iowa. So let's take a look at that right now. From the Des Moines radar, I was looking at something just a little bit ago. Let me see if I can find it. It was this guy right here near Otley. So this was 25 minutes ago, east of Des Moines. The outflow boundary doesn't really show up here, but it's kind of down here like this, out in front of the storms. But right in here, it wraps up right into the storm. These storms are not elevated. At least they don't really look the part. If they are, air can still kind of get in there kind of efficiently. So I was watching this guy near Otley. There is still a little bit of rotation. You can see just to the northwest of Searsboro and Linville in Powesheik County. So I'm watching it. Spin-up tornadoes are going to be possible, but a lot of what we're going to be talking about for a while tonight is going to be the wind and hail, and I'll just let you know when that gets to you. It's going to be that's going to be the theme tonight. So yeah, thank you guys for the support. Why did I go back to top chat? There we go. Yeah, I hope the video is good. There are a couple mistakes in it, but it was very well put together. I actually talked a little bit more about the fire risk, but it didn't make it into the final edit. I did all I could to include as much as possible, but at least I got a mention of it in there. The fire risk in eastern New Mexico. We actually saw fires erupt and have widespread smoke plumes. So, yeah, the time zone added the clock. I could do that. Ryan doesn't even have that, but as long as you're watching live, you should be able to interpret. But yeah, I'm in Minneapolis, so that's Central Time. So the camera at the bottom, that's Fort Worth. And right below me, I've got Storm Chaser Zach Hall, who's currently sitting in place. Zach's down in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I'm going to have his feet up as long as I can tonight because he's still going. So he is right down here in northeast Arkansas. There's this little indicator. So I'll have a storm chaser with me tonight as long as he's going. He's got to sleep too, though. He is in place to cover this southern risk area. um, just in case something pops up. And then I've also got some cameras I can look at on Radar Omega. So I think that Radar Omega plus Zach Hall plus Railfan cameras equals good coverage. And then we can look at some stuff on social media too from time to time. So that is the plan. All right, so let's go back to this. Let's go back to this and watch this through. So for important areas, and then you can just adapt for wherever you're at. Let's look at the storms as they go through tomorrow. So this is in a couple hours from now. It's going to be the stormiest part of the night for St. Louis here, or I'm sorry, sir, for Kansas City. St. Louis rather is going to get in on the storms at about 9 a.m. Central. 9 a.m. Central is when St. Louis will be in on it. So Kansas City in a couple hours, over the next few hours, stormiest time. We'll cover you guys. Jefferson City, you're in between that and Missouri, 6 a.m. your time. St. Louis, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. your time. Chicago, 7 to 9 a.m. your time. And that will be the risk, okay? When this line of storms right here passes through, that's it for the day. So if you're to the west of this at any point, then you're looking good. You're looking good. But of course, a lot of tomorrow's risk will be over here further east. This is the Wednesday risk area. You can see it's huge. It is absolutely large. This is a very large risk area for the Great Lakes region, especially with the enhanced tornado threat that will be in place, especially in the northern modes. So this is gonna be the reason we're doing wall-to-wall coverage with Ryan, especially as his viewers come in here. So I'm about to welcome them all in here. Ryan Hill, Andy Hall. Did we switch last names? Y'all squad incoming. No, this is part of the Y'all squad. Come on now. Come on now. So yeah, that's going to be the case. We're watching them go to the east here. This model goes out to 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Eastern right here. So you can see that's really when these pinks and dark reds get into their most mature, their highest maturity of the storm. So Detroit, 2 to 3 p.m., that's going to last a couple hours. Toronto starts to get in on it in the afternoon hours, and that will continue through the evening. I think storms up here are actually going to travel through the same areas more than once. So it's going to be a little gnarly out there, all right? But I'm not going to be here for that. I'm going to be here through the morning hours. So when it gets to Chicago, I'll be covering it. When it gets to Grand Rapids, I'll be covering it. St. Louis, I'll be covering it for y'all. Little Rock, I might be covering it for y'all. So let's watch and hopefully stay weather aware through the night. You know, if you're in St. Louis and Chicago, I think at the moment you guys have enough time to get sleep and then wake up for the severe weather. That is totally possible. So I'm going to make sure I can tell y'all what you can do for the night, what you should do for the night, and how it all goes. So welcome. Here in the Ryan Raid. It's me, Meteorologist Andy Hill. I popped in a few times today, but the theme tonight, if Ryan didn't make it clear enough to you, is that we're going to be covering the storms for everybody who's going to get storms in the next 11 to 12 hours or so. And then once Ryan comes back, that's our shift work. So here I am, overnight shift for y'all. Y'all hang out with me. You can hang out with me. If you would, if you really want to, if the storm anxiety is keeping you up through the night, I'll do my best. I'll do my best to keep you, company. I'll keep you company. Even if the cap doesn't break down here in Arkansas for our moderate risk tonight, it's very possible that the storms are still going to be quite severe as they come through with the cold front here in the early morning hours. So 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Central here. They're still going to be pretty powerful. Wall-to-y'all coverage. Yeah, I like that. I don't know if the redirect worked this time, but if it didn't, it might not have. We'll see if we can, I don't know if we can fix that, but as long as I can cover it for as many people who want to be here as possible, then that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I think it worked. It looks like it worked. It looks like it worked. So yes, wall to y'all coverage. Let's do it. All right, so now that y'all are here, let me go through this again. Welcome from Ryan's stream. We are looking at the latest model data and looking at where these storms are going to be, and then I'm going to cover them one by one, north to south. We're going to talk to chat, answer a few people's questions, and then yeah, that's the theme. Yeah, glad to see that it worked. So anyone who needs to stay up tonight for a few hours, make yourself a nice beverage, have a nice dessert, and really just know you're in good hands. Quell that storm anxiety. Let me help. Let me help make you feel fine tonight. Let me help lower the anxiety for the night. That's the goal here. And of course, I've got Storm Chaser Zach Hall with me. He's parked in a parking lot in western Arkansas, just about Fort Smith. And so he's going to be tracking the storms tonight through his area. He's local to Arkansas. I've also got the Fort Smith Railfan camera. Fort Smith. I've also got the Fort Worth Railfan camera there in Texas, as Texas is expected to get storms just about 5 a.m. You can see that those pop up real nicely down here, 5 to 6 a.m. Central. They pop all the way back up along the I-35 corridor into Texas. So lots and lots of people are going to get into storms overnight in the early morning hours. That's the theme. All right, time to go through it. Thank you all for the support. Let's see what is in store. So Kansas City, in Missouri, and also in Kansas. Your stormiest hours are, right on the doorstep. Over the next couple of hours, we're watching out for you. That's true for Cedar Rapids as well. That's true for the rest of the storms that move through southern Wisconsin into central Wisconsin and along Lake Michigan, so up to Green Bay, and north of Milwaukee here. So that's over the next couple hours through midnight and into the early morning hours here. So once we get to 4 a.m., it's looking like Tulsa, you might start to see the storms move through there in Oklahoma. 4 a.m., that's Joplin, Missouri. Jefferson City and Columbia start to get in on it. Quincy, Illinois. Davenport, they might reach as far north as you. And a little bit of the cold front makes its way through Milwaukee here. So here's the storm at 4 a.m. Central Time. Now, move a few hours forward. Northwest Arkansas gets it early in the morning. Stormy hours for Dallas-Fort Worth also from 4 to 6 a.m. And then we start to see that go through Springfield, Missouri at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. St. Louis, it's on your doorstep at 7 a.m. Central. Springfield, Illinois, Bloomington at 7 a.m. And Chicago Metro at 7 a.m. as well. This is where the storms are probably going to be their weakest, but starting to intensify once again. All right, when we get into the morning hours, it's actually gonna intensify. Y'all up here in Chicago, do you remember yesterday morning? Now that earlier this morning, we had those huge hailstorms come through. Davenport, remember that? Yeah, as we get in the morning, that can happen again here along this front that extends all the way down the U.S. So this is 7 a.m. And just about 10 a.m. when I will be on the tail end of my stream, for about 12 hours from now, the storms are making their way through Lafayette, Indiana, South Bend, southwestern Michigan here, maybe even into central Michigan. And they are definitely starting to pose the greater risk for severe weather today. So this includes spin-up tornadoes. This includes damaging wind. This includes hail. All for these areas, and this is 10 a.m., and then 11 a.m. Eastern. So at 10 a.m., you could start to see the storminess down here in Little Rock as well. Now we go to 2 p.m. 1 to 2 p.m. Central is when there may be some in the area of Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee, Jonesboro, Arkansas, you're looking at about noon. This is going to last a few hours down here. Do you see how slow it's moving down here? Over like 8 hours. This is 8 hours of storm movement. It's really moving slow. That means there's going to be a flash flooding risk down here in these areas. But further up north here, it really travels these states quite quickly. So 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Eastern here. The storms are through Evansville, Owensboro, down here in Indiana and Kentucky. They start to get through western Tennessee into the afternoon on Wednesday. And they start to go through parts of, eastern Indiana into the western half of Ohio. Detroit gets in on strong storms. Strong storms expected in Detroit. You're basically smack in the middle of this risk up here. this risk in orange from the Storm Prediction Center. So really start looking out at about noon in Detroit, maybe a little bit earlier than that if this starts moving faster. And then over here in Toronto, even as far northeast as Ottawa, could see some severe weather at just about 3 p.m. your time. 3 p.m. tomorrow. Ryan will be the one covering these storms over here, though, unless I just keep going. We could just do 2 streams. We could do whatever. I'm going to see how long this adrenaline rush lasts. So there you go. That's your outlook for everybody while we have the most people here right now. Hopefully I got your time in there. And if I didn't say your place yet, it's probably a couple hours away, like Louisville in the evening, Nashville in the evening on Wednesday, Columbus and Cincinnati, Ohio, late afternoon to evening, Cleveland evening, and into Western New York in the evening. There you go. There's your storm overview. The next 12 hours, again, are what I'll be covering. So good to see you all. Let's start looking at radar. Bring the radar up here. I have 6 radar sites open. So we're going to go north to south. Let's start in Wisconsin. Up here in Wisconsin, no, Ryan, you did not say this correctly. It's Prairie du Chien. Prairie du Chien. Good try, though. I'll tell him. I'll tell him, guys. I'm learning all the pronunciations I possibly can. And then we're going to have a little competition. So our current severe storms up here are definitely for hail. The wind gusts expected with these might be a little bit lower, but we have severe thunderstorm warnings up here for hail. Those just kind of moved through the Madison, Wisconsin area. So if anyone in Madison, Wisconsin got some hail recently, let me know. Looks like some golf balls may have passed just to your east, the strongest parts of those storms. But this is moving up Interstate 39. Once again, areas that just got hail from Portage up to Stevens Point in Wisconsin. You guys are going to get some hail again. You guys are going to get some hail again from this. It looks pretty strong here in the reds. This is moving basically due this way, as far as I know. Play that loop through. Yep, that's just a strong hailstorm right there. All right, so over toward Milwaukee. Let's see if anything's coming your direction. These storms over here, you know, in the Milwaukee, Waukesha region, they're mostly weak. Conomowoc. Now I'm just flexing. That's okay. Mostly weak over here, but some isolated hail possible. And again, you guys are going to get in on this line of storms back in here that's moving this direction into the morning. Hopefully me drawing on the map is helpful for y'all too. Let me know. Let me know. Yeah, my pronunciation vernacular here, it gets better with each stream that I do. So thank you all for helping. Is anyone going to be live when this hits Ohio tomorrow? Yes. The plan is for Ryan to go live again through the daytime risk tomorrow for Wednesday. So here I am overnight. This is the shift work that I'm helping y'all out with. And then Ryan's going to help you out with the daytime again. And I might just do it too, because I might just stay up for, I don't know, forever. I'll need sleep eventually, but I have experience from recent meteorology undergraduate years and pulling all-nighters and so forth. So don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. All right, let's go down to Iowa right now. This is well east of Des Moines. If you're in Des Moines, you're good. Storms have passed through your area for the night. You got plenty of rounds of hail and heavy rain today. You are fine now. You're good. Southeast Iowa, nope. Line of storms is coming to you. The hope is that it's not too bad. Hope is that it's not too bad over here in these blue arrows, but you may get some severe thunderstorm warnings rolling through, and the chance for spin-up tornadoes does exist. So if that keeps you up, then I will do as much as I can to help you out. But if you are going to go to bed in southeastern Iowa, make sure you have a way to receive warnings. Yep, that's for Burlington, Iowa. Yeah, absolutely. I helped a lot of people out on Sunday's risk. Thankfully, there were no tornadoes confirmed with it until all the way into south central Mississippi, actually. So everywhere in Texas, we didn't even see a tornado report come through to the Storm Prediction Center. But it was there were definitely some suspect storms, and I hope I was able to help out with that. Thank you guys for the support. Yeah, this shift work is rough, but this is what I was built for at the moment. while I'm still in younger age. I'm 25 right now. I can do this. I can do this for y'all. All right, so this is what it looks like moving through Des Moines, or east of Des Moines, rather. So eastern Iowa, these storms are covering the whole half of the state, meaning that they're gonna move through. So Davenport, you're gonna get in on some stormy weather in a few hours. In terms of anything tornadic, though, we're looking at the winds on the right side of the screen here. I don't really see anything imminently concerning. This is hopefully just a damaging wind and hail event through the night for everybody up here. But the tornadic threat will be in place, and it will ramp up again as it nears Chicago. So actually, there we go. We've got an upgrade to this severe thunderstorm warning, and that's this one right here, which is approaching the north side of Cedar Rapids. That upgrade was for golf ball size hail, as law enforcement in this area of Iowa, probably down in here towards Vinton and Mount Auburn, has found golf ball size hail falling with this at 11 p.m. Isn't that wild? Springtime storms are wild, man, and that's why we're here to help you out. So golf ball size hail, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning is the middle level of a severe thunderstorm warning. You should consider being inside, even though it's nighttime, and you probably are anyways. It's going to get loud. So hopefully it looks like the worst of this will miss Cedar Rapids to the north over the next 45 minutes or so. So anywhere from Central City to Manchester, up towards perhaps towards Dubuque is who should be watching out for this strong part of the line. If you're interested in listening to hail soon, you might get some there. So there you go. Let's go down through Missouri. Let's go down through Missouri. You're just joining. The plan is to go from north to south quite a few times tonight. Every few minutes, we're going to go north to south and cover updates on where these storms are, what's going on, and then in between each of those updates, I'm gonna talk with y'all. So here in Missouri, it kind of looks just like a mess. Things are kind of falling apart. Maybe Kansas City isn't even going to get in on that many storms down in here. Looks like there's just sporadic activity. What we had before, let me just play it back. Oh, we got to get more data than that now. Come on. Thank you for the support. If you missed it, I did go over everybody's risk in broad just a little bit ago once the Ryan raid came through. So I'll do it again. Don't worry. We're going to watch this through. So it looks like you saw there was some storms kind of holding this line together, but they've all fizzled out right here west of Kansas City. That's probably the best thing that could happen over here. But you might not be out of it completely. So it looks like the strongest parts of the storms are still back here in east central to southern Kansas. This is along that cold front, but it's also along a dry line, which is where it's moist, feels like a swamp on one side, and feels dry as a bone on the other. So storms are farming all along this. Very interesting setup. All right, back into Kansas. Got the Wichita radar open here. Yeah, these storms are also kind of falling apart. We've got one strong storm to the north and east of El Dorado. But these are all posing a hail threat, I believe. And also winds. We also got some winds down here. These are not tornadic. So you see all these storms down here? You see how there's this blue line kind of in front of them? These are not tornadic because any air that's trying to reach these storms is being stopped by this boundary right here at the surface. So air is not reaching in here. That means we're probably just not going to see any tornado warnings with these. It would be a significant storm, a significant inflow to be able to breach something like this. So tornado threat is very much reduced right now anywhere in this area, especially down into Oklahoma, especially down in there. Okay, now there isn't anything to look at in Texas yet, so we'll look at Texas later once those storms start firing up in the early morning hours. But right now, we also need to cover Arkansas. This is what Arkansas looks like right now. If you see hardly anything, you're correct. There's hardly anything. Some assorted showery activity here, north of I-40, north of Clarksville, and northwest Arkansas, and assorted showers in Little Rock and east. This is the best case. What we're looking at here is hopefully the limiting factor of anything that would be more concerning popping up. So I talked about this in my video. There's a cap down here. There's a cap down here all in this area, even up to the north into southern Missouri. That lid on the atmosphere is just about a mile above the surface to just about 2 miles. So a mile or two above the surface, the air is staying the same temperature as you go up through that layer. Just imagine the layer doesn't change. It's like dipping into a swimming pool. You go down a mile in that swimming pool, if it is a mile deep somehow, the temperature is the same throughout the whole thing. That's a stable atmosphere. And if that stays in place here, we're good to go. We won't get tornadoes here. We won't get severe weather here. Not until the early morning hours, at least. That was the threat that was in place. So I told some people in Fort Smith, 11 p.m. start paying attention. But if that doesn't happen, that's fine. That's the best case here. You might want to stay weather aware just in case. But all the models right now are not really showing much of anything popping up here. And that's what we should be crossing our fingers for. So that's for our moderate risk down here in this area. The 4 out of 5. All right, so there was the top to bottom. We hit everyone from Wisconsin all the way down just now. So now I can talk to chat. So if you have any interesting questions, send them along, and we can just have some nice conversations here tonight. We can hold some conversations and make sure everybody is feeling good and doing all right with any sort of storm anxiety you've got. If I could fix 3 radar holes, where would they be? Oh, what a great question! What a great question. I would put a radar right here in southwestern Alabama. I put a radar somewhere over here for Charlotte into Winston-Salem, North Carolina, to Greensboro. 3 of them? That's too hard to answer. That's too hard to answer, man. I would also put I would put another radar somewhere up here in Minnesota. Somewhere up there in Minnesota. I'm doing good. I had some pancheros, which is kind of like Chipotle. So I'm nice and ready to go throughout the night. I've got the fuel. Amy, hope you're doing well. Any mods, hope you're doing well. I think the cap will break in Missouri. So the cold front here, you can watch that move through. That will definitely break the cap, but only right along this corridor. Let me change this back over to the rest of today's risk so you guys can see that. What does it mean when a tornado gets occluded? It literally detaches from the rest of the storm, and then the surface winds, the mean wind direction, the first kilometer or so, move it instead of it moving with the storm. So that's why it changes direction. The tornado threat is not really diminishing for Springfield. When you see this line here, this is at about 5 a.m. Central. The early morning hours still pose a tornadic threat here in southern Missouri if nothing materializes before it. Thank you for the support. Let me see if I can read through some of these. Dallas overnight, yeah, definitely 4 to 6 a.m., I think, based on the latest model data. 4 to 6 a.m., those storms really look like they're going to blow up over there. If you need the Discord, it's literally just discord.gg/Ryan Hollyall. When's the next big weather event? Not for a while. I covered that at the end of my last video I just uploaded yesterday. So I discussed how it looks like there's not going to be anything. The large-scale pattern is in place such that a lot of us are going to have nice springtime weather, except for the Pacific Northwest, because it's always raining over there at this time of year, and maybe some scattered storms in, Georgia and Florida, because it's always raining over there. It's always storming over there into the summertime. Appreciate the support, Straight Edge. Thank you, thank you. Oof, why are there always weather events along corridors? I think you might just be perceiving it in a certain way. Timing for Indianapolis tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow at noon into the afternoon. So maybe just give it a couple hours. Start being weather way around 12 p.m. Eastern. And then for the next couple hours, it's probably going to be the stormiest. Let's reach West Georgia. Not in any significant capacity. No, it will be stormy at some point, but once it blows through, that's the last large-scale weather event that we're going to see for maybe over a week. Can we see the cat? He's somewhere. I don't know where he is right now. He was roaming around. Midas Kitty. Penn State forecasting certificate. If it's not the full forecasting class curriculum, everything that the National Weather Service provides, it's going to be a little bit difficult to, get something like a National Weather Service job if that's what you're interested in. Thanks for the support, Nancy. Thank you, Jeff. No, I got the camera situation figured out, so that's fine. Yeah, happy to help, Danielle. Did Tornado Alley move? No. Tornado Alley shifts in the way you see it per month. That happens every year. Tornado Alley has a climatology. It's in the southeast in the early spring, November through May. Then it shifts up to the Great Plains in May, and then it goes to the northern plains and to the Canadian prairies in June and July. That is true every year. True every year. Mid-Michigan through the afternoon. Oh man, this is a lot of questions. I'm doing my best. A lot of questions. Mansfield, you guys are up in the northwest, right? Remembering off the top of my head, it's tough to remember every single town in the entire nation, but as it moves through, it's really the evening hours, afternoon to evening for Ohio. So there you go. Thank you for the support, Emily. This is the nighttime shift, guys. Nighttime shift here. We're gonna go through every radar site from top to bottom every few minutes here, and then I'll talk to the chat and keep you all going here. South Alabama, low tornado threat. It's going to be a couple days before it even gets to you, and by that point, it's all going to fizzle out. Fort Wayne, just subtract a couple hours from Ohio. How tough was the career? It's decently difficult. There's a lot of math, as you may have heard. There's a lot of physical understanding, a lot of physical processes that you have to know. Along 71, thank you. I know where that is. Just along here. So yeah, hopefully that helps. The same is true from Cincinnati to Columbus. Fort Smith, you guys might be getting in on some storms. I'm hoping they don't form here, but if you don't, it's really this cold front that gets there at unfortunately, I just locked the timeout here. Let me restart Radar Omega. I hate it when I do that. I don't remember how to fix it. Fort Smith, it's going to be in the early morning hours, though. Same time that you're expected to get it in Dallas. There we go. Let's get that last run there. So Fort Smith, it gets to you at 6 a.m. Central. Same time it's really going to be blowing up all the way even possibly down here to Austin, Texas. See how that yellow, the slight risk here, goes all the way down to Austin? Yep, that's for that severe weather that may pop up all the way down here into Texas. That's for damaging winds and a little tiny bit of a tornado threat. You explain how a cap breaks. That layer of the atmosphere is cooling over time. So cold air is moving into that layer in particular over time. So as long as the layer is cooling, the cap is breaking. So that cold air could be coming from anywhere over here to the south and west. If there's just a colder pocket somewhere and it evects into that region, then bam, the cap will diminish. If you have forcing, though, you can just have storms break through the cap, and it can still exist. The cap can just still be in place. But if you have enough forcing, storms can overcome it. If you're in Chicago, your threat is right around 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Central. That is when you will have to care about the storms moving through your area. Give it an hour before that and an hour after that, just in case. So 5 to 9 a.m. Central. Pay attention in Chicago. For now, though, you're good. What weather phenomena do I want to observe if I could safely view any? I'm going chasing in Oklahoma, middle of May to late May for 2 weeks. So I'm going to observe quite a few, and I'll tell you which one I like the best. Really, I'm hoping to see a lot of different ones. I want to be in a heat burst. That one's probably the coolest to me. Heat bursts are nice. Oh my goodness. Why is it so frequently that squalls break up approaching Kansas City? Tough call. Y'all are in that storm disappearing corridor, right? Yeah, I'm used to that. That's the same thing in Asheville, North Carolina. All the storms disappeared. That won't always be the case, so don't rely on that way of forecasting. That is not going to be sound. It's getting wild there in Milwaukee. Heck yeah, it will be. We're gonna go through the radar. Well, actually, we could just look at that right now. Here's Milwaukee right now. These storms developed really quickly. Look at this. Look at that guy just approaching right over the city. Thank you for telling me about that. Here we go. Here's a look at the radar here. Yeah, this literally just blew up right over Milwaukee. So as this storm pops up, it's in its maturing stage, which means the lightning activity is at its highest, at its peak here. So gonna be nasty along the Milwaukee metro. Literally, you guys just had the favorable conditions right overhead of you. Look at this. This was 27 minutes ago. The storm was like nothing. Then bam, just for y'all. So this is gonna be moving through. It's gonna be a little loud. Here we are looking at it for you. Nothing tornadic. Just a little bit of some wind possible, but this is mostly for hail. Mostly for hail, so it's gonna be loud on the roofs. Nice. All cap, no cap. It is loud there in Milwaukee. Looks like most of the storms have passed north of Madison for now, and then the next storms are really going to. The next storms are going to make it to Madison, and they are going to pack a punch still when they get there. I'm sure. So you guys here in southern Wisconsin going through round one right now. You're going to get it again. These storms down here near Milwaukee, they will affect Green Bay. They will affect Appleton, Oshkosh. They will go all the way up here, Fond du Lac and so forth, or Fond du Lac. I had that one before. I had it. So you guys are going to get hail. Hail is the only thing you're going to get from these storms as they move up to the north here. This is going to take a few hours. So a loud early morning for y'all. Late night to early morning. Yeah. Really looking nasty there in Milwaukee. Dang. We avoided the worst of it over here in Minneapolis today where I'm at. There were a couple of them that went through, but I didn't get anything fun. Dallas is going to see it 4 to 6 a.m. 4 to 6 a.m. Storms are going to pop up. They're going to be windy and haily. Very, very little brief tornado threat as they pass through. So you're going to have to pay attention just for a few hours. That's going to be the case for a lot of people tonight. Just paying attention for those few hours because really, I think all we're going to see is just the continuation of this cold front all the way down south and west through all of this area, all the way down through Arkansas. And that means that your storm time is just with this cold front when it gets there. It's the second round, and I think it's about 2 to 3 hours out from now. So now that we've let's go over the times again, since I went over that, but everybody's still asking. Got to cover it for everybody. All right, here we go. Ready? First round moving through southern Wisconsin right now. Looks like it tries to break apart. I don't trust that, though. I think you guys are going to get from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. from Madison east to Milwaukee. Looks like that's going to be the time for the second round to move through, if it has anything at that point, which I think it will. So over the next few hours, these are going to be moving through. You'll see them getting round one now. A few hours from now, round two. Right about midnight here for Cedar Rapids is when it's finally going to make it through. Although, is that the case? Is that the case? Yeah, just around midnight here. It's approaching Cedar Rapids, so this is a little bit. These storms are arriving just a little bit early, so we have to always adapt for what the models are telling us is going on. Always got to adapt and see. Hey, is it moving a little faster now, a little slower? Always got to adapt. Make sure y'all are taking care of yourselves too, of course. If you're staying up through the night at all, for over the next few hours, we'll be covering your areas. If you can go to sleep now and wake up for the storms in the morning in Chicago. St. Louis, you guys have enough time to go to sleep now, as long as you can wake up in the morning, especially if you get a weather alert. Just in case you're staying up. But if you can't sleep, I'll be here for you. Be patient, and your area will be called eventually. You got strong southerlies in Missouri? Heck yeah. All right, let's go back through this. All right, so looks like it is approaching just about now in Cedar Rapids. Davenport, you guys will have the cold front on your doorstep again at about 2 a.m. Just about 2 a.m. your time. And then that will also include... well, let's just go down south through it. So that's going to include Burlington, Iowa, Quincy, Illinois here. Just about 3 a.m. to 3 a.m. Looks like it's going to be on your doorstep. Follow it along I-70 east here through Missouri. You can see Columbia, Jefferson City, just about 4 to 5 a.m. 3, 4, 5 a.m. is when you guys are going to be paying attention. St. Louis, all the way up to 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Central. Further south, along Interstate 44 here and Highway 60. We can see Joplin gets in on the fun about 3 to 4 a.m. your time. Springfield at about 5 to 6 a.m. your time. Poplar Bluff all the way over to about 9 to 10 a.m. your time. So you can see it's kind of taking its time to get through Missouri here as we go to Wednesday morning. Further south, looks like the model's trying to resolve a bunch of heavier storms near Tulsa at about 3 a.m., 2 to 3 a.m. Central. So those haven't really materialized yet. There's a little bit of some weak stuff back in here that we're looking at right now. So we'll see if they continue to develop to the south here. Along this, this is the dry line down here. The cold front is up north, further up north. So this is dry line initiation, which is very weird to have in the morning. That is an unusual circumstance. Very strange development. So we'll see if that happens down here in Tulsa at about 3 a.m. Northwest Arkansas, if this tornado threat here in the red, this is the moderate area for the remainder of today through 7 a.m. Wednesday morning is when this risk expires. So this is all valid. All of these risk areas in the orange, yellow, and red are valid through 7 a.m. But I'm giving you the timings that the storms are passing through. So you're concerned up here in northwest Arkansas, Fayetteville, through Benton, etc. Bentonville, sorry. Yeah, that's where Walmart is. It looks like you guys are looking at 5 to 6 a.m. 5 to 6 a.m. there in Bentonville and Fayetteville, Arkansas. Little Rock looks like your stormy hour is starting about 8 to 9 a.m. and then lasts for quite some time. It'll be rainy through noontime, probably. Same is true for Texarkana, just about 8 to 9 a.m. Hopefully the storms fizzle out a little bit down here before that. Dallas and Fort Worth, probably going to develop to the east of Fort Worth, but it might develop right on top of y'all. This is going to be 4 to 6 a.m. Central for Dallas and Fort Worth. A couple hours before it gets to Tyler and Longview in Texas. A couple more hours before anything remaining gets to Shreveport in Louisiana. And then further south, any strong storms that do make their way down to Interstate 35 in Texas are going to be at about 6 to 7 a.m. I would be looking out from 4 to 7 a.m. maybe down here through Waco and Austin. And I doubt there will be another storm down through San Antonio, but it is possible. There you go. There you go. Now let's go back up north. As we go into the morning, Chicago, 6 to 8 a.m. 6 to 8 a.m. are your stormiest hours. It could arrive a little bit sooner than that, so 5 a.m. for the northwest burbs. I think that's when you'll start seeing it. Hours sooner for DeKalb. As we go into Michigan, southwest Michigan really starts to get stormy, as well as eastern Illinois to northwest Indiana. This is just about 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. Moving east with time, Lansing, noon. Fort Wayne about noon to 1 p.m. Indianapolis about noon to 1 p.m. your time. And then Detroit, afternoon risk. It's when it's at its greatest This is for tornadoes, this is for wind, and this is also for some brief hail, which could be large. This is all through the Great Lakes region. The afternoon to evening is when you want to be paying attention anywhere, anywhere in most of the state of Ohio, through western Pennsylvania, through western New York, and in southern and southeastern Ontario. Afternoon to evening tomorrow. Please be paying attention. Okay? The timing is not, you don't need to focus on the timing. Once we get into those risk areas, you should be paying attention as much as you can through the day. Down south here through Louisville, in Kentucky, it really gets to you in the late afternoon. And then down here, you know, the risk does extend down here. This is all damaging winds as well if it does stay together towards the mid and deep south here. This will also be in the afternoon. There you go. Hope I covered it for everyone. Let's look into some current conditions. All right, back to Wisconsin here. Milwaukee just got through the worst of it. How was it, y'all? How was it, y'all, in Wisconsin? I can't tell you where there's going to be a tornado in Toronto. You have to be paying attention. The nowcasting part is the important part tomorrow, when we can actually tell you where exactly something is if it does develop in terms of a tornado, in terms of a giant hailstorm. That's what you got to be paying attention to. There's a reason I'm not talking about Thursday right now. Wow, look at that hail. Dang, dude, right into the shoreline of Lake Michigan here. That's got to be wild. I'm up here in Minneapolis. Central Arkansas, if you're in Little Rock right now, anywhere in that moderate risk or enhanced risk, I just wouldn't want you, I don't really want you to go to bed because the tornado threat down there is significant if something does develop. So we're watching it closely, but right now we don't see very much, okay? The moment I do see something, we're going to be talking about it in depth. So yeah, it looks like it was pretty gnarly there pretty gnarly here in Milwaukee for a second. That's a lot of lightning. It's mostly behind the cell too, is what I'm noticing. Is the lightning is persisting through the southern part of this this storm here. It's kind of traveling along with it. But really, we see that lightning. Man, I see dime size hail report. A lot of dime size hail. Not seeing anything over an inch from this storm. So I think this is more kind of like a hail blizzard. Probably just fell through here. Some hail passed through downtown Milwaukee. Now it's going through the northern burbs just a little bit. All right, let's go. I would explain specific differential phase and differential reflectivity if it were applicable to most of the audience right now. Right now, though, it is not as important. We could use it to look at the updrafts, specifically differential reflectivity. You can see that these updrafts are pretty strong. These water droplets are fatter than they are tall, and that's what you see in the reds there. So it just tells us updraft strength there is a basic means. Can you see a cap on radar? Not really, no. You can kind of see storms struggling, but you don't observe it on radar, no. Okay, so yep, a lot of hail falling up through here again. Along Interstate 39 here, I think there's going to be a few hailstorms again. They're going to pass through populated areas up here through eastern Wisconsin and central Wisconsin. These guys down here going this direction roughly, so you might get woken up by a hailstorm again up here, but the tornado threat is minimal to zero. Minimal to zero up here at the moment into central Wisconsin. So this is all about hail. All about hail. All right, let's go back through Iowa now. Eventually, we're going to have to switch to the Davenport radar. Cedar Rapids looking actually to get in on the strongest part of this storm. It looks like it's continuing to take aim toward the city of Cedar Rapids. This is going to be wind and hail down here. So just a strong storm moving through. It's going to be pretty loud. Nothing too significant over there, but Cedar Rapids probably is going to be woken up. This is not tornadic. Let me show you guys why. You can see this from the Davenport radar. So no tornadoes right now expected with this storm right here entering Cedar Rapids. Here from the Davenport radar, take a look at this. Look at this this green line here. I'm literally going to draw it in yellow. So you see this line out in front here? This line of green? This is an outflow boundary. The storms are putting down wind. Let's go in this direction, and it's cutting off any sort of wind to move into the storm from the surface. So wind can't get through. Can't get through this boundary here. That means no rotation at the surface. No tornado threat down here. So this is all wind and hail. All wind and hail. That's true for Dubuque. Looks to be true for Cedar Rapids. Anywhere where we see this line out in front, though, if this line out in front kind of starts to get ingested into any particular part of the storm, then we have to be paying attention to that. But right now, this is a good indicator to say that our tornado threat is minimal with this part of the storm moving through eastern Iowa. Some wind and hail coming through. So that's the case. Cedar Rapids, you're about 20 minutes out from this, but it's going to get windy. It's going to get windy here before the storms move in. So wind first. Gets cold. It gusts out. And then the heavy rain's behind it. That's what's going to happen here. I wish I could see further south here, but I think the same is going to be true for most of southeastern Iowa. We got to keep a close eye on it just in case, though. All right, let's go down to Kansas City. Looks like you all might be getting out of the worst of this. Our boundary is right back in here, which means that anything back in these areas is very minimally tornadic. You're not going to see any tornadoes over here in Lawrence, Kansas. You're not going to see any tornadoes basically in Kansas City. Looks like it's all getting cut off there. All getting cut off there. Okay, so let's go down to the Wichita, Kansas radar. We can see this strong storm moving through southeastern Kansas. Looks like this is a focus of the line. And you can see, like, there is some sort of rotation here. This is our area of rotation, but it is removed from any sort of wind that can get into it. I really don't think the tornadic threat is anything right here. Very low over here. That's not impossible, though, for wind to just get in there. If it's really strong inflow, it can happen. It can happen, but I think we're looking at minimal tornadic threat through the night right now. Unless we're down south. So over the next couple hours, this part of the line is going to move to the east. So this will include western Missouri from, I don't know, from Bates County down south, maybe through Joplin. Might see the heaviest impacts from this part of the storm. If it persists as it is now, we'll watch it evolve. Yeah, if you think today was a bust, it was not for the northern edge of the event. Last I saw, we had 14 tornado reports in Iowa and Illinois from earlier today, so that's just fine. We're waiting to see if we get those tornado reports down south, though, in our other tornadic-driven risk area. That is a good thing if we don't, though. So we're still crossing fingers that we don't get that. Okay. So there's the southern extent of the line right now. That's the southern edge of the line. We haven't seen development down through much of Oklahoma yet. We just got some showers popping up here in northern Oklahoma. Not doing much of anything right now. So we'll see how they develop with time. Now let's take another look at Arkansas just in case. So through the recent times in Arkansas, we can see that we might have some showery activity rather, as developing right here. We do see that. The hope is that this does not become intense. If the cap is broken right now, and these are the result of the cap being broken, and these grow upscale into supercells, that is bad. So we have to be paying close attention to this. I have Zach Hall's feed right below me. Whenever his stream's working, you'll see that come through. I don't know why that was there. So whenever his stream is working, you'll see that come through down here. I was hoping we get another Railfan camera up, but that might not have happened, unfortunately. There we go. So Zach Hall is chasing down here in his home state at the moment where he lives at, so he can help anyone out with any storms that do develop down here. Again, our moderate risk area is just about in this area right here, in this blue circle. So if we see development down here, this is we really have to hope that this does not blow up. This does not blow up. From my latest analysis, I still see a pretty strong cap in place down here. But I think if I'm looking at this right, which I know it looks okay, right in here is where the cap is the weakest. So this is where we have the weakest cap. This might be why we're starting to get showery activity down on the southern half of that area. So as these move off to the north, if they congeal and become supercells, that's not good. We'll be watching this closely. So close eyes on this. Close eyes on this. I would try not to go to sleep. Try to have a late night tonight in anywhere in this area. Hot Springs, Arkansas, Fort Smith, Arkansas, up through perhaps around the Springfield, Missouri area, and just to the east. This is definitely a night where it's just better to have a later night. Stay up through the next few hours just to see if something develops. All right, so there we go. There's our coverage of each of the storms that are active right now. Let's see. Wow, that's actually interesting. So this, let me see the new run of the HRRR model. Does it get that development? It does do something with this development, just some weak cells here. These might be somewhat concerning, but right now they don't look like much. But we don't rely on these models too much. However, we are starting to see, look at that. We are starting to see just some more consistent presence of something in our moderate risk area through early morning hours here. So this is the reason, one of the main reasons I'm on tonight is this right here. This right here in the red zone. So this is why I'm here. If these develop and are mature, they will pose a strong tornado threat. The Storm Prediction Center really wants you to know that. Meteorologists in this area really want you to know that. They really want you to know this right here. Because this is 3 a.m. This is what it looks like at 3 a.m. maybe. It's a possible solution. And if anyone in these areas are asleep at 3 a.m. and this rolls through with a strong tornado, that is the absolute worst case scenario. And that's why I want you to stay up. All right? That's why I want you to stay up or tell people to stay up right in this area. Definitely cross your fingers for that. Tornadoes are not going to eat you. So it's good to have a plan in place. If you haven't done so already, get yourself a nice hot beverage. Watch a couple more episodes of your show while I'm on the side. Down here in basically northwestern Arkansas, western Arkansas, and southern Missouri. Springfield, Missouri, right in here. Be thinking about your neighbors too. You know, if these storms do pop up, definitely be thinking about someone you know in the town over. That's the best case. So this is the area I'm concerned with. This is why we have a moderate risk here, which is a 4 out of 5. And if you absolutely have to sleep, just please have a way to wake up to warnings. You know, Ryan's talking about that NOAA weather radio. That's a good idea. Midland WR120. So there you go. Hopefully this doesn't happen, but it's starting to look a little bit more consistent. We're seeing showery activity in the area. So just really don't want to see this come to fruition. But that cap could break. Storms just could be strong enough to break through it anyways. Oh, yeah, now I see. I do see where this cap is breaking now from our most recent forecasts. It's really there in north central Arkansas, too. So, yeah, we'll be watching this closely. Look at that. I mean, literally in the last scan. You see this? I just talked about this, and there it is. Starting to see the oranges and reds here. Stronger showers. You know, there are times where I hate being right. I hate being right, so we're keeping a close eye down here. Lebanon, Missouri is right on the northern edge of this red area over here, so I would say yes. Yes, be paying attention tonight. There's Lebanon. All right. So we'll be watching these closely. Really hoping. There are times where if you get a group of showers like this or up here, you can see them all congeal together, and when that happens, all of their forcing together, every little cumulus cloud, all those puffy clouds that are together, if they all just congeal into one, then all of that combined forcing can can give us a strong supercell. So when you see pockets of showers like this, it's not the best look if you don't want a supercell to form out of them. But hopefully it just doesn't do that. Let's affect Texas. Yeah, down here in Texas, we've been looking at it. Down here in Texas, you guys can expect some development overnight into the early morning. This is 5 a.m. Central, and this model is resolving quite a few strong cells down Interstate 35 through Texas, the west of Austin and Waco. That'll move in 5 to 7 a.m. So further south, there might be some strong storms down there too. This model really likes it down there. You can see how strong the storms are along the cold front too. Eventually this moves down. So into the early morning hours, we really get some strong storms. This is 6 a.m. Possible hail core over Fort Smith if this resolved perfectly. Looking like a rough early morning down here. Atlanta, no, you guys will be fine for quite some time. Takes a while to get to you. That'll be Thursday, and it's going to be like nothing. Nothing then. Northeast Arkansas, you're out of the worst risk. You saw those supercells pop up right in here. Let's go back to that. There you go. You see them moving right through there. It doesn't really look like they stay fully together unless they make it up here into Poplar Bluff. But Jonesboro, I doubt anything's really going to come for you until tomorrow morning. About 12 hours from now. So if you're in Jonesboro, Memphis, you guys can sleep. If you're in Kentucky, you can go to sleep. You have time before storms will get anywhere close to the state. You'll be awake from tomorrow. Ryan will be on. So you can ask about Kentucky tomorrow in Ryan's chat. Literally what I'm going to do is pass it right back to him. Lots of lightning in the Burlington, Kansas camera. Yeah, we can look at that. Let's take a look there. Burlington, Kansas radar Omega camera here. You can see the flashes off, well, everywhere. So this part of the storm is moving in. This is basically where that strongest part of the line is. Or maybe just to the north of it. We look down here in Kansas. Down here in Kansas, Burlington is up here in eastern Kansas, and our severe thunderstorm warning down here is for wind and hail. To the north of Independence, Kansas, so moving through Benedict, Buffalo. Strongest part of the line right here is setting up. Powerful part of the storm. Any part of this cold front, you can see this here, can kind of just self-develop and persist. This is what I would call a mesoscale convective system right here. This is just an area where the line is separated from the front and is beginning to bow out. You see this bow shape here. It looks like a bow and arrow. So this is where the storm is locally the strongest. Some pockets of hail in here. It looks like Burlington, Kansas will get the weakest part of it, maybe, but perhaps the most powerful winds at the surface. So, all sorts of localized features in here. This is kind of not what you want to see. I don't really want to see these MCSs form here, the mesoscale convective systems, because if they do form, they can outpace that outflow boundary I was talking about. That's preventing any air from getting in and starting to form rotation. So over here might be another focus for the now casting part of the stream as it moves toward the Kansas-Missouri border, probably to the north of Joplin and south of Kansas City. This might be an area for perhaps all severe hazards. So if you're in Kansas City, I feel okay about you going to sleep, but have a way to wake up to warnings just in case. Yeah, this is it. This is current radar. If I'm ever on this app with the black background, this is current. Unless I say it's 25 minutes ago. So there we go. This is definitely a wind bag down here. Definitely want to be inside in Buffalo and Benedict, Kansas. Kansas City radar. The storm is a little bit stronger. It's in a very unique environment, though. If I check out the observations in this area, I can see that it is about 47 degrees at the surface here in Lawrence and also Topeka. And so despite this cell looking a little bit suspicious, looking a little bit interesting, it's definitely going to struggle to put too much together. But this is a proper supercell. Perhaps in the cold core part of the storm, I would say. We can see how that is moving. That's moving basically due north-northeast here. So this will approach the St. Joseph, Missouri area eventually if it persists. A pretty nice, strong morning time storm. I would not go to bed in Mountain Home, Arkansas. No. Got to stay up over the next couple hours to see if supercells materialize in your area. There's a reason I'm here tonight for that moderate risk in the 4 out of 5. If you haven't seen it yet, down here in this red area, that includes Mountain Home. You said Mountain View. There it is right there. Also in the moderate risk. If these supercells develop, they may pose a strong tornado threat at 3 a.m. your time, and I don't want you to be asleep for that. Don't want you to be asleep for it, so have a little bit of caffeine. You can sleep in St. Louis. Storms are going to get there at about 8, 9 a.m. I would start seeing. We expect to start seeing storms about 7 to 9 a.m. in St. Louis. Same is true for Chicago. So that's about when you'll probably be waking up, but have a way to receive warnings. You'll probably be woken up by the storm. And at that point, I'll still be here. So I'll still be here when that happens. So if at any point you wake up tonight, because you just have to go to bed for whatever reason, despite what I'm telling you, especially in these areas in the red on this map, and you get woken up, if you get woken up by the storms, I'll be right here, unless my internet goes out, but I don't think it will. Yep, you can sleep in Jonesboro. It's going to be a long time before the storms get to you, almost certainly. Farmington, you're near St. Louis to the south, so yep, same idea. These storms are mostly north-south, so they're going to be arriving along much of these areas at the same time if I'm calling them out. All right, let's go back north into Wisconsin. These storms are very far away from Milwaukee now. Very far away from Milwaukee. Up next to get some hail, though, like I've been talking about, is going to be it's going to be the Appleton to Oshkosh corridor here. Green Bay down the line within a couple hours from now. These are moving pretty fast, too. So you can see this hail is going to come in. This is just hail up here. That's also probably going to be true along Interstate 39 here for quite some time. All these hailstorms are going to move through. And then we're going to see these severe thunderstorms approach from the west over the next 5, 6, 7 hours into the morning from west to east. And that will be wind and hail. Champaign, add an hour to it. Maybe an hour or two. It might start getting stormy in the mid-morning through about noontime. South Bend, add an hour and 2 from Chicago. Can you go to sleep in Tulsa? Wind and hail's probably going to wake you up, but I think the tornado threat in Tulsa is probably it's probably minimal. We'll see how those storms develop over there, though, over the next few hours. Rochester, you're fine in Minnesota. Everyone in Minnesota's fine now. If you're in Michigan, that is going to be the tail end of my stream at about the 11-hour point, 10 to 11-hour point, once we get into the mid-morning tomorrow, and the start of Ryan's stream. So he will be covering most of the heavy stuff in Michigan, Toronto, Ohio, Eastern Indiana, Indianapolis, Owensboro, Evansville, Louisville, even Nashville, and down to Memphis. You guys are going to be Ryan's stream tomorrow. So if I listed any of those cities there or areas just around them, you're fine to go to bed now because the storms are going to take some time to get to you on Wednesday, but they will pose a big threat, so make sure you're paying attention. Cool. All right, let's look at Iowa now. While this hail moves up towards Fond du Lac, gosh dang it. You know what? Google, tell me how to say this. Tell me how to say it. I have access. There's no lady to tell me how to say this one? Are you kidding me? Farthest end of the lake. That's not how to pronounce it. Maybe I'll just call you guys that. Furthest end of the lake. In Wisconsin. Great. If you're in Arkansas and West, in Little Rock and West, do not go to sleep. I cannot, in good conscience, advise you to go to sleep. Lac, Fond du Lac. Just the Lac. I said it right. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Hey, I remembered. So that hail's about to move into Fond du Lac. Or is that Lock? Lock, Lac. I'm seeing everybody say the different things. All right, it looks like it's Lac. Let's go. Lebanon, do not go to bed. You're at the northern edge of the moderate risk. Didn't I answer that guy already? Make sure you guys are keeping up with the current time on the stream. If this timer down here in the bottom right, if the minute on the hour does not match what the minute on the hour is on your phone, then you're not watching this currently. So you need to make sure you're watching the live part of the stream. Yep, cap is breaking in Arkansas. We just were talking about that. See if it's developed anymore. Still pretty weak development, but several areas of concern are starting to materialize down here. Anywhere where there's showers. Anywhere where there's showers and they keep going, they keep turning orange and red, that's bad. And that's why you need to be awake down here, even into southern Missouri. So we're watching this very closely because these are just tracking right through the worst conditions for tornadoes overnight. All of this area is just the worst conditions for tornadoes overnight with anything discrete here. Southeast Indiana, yep, you guys will have a tornado threat tomorrow. It's going to be in the afternoon hours. I don't know what the red exclamation points mean on the Weather Channel. I'm not a part of the Weather Channel. I just answered for Indiana. Northwest corner of the state, 8 to 9 a.m. Central. Southeast corner of the state, 2 p.m. Central. The storms are moving through. Rockford, you got about 4 hours or so, 3 to 4 hours. It's going to get there, though. And I'll be here for you. Yeah, if you're in the I don't know how many times I can circle this, but if you're in this area, do not go to bed tonight. We are concerned about supercells here with strong tornado threats. If you go to bed, there are 50%. It's a 50% reduction in people responding to warnings and thus taking shelter in tornado warnings overnight here. So please don't go to bed if I circled your area. Should be able to read it on the map. All right, up here in Iowa. Up here in Iowa, if you're along this line and to the west, you can go to bed right now. The storms that pass through your area, this is the last of it right here as it moves east. So if you're in Dubuque, it's getting there. It's not tornadic up here. You can see this line out ahead of it. This is not. This means that inflow cannot reach the storms at the surface. No tornado threat over here. It's just going to be wind and hail. That's the same for Davenport over the next couple hours. Burlington, all the same here. If you're in Chicago, 6 to 8 a.m. Wednesday. That's about 8 hours from now is when it's going to be the stormiest. 6 to 8 a.m. You hear the cat? Yeah, he's going absolutely haywire. What time for the circled area? Over the next 4 hours. In Arkansas and southern Missouri. And then you'll have that strong storms. You'll have that cold front move in the early morning thereafter. I don't know if there will be another tornado watch. If those storms do keep materializing, yeah, they're definitely going to issue one. So we can expect the Storm Prediction Center to respond if that does happen. Madison, Wisconsin, same thing for Rockford. It's about 2 hours out from your area, 3 hours out from Rockford, just about. Hour and a half to 2. Again, wind and hail. Wind and hail up here. Once we get to 6, 7 a.m., that's when the tornado threat starts to increase as these storms move through. So, like, once you get to Chicago, it might be much, much different over here. This could be the tornado threat increasing as the storms move into your area in the early morning in Chicago. So it's important that you're paying attention. Oh my goodness. Michigan, most of your threat starts in the mid-morning to afternoon tomorrow. Let's take a look since everybody's still just asking. We'll have good conversation soon. But right now we got to do locations. So here's the expected risks tomorrow. This is 6 a.m. Central. We can see those storms move into Chicago, like I told you. Maybe a couple of storms out ahead into South Bend, Indiana. And they really start moving into Michigan in the early morning hours into the afternoon from west to east. So 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Central, 1 to 2 p.m. The strongest parts of the storms here are in that red, orange, and even the pinks showing up. It's through Michigan. Here it is through Indiana. So here's 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. Oh, and there's 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern in Indiana. So Cincinnati, 3 p.m. Eastern. Toledo, 3 p.m. Eastern. Dayton, just about 3 p.m. Eastern. Detroit and Toledo, 2 p.m. Eastern. It's really when those strongest storms get to you. And really the same as, it kind of just follows Lake Erie up here. So Toronto also getting into it about 2 p.m. Eastern. Lots of storms up through there. So here's 2 p.m. Eastern. I think Memphis is in Central. So 1 p.m. Central all along the Mississippi and the Ohio River junction right here. All right, back in here some. Let's go back through the more present risk areas here. So Cedar Rapids going through it right now. Kansas City, stormiest part is going to be over the next hour to 2 hours or so. Columbia and Jefferson City, 4 a.m. Central, maybe a little bit sooner than that. St. Louis is going to be about 8 a.m. Springfield, Missouri, as the cold front moves through, it's going to be 5 to 6 a.m. Central. Joplin removed 2 hours, so 3 to 4 a.m. is really the stormiest hour. Tulsa, it looks like storms are just now developing over eastern Oklahoma really quickly. Look how they blow up there. So this is 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and 5 a.m. So you see how fast those blow up, and then they have a really significant hail threat with them. But they may also be tornadic, too, if they can manage to establish inflow and not just have winds out in front of them, a gust front. So we'll see that move through Fort Smith. This is 6 a.m. Central. Along northwest Arkansas, this is 8 a.m. So for Little Rock, it really looks like the mid-morning is the stormiest part if they do hold together down here. And then once again down here into Texas, storms really blow up right just over probably the eastern Dallas-Fort Worth metro. If they do form, it'll be about 5 a.m., 4 to 5 a.m. Central here. And then they'll move east along Interstate 20 over the next few hours. And that's possible all the way down south to Waco, maybe even as far south as Austin could see some severe weather along this line. But really, our focus for this tornado threat is not 8 a.m. Central, like I just said. It's these supercells right here that may develop. If these guys right here develop in the next 4 hours or so in this red risk area, that's what we really, really need to be paying attention to. These are the tornado producers, if they do show up. Right now, we're seeing they're struggling. I talked about that lid on the atmosphere in my last video. And they're still kind of just starting up here, but they're still struggling to mature. But any one of these, once they get together, is it could be bad news. So that's why I want y'all to stay awake anywhere in southern Missouri through western Arkansas like this. If you need to take a nap, yeah, but just have a way to receive warnings. Have a good alarm that'll wake you up. But I wouldn't recommend, these could be mature supercells in an hour or so. Down here in northwestern Arkansas and western Arkansas. If the worst case comes true, they'd be a supercell in an hour. Thank you all for the support, by the way. Ryan's in Kentucky. Good to see you all. Happy that you're all hanging out here tonight. Hopefully I'm can help as many of y'all as possible. Hopefully it can help you. Lawrence, yeah, you'll be all right. The storms are going to get to you at some point. Down in Alabama and Mississippi. But down there, it's really just, I mean, we'll see. But right now, it just doesn't look as bad as the northern area. The Great Lakes region is getting in on like a rare risk tomorrow. It's a rare upper level risk tomorrow. We're gonna see the Storm Prediction Center outlooks during the stream. We'll see them issue it. So if the risk is increased for Wednesday, as we get into the day one period, I'll let you know that. We'll show it on the stream. Show you guys what that looks like. So anywhere in Ohio, that's tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow noon to afternoon to evening from west to east across the state. So we've gone through all of that. I think I managed to quell as many people as I could asking about their areas. Cedar Rapids looks like it just fell apart over you. Isn't that great? I like it when this happens. So Cedar Rapids, the storm just fell apart when it got to you. It's still going to be pretty gusty, I bet. Iowa City is getting a little bit of a strong cell approaching it from the west here. So this is now the strongest part of the line in this area. It's going to be wind and hail down here, okay? Wind and hail down here. You can see this green line out in front of it. That's our outflow, our gust front. There's all the severe thunderstorm warnings expiring. So this wind out here, this is what gets it cold outside. This is that cold air blowing in, really gusty. It's what you hear first. Any sort of rainfall is well back behind it. So no tornado threat over here right now. Very, very, very little tornado threat. As this moves into Dubuque, toward Davenport. I think this will change, though, when we get to Chicago. That's 7 hours out from now, 6 to 7 hours. When this line makes it over there, that can change. You can see the gust front. These storms start to speed up some, and then air can flow in there and possibly produce tornadoes. So right now, this looks good. That won't be the case for the entire morning, though, and I will be here to tell you about that. This is the shift work, wall-to-wall coverage. Yep, we're watching all areas of the storm, covering as much as I can. St. Louis, 7 to 8 a.m. Central. It's when it gets to you. You have a little bit of time to sleep now. Will there be tornadoes when it hits St. Louis? Probably not. Probably not as much, but we can take a look at the tornado threat for tomorrow, just as it is right now. Very little. So here's our tornado threat. The area in yellow and that hatched is the primary concern for tornadoes. So, like I said, it starts up just again in the early morning hours in Chicago, all the way down through Champaign-Urbana, Indianapolis into the noontime hours, and then the stronger parts of the storm here in northwest Ohio, through the mitten and into Ontario, southern Ontario right here. That's the focus of our tornado threat from the Storm Prediction Center now. So this will be morning time. This will be mid-morning. This will be noon, afternoon, just like that. So afternoon, it really starts to take on this S shape here as it gets through Ontario. So all of that is our primary tornado threat tomorrow. Murfreesboro, basically not too much. Not too much in Alabama, tornado-wise. Looks fine for y'all. There'll be damaging winds if there are even any strong storms. I think flash flooding is your concern down there. Thinking flash flooding. Down here in the mid to deep south. Largest concern is flash flooding. I graduated in 2021, so I've been a meteorologist for a couple years. But I've been with Ryan for just over a year now. How long will I be streaming? 12 hours. So from now, given I started an hour and a half ago, 10 and a half more hours. Little Rock, start looking out for those storms. I'll be covering them in depth. In depth, we're covering the storms. Let me just play this back so you guys have something to look at. We need more data, though. Give me the data. There we go. Look at that. As we get into the late afternoon, this is 5 p.m. Eastern, all these storms start to really just go to nothing. They go kaput here as they go through central Ohio into northeastern. There may be a couple of strong cells remaining, but it looks like the risk really is maximized tomorrow afternoon. That seems to be when it's at its worst here. Perhaps still some strong storms up into western New York, though. There you go. Lots of coffee. Nah, I don't need too much caffeine. We'll be good. We'll be good. Dardanelle, Arkansas, lots of thunder and lightning starting. Good report. Thank you. That's what I want to hear. Just to make sure we're on top of this. Really, really keeping a close eye on these storms down here. If they do develop, this is our worry. This is our worry if they come together. Looks like it's staying steady state, though, if we play this back. We saw, like, this concerning area for a short time, but it's petered out just a bit, so we still have some of the cap in place. The lid on the atmosphere is still down here. But at the moment, I think it's at its weakest right in this area, right where Storm Chaser Zach Hall is, who's sitting just below me, rather. That's Zach's feed. Let me refresh just to make sure he's still going. In the clear in Kansas City, this is your stormiest hour, I think, in Kansas City, if nothing happens over the next hour or so over here. It does look like this part of the line is still developing, though. So, strong storms persisting. You might get woken up. You might get woken up in Kansas City. If this part of the line over here comes through the metro, it could be loud. We will see. So yeah, like I said, this cell over here, it's 47 degrees at the surface right now. So all these storms are, well behind all this the cold front over here. So these are post-frontal, which means that they don't promote much of a tornado threat at all. But they can still be they can still have damaging winds and hail. This is the same kind of atmosphere at the surface here that had baseball-sized hail in the Quad Cities yesterday morning, now that we're past midnight. So these storms can still be strong, but they will be wind and hail. Like this one down here in Allen County, Kansas. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 1.25-inch hail. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it, Karen. The biggest hail I've encountered is just quarter size. I've only been in Minnesota for 2 years, just about 2 years now. We've had a couple of hailstorms, but the largest I've seen is just about an inch. Cap break in Missouri? No, not quite yet. I'd love to storm chase with Ryan Hall. Tunica, you guys down there in Mississippi have a damaging wind threat more than anything. So the storm might be strong when it moves through, but it's just going to be another springtime one that you're used to. The really unusual threat is around the Great Lakes region that we've gone over quite a few times. Thank you guys for liking the stream. It helps YouTube know that, hey, this overnight coverage, this shift work that we're doing to make sure that everyone's accounted for who's staying up or needs a friend, somebody to talk them through the night. It lets YouTube know that that's a good thing. It's a good thing. I've only been on for an hour and a half, guys. I'll stand up after it's been 6 hours. All right? I'm fine. Thank you for the coffee money. I can't have coffee. I will actually lose it. I won't be able to speak. I'll stumble over all my words. Where'd I move from? Asheville, North Carolina, after I finished my degree. I have a favorite model. No. No, I don't have a favorite model. That's a funny question, though. Would I ever work with a local Minnesota storm damage company? You know, once I've gotten into the y'all squad here, there's so many people that message that I just don't even know how to filter it out at all or how to find I mean, I'd love to help, but right now I'm doing the part of my job that's looking at radar and doing meteorology shift work. This is what they do in the National Weather Service, guys. They have meteorologists that cover you all night long. So I am serving as a relay person in part with my own dash of expertise to see if anything's happening at any given time. So much the same. Shout outs to any National Weather Service workers in the offices who are going through their mids. We appreciate y'all. You're just now getting in the office for your mids, probably. So shout outs to NWS. No, that's such a terrible take, Steven. The reason why I'm on right now is it's to make sure that people who are in these risk areas, we tell them that, hey, there's a possible overnight threat. It's not blown up for viewership. It's to make sure that people are safe just in case something does happen. We can tell you about it. We serve as one more call to action if something does happen. We're hoping nothing does. That's the point of this. I'm 25. Thank you. I appreciate it. Columbia, Missouri, tornado threat should be lesser over there, but 4 to 5 a.m. is when the strong storms get to you. 3 to 5 a.m., I should say, Central Time. All right, let's go back up north while we wait and see if these storms develop any more down here. Lots of showery activity. Let's see how our Wisconsin storms are doing. So most, basically all severe thunderstorm warnings up here have been allowed to expire, except for this one for hail. So along the line, looks like it's petering out just a little bit, but strong storms still headed towards Iowa City in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Dubuque will get some heavy rain. Then we're really just looking at the hail up here into central Wisconsin. These are all just hailstorms. So if something moves through your area up here, lots of lightning and hail. Fond du Lac just went through it. Oshkosh and up to Appleton are next. To get in on some fun hail. It's going to wake some people up. Time is the worst for Arkansas over the next 3 hours. Next 3 hours, if something does develop down there, it's really when it's going to be, it could be nasty. 3 to 4 hours. And then we'll see the storms from the cold front move through from west to east through the morning. So like after dawn, I should say. right at dawn at Fort Smith, Little Rock a few hours after that, 8 to 9 a.m. Thank you, Joe, for the support. I really appreciate it. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, you guys aren't in a watch yet. Severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches are issued, 6 or so hours out, maybe a little bit sooner than that. 2 to 6 hours out. So no watch for you guys yet. You're in a risk area that we talk about. There is some tornado risk for far northeastern Texas if something does develop down there, yes. We're hoping that nothing does develop, though. Thank you, Amy, for the help. No, it's okay. If there are any bad comments like that, I use them to constructively tell you guys what's going on. If you are in western Arkansas to the Little Rock area, I would not go to bed. You guys are, and then into southern Missouri around Springfield. You guys should not go to bed. I said in my last video, I wanted you guys to stay up late tonight, watch a few more episodes of your shows. That's what I wanted y'all to do, just in case we get an gnarly supercell down there. It's going to be over the next 3 hours, okay? No, I'm from Southern California. I did my degree in Asheville. So let me show you guys this day 1 tornado. Again, we're still looking down here. This is where I want people to stay awake over the next 3 hours, okay? Right in here. I've circled your area. Please stay awake. You can see the reason for that being these supercells right here if they develop. This is 3 a.m. Possible look at what could be coming. This risk extends all the way down south here. If there were supercells down here, that would be the reason for the tornado threat, but it does look like they're expected to develop more to the north. Ooh. Northwest Tennessee, you guys will see the storms move through afternoon hours, noon to afternoon. There could be a brief tornado threat over here with any supercell out ahead of the line. Sullivan, Indiana, about 11 a.m., 10 to 11 a.m. Central. It's when those strong storms make it through. There may be something out in front, so stormiest period is probably early to mid-morning, 7 to 11 a.m. in Sullivan, if you're in Central Time. St. Louis? Yeah, St. Louis can go to bed. The storms are going to get to you at about 8 a.m., 7 to 8 a.m. So have a way to wake up if you need to sleep those full 8 hours. Same with Chicago. Same exact time. The worst that gets to Rochester, New York, it really is about it really is into the afternoon. You could get several hours. So you can see over here in West New York, you can see that there's just this extension of the line, possibly storms moving through, and then the cold front itself comes through right about 5 p.m. Eastern. So longer term tornado threat up here. It's really going to be focused in the afternoon to very early evening. It's really noon to afternoon up here. And further west in Chicago, it's in the morning. So Indiana, Chicago, Eastern Illinois, it's in the morning. Michigan, morning to afternoon. It's a very interesting earlier in the day risk. OKC, you're almost zero. Almost zero threat down there. Storm should stay to your east. Tyler, you'll get in on some storms if they do develop down here. Take a look. 5 a.m. right here. So Tyler, about 8 to 9 a.m. if they persist. Ooh, goodness. Lots of people. Thank you guys for asking these. All right, so let's look at Arkansas again, see if we've got anything happening, significant development. Maybe down here we're starting to see some consolidation. We take a look. This is the south of Highway 270. We're starting to see some stronger things pop up. This could be our first supercell right here. if it continues. This is around the Mount Ida, Arkansas area. So if this right here becomes our dominant supercell, we'll be watching this for a long time. Possibly we could see the same thing up here. Anywhere in this atmosphere, in this environment over the next few hours is supportive. So hoping that that doesn't happen. But this right here could be our concern for quite some time. Nothing really to look at. We are literally watching the genesis of something that could be bad. So I wouldn't say be awake between 3 and 4 a.m. because if you are, this could be a supercell in an hour. You know, then it could be posing a threat in an hour. That's not 3 to 4 a.m. That's 1 a.m. That's why I'm hoping that y'all are staying awake over the next 4 hours. I don't know. Like the cold front moving through in Little Rock, it might not be that. It might not be super bad. It's a great idea for them to not hold classes, though. I don't know. It's just good. It's just good conscious. Right now, we're doing nowcasting and a brief forecasting for the severe threat that goes through. You can see information on west, southwest, also Canadian provinces that aren't in the severe threat in my latest video. Naperville, Chicago Metro is 6 to 8 a.m. Wednesday morning. So that's in 6 hours from now. That's Central Time. Yeah, this is building quite a bit here. So if we see this establish itself, it's going to be a problem. Might be a problem. Iowa City, if it's not storming right now, it's about to be. Once it's done, you're good. See this? You could probably see it off to the west. So if you see it off the west still, it's moving in. Then once it's through, you're good. Ottawa might be a little far away from the severe weather. You definitely will see some thunderstorms, though. I think you'll see some flashes make it up there. Florence, you're looking at flash flood risks, so there will be quite a bit of rain. Late Wednesday, I think. Wow. All right, so let's severe thunderstorm warning allowed to expire here in Wisconsin. So just smaller hail is going to fall through Oshkosh to Appleton towards Green Bay. Should persist for quite some time up through Mauston or Mauston. These are just hailstorms up here, so it'll be loud if you get a hailstorm over your house. Oh, it looks like Cedar Rapids managed to get in on it after all. So these storms are moving mostly north and east. You see this? So Cedar Rapids actually getting in on this because all the individual cells behind this gust front are traveling to the north. So Cedar Rapids loud storm incoming for y'all, but it's not severe warned. Don't worry too much about that. Goodness gracious, man. I feel like I've been talking about these same areas 15 times. How have you guys not heard yet? You silly geese. You silly geese. Any more pertinent questions that are not what's my location? We'll go over it in spades, so don't worry too much about that. So I'll wait for that message to come through since we got the delay, the latency on the stream. Yeah. Appreciate the report. Lots of thunder in near Mountain Home in Arkansas. Yeah, let's check on the lightning activity down there. It's important. Lightning activity does determine how much how mature the cells are. I think I answered the storms breaking up over Kansas City. They don't always do that. There is no particular reason other than the conditions in place. How many storms are there? There are quite a few along the cold front. It's going to be nationwide from north to south once they all develop down there into Texas. What are cells? Individual storms, essentially. So this right here would be an example of a cell. This would be a cell, and if it were a supercell, it'd be rotating. It looks like it's trying to hold on, yeah. We're still seeing the lid on the atmosphere stay mostly in place, but as long as there's strong enough rising air, it can break a little bit of the cap. So it's all about that relative, like, is this enough? Is this just enough? And that's why we have to watch it closely. No, Tornado Alley shifts with as we go through each month of the year. Midas is the name of my cat. Good old Midas kitty. Low chances of seeing a tornado tomorrow in Clarksville. They'll be in the afternoon hours to evening. Same with Nashville. Very low chance. Yeah, the SPC issues a new outlook for day 1 in about 40 minutes from now, I think. It'll be just about then. This is a Shure MV7 mic. Good question. Yeah, just having that plan in place here in the moderate risk here in the red. Having that plan in place is the best thing you can do. It's a healthy and nice thing to just have a plan in place. Practice being in the risk area here, even if nothing does materialize. It's for good consciousness. So, there's a reason we talk about this. Everyone's like, oh, I always get so much storm anxiety from this because y'all are talking about it. Well, if we didn't talk about it, you wouldn't know what's coming if something does come. So it's most important that you know about it first, and then we can start to assess, like, okay, well, how do I deal with this? How do I feel more comfortable about it? Use our stream here if we're covering the event. Use any other stimulus you have access to, and use the weather alerts that come through on your phones or any devices that you have, like a weather radio. And as long as you have that, I mean, you're good to go. We still got Storm Chaser Zach going below me too. He's through northwestern Arkansas right now, along Interstate 40 actually is where he's driving. Or at least he was recently. So he is here in place just in case we get a tornadic storm. He will be covering it. I think he's positioning out ahead of that storm, that cell we're seeing pop up near Mount Ida in Arkansas. Yes, practice safe weather. What's a hook echo? The hook echo is just the part of the supercell that dips down below it. That's usually where the tornadoes are, so that's why we identify a pattern with, how the supercell presents itself on radar. It's a result of the southern end of the cell coming down to the surface. So descending air on the back end, and then the inflow wraps up right in there, forms a hook. It's a cape looking. It's going to be, 1,500, 2,000 joules per kilogram through the night. It's mostly just about that cap. So the instability will stay in place, especially along the cold front. But down here, it's just out in the warm sector in spades. So that's why we see this risk area right here. One of the reasons. Do color tables make velocity easier to read? Yes, if you're used to it. It's all about pattern recognition. So you look at thousands of storms. Thousands of storms. Yeah, let's look at the Mount Ida cell again. This is definitely our one, so let's take a look at the echo tops here. The storm is already about 37,000 feet tall. So it's definitely a maturing cell. You can see it was almost nothing back here in these, and there we go, we see up to 40,000 feet. So that, to me, tells me that there's heavy rain moving in here. This is going to be a problem. So let's keep watching this storm. This is what, don't say I didn't forecast this. 45 minutes ago, I was like, these showers down here, if they consolidate, they may be an issue. So, if this continues to be an issue, we might see a tornado watch down here. Storm Prediction Center is seeing this down here and thinking pretty hard about what's going on right now. There's even a 60 dBz pixel in here, so yeah, this is definitely a quickly maturing storm. And you sleep in northwest Arkansas? No. You should not be asleep in northwest Arkansas over the next few hours. That is why I keep highlighting those areas. Please stay weather aware over the next couple hours. We will be tracking any tornadoes that do happen. Zach Hall, here he is. Here's his dot right here. In Clarksville, Arkansas. He's likely watching this storm down here as it tracks off to the north. Once it becomes a mature supercell, though, it's going to curve off to the east a little bit and become a right mover. So we'll see it probably track towards Russellville, maybe a little bit more to the east if it does become a full-blown supercell. This is definitely the most concerning cell for like the next 3 hours, I would say. Got that hail in Oshkosh finally. It's headed up towards Appleton next. Green Bay will probably get in on it. So mean? Nah. I'm being real with you. Now, 38,000 feet is not too tall for a storm down here. Especially in springtime. We get into summer, storms get taller. No, I'm not sponsored by Sam's Club. What? What tipped you off on that? No. No, you can't sleep. You gotta stay weather aware. We're concerned about y'all. There's a reason I'm electing to stream for 10 hours tonight, 12 hours tonight. The reason is I know that tornado warnings are perceived, therefore received, 75%. 75% of people receive a tornado warning on average during the daytime hours. 35% receive it at 3 a.m. Therefore, the response is also quite a lot lower, which is dangerous. And that's why I want you guys to stay up. Can I talk to the chaser? He didn't respond to me. I'm sure he might be bored, though. So if he does see my message to him, we'll see what he's got to say coming through. And then he'll come through on the stream. I don't know where Dent County, Missouri is, but there's so many counties out here. But if it's not in this circled area, this is the primary concern right now. I don't see it anywhere in there. Primary concern. So Springfield, I'd recommend staying up in the Ozarks up here. We're starting to see the development of possibly our areas of concern. Jefferson City, Missouri, 4 a.m. is when that cold front gets to you. Southern Wisconsin, it's going to move through another round of wind and hail. The tornado threat down up there, though, is not really much until about 6 a.m. Central. So wherever the storms are at 6 a.m., which is going to be about to Milwaukee, if not over Lake Michigan up there in Wisconsin, that's when our tornado threat starts to increase in our northern mode. I would say you're fine to go to bed in Kansas City, yeah. Because you're in the cold air now. It's cold in the metro. Cold air is moving through. You should be okay. You might get woken up by some lightning, though. Joplin, storms are they're developing over there. You see these severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Kansas. They're going to be pretty strong. And they're going to keep developing down here into Oklahoma, move into Joplin over the next 3 hours or so. 2 to 3 hours. When that happens, you can get some wind and rain. I moved to Minneapolis with my partner. I also like the city a lot. I've visited a couple times, so I'm like, yeah, I like this place. This part of the storm is intensifying as well. We should pull up Little Rock radar, just in case. I'm going to have 7 radar windows open, just for y'all. So let's do that. Oh, wait a second. Did I see something up here? What's going on up here? Just some strong storms. Maybe some sporadic hail, even as far north as like western Wisconsin here. Northwestern Wisconsin. It would be amazing if someone in Duluth, Minnesota got some some heavy sleet into maybe even small hail, maybe grapple up there, and reported it here in the chat. That would be wicked. What time in Bentonville over the next 3 hours? Please be paying attention. The cold front will reach you in about 5 to 6 hours, and that will be wind and hail. Look up there. We definitely got some hail falling right on the Minnesota-Wisconsin border here along the St. Croix River. Most of Iowa's fine. Strong storm moving through Cedar Rapids right now. It's trying to contact me now. I would hear it. I would know. I literally have the chat pulled up where I'm contacting him. So that's an interesting point. Unless are you watching Zach's stream? I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't be paying attention to me. Maybe I'll have to pull that up. Zach, what are you doing? I would actually hear him. I have him on Zello, so the moment he comes through, I'm just messing with y'all. Ozark, Missouri. Should they stay awake? I would recommend staying awake in southern Missouri. I would recommend it. Ooh, all right, let's go back down to the Little Rock radar. That was what I was doing. I got distracted by the weather because it's interesting. So my apologies. Here we are down in Little Rock. Okay. Really just not happy that these storms did finally break through the cap just a bit here. Not happy about it, but I will be here to cover it. Yes, Zach's getting gas. Conway, Arkansas, please stay awake over the next few hours. That includes Little Rock. Areas to the east of Little Rock, you guys are fine to go to bed, I think. It's really where these storms are popping up right now, right in here, and off to the north and east. So right up through this area. So that includes Ozark, Springfield. That is where I am concerned over the next 3 hours. 3 to 4. There'd be hail in St. Louis? Possibly. That'll be about 6 to 8 a.m. when the storms start coming through there. Zach knows I'm talking about him. Well, hello there, Zach. We got you on for the night. If you need to talk to... well, there you go. You can just talk to me directly on Zillow. Since we're on a delay, I'll just text you. Actually, let me just contact you, and then I can get you through. Or apparently I can't, because you're not a contact. What the heck, man? I don't know if I can... How did we not straighten this out? Why are you not a contact? We might not be able to talk on Zello, actually. We might not be in a compatible channel. I thought we would be, though. So that's my bad. It would have to be Frank or Ryan themselves that would do something like that. And I think both of them have checked out tonight. So don't worry, I've got your stream up. So I'll listen to you on stream. It's just going to be a delay back and forth. Just in case something comes through. Just in case we get something. Yeah, I don't think I'm in a shared channel here. Whoa, my webcam has decided to freak out. Fixed it. All right, we're watching Northwest Arkansas and Western Arkansas right now. Storm Chaser Zach Hall on the case there. Watching these things develop. He's going to be in place. Southwest Arkansas. The hope is that development doesn't get all the way back in here, but it's possible that it could. It's possible that it could. South of Little Rock. That's risky. I can't in good conscience to tell you that you could go to bed. I'd prefer if you were staying weather aware over the next few hours. Is there Perryville cyclone port? Oh yeah, there we go. Yes, the Perry County Weather Watchers. We got those here. We do have this video. It's not really going to tell us much of anything here, but we'll have this webcam here from Radar Omega just in case. starting to hear thunder. Yeah, lots of electrical activity actually with these storms. So they are developing at a brisk pace, I would say. Very, very, very high lightning activity. Like, they don't look that impressive on radar, but there's a lot of lightning strikes with them. Am I staying up all night? Yes. Yes, I am staying up all night. Kentucky, you can go to bed. You'll see your stuff tomorrow in Kentucky. Tomorrow afternoon through the evening, west to east. Yeah, I'll be here all night watching these things. Really hoping they don't develop too much, but we got the means to track them if they do. This is the manifestation of our moderate risk here. A 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. The scattered blue, all this like blue area here is just a little bit of it's just a little bit of energy that the beam is hitting. The radar beam is hitting. So anything that's in the clear air, any disturbances, we just see a bunch of clear air returns here. That's what's happening. So this is not rainfall or anything. The rain is showing up in these greens, yellow, orange, red. That's what we're looking at here. The cap is literally a part of the atmosphere about a mile to 2 up. It can be higher, it could be lower, but today it's about a mile to 2 where the temperature stays the same as you go through that layer, as you go up through it. So because the temperature stays the same, it's more stable, and that means storms have a difficult time punching through it. Simple as that. Yeah, I just looked at the St. Croix River storms, so there's just some hail up there. Same's going to be true up through central Wisconsin. Northwest corner of Illinois, and over the next couple hours, the cold front's going to move through your area. Wind and hail possible. Our tornado threat has really ramped down everywhere except here in Arkansas and southern Missouri. That cold front is basically going to have wind and hail with it. I've looked at it quite a few times now, and I don't see any reason for it to be tornadic right now. But of course, things can change quickly. That tornado threat's going to ramp back up, though. Ramp back up as it approaches Chicago. That's 6 to 8 a.m. Central. So that also will... The tornado threat is at its highest really down south to Champaign or Urbana. So St. Louis, no, tornado threat is lesser down there when it gets there at 8 a.m. or so, 7 a.m. Springfield, cold front gets to you at 4 to 5 a.m., but we're watching these storms right now. If they do track anywhere close to Springfield, they could pose a significant threat over the next few hours. No, you guys are not expecting softball hail in Columbia, Missouri. You might get a little bit of hail with the cold front. Northeast Arkansas, mostly you guys are okay to go to sleep, but have a way to wake up to warnings if you're going to go to sleep in Northeast Arkansas. Our primary risk area is back in here for tornadoes today, over the next few hours. Springdale. At one point, I knew where that was. But hopefully that circle helped you out. Little Rock, you're right on the edge. I hope for you guys to stay up, just in case. Conway County, you guys are in it. In that circle. Bentonville, nope, don't go to bed. The best idea is to stay awake. Northwest Arkansas, don't go to bed. Best idea is to stay awake. Be thinking about your neighbors too, y'all. Like, if this supercell does develop into anything concerning, you guys should be weather aware even a county away. Yeah, how many circles do I draw tonight? How long will I be live? Probably over the next 10 hours. This is shift work. Then Ryan will be live covering tomorrow's tornado threat. So if you're just now getting here, Ryan will be covering after I've done my 12-hour shift. Wall-to-wall coverage until this storm system is done with its primary threats tomorrow. Springdale's by Fayetteville? Right. Well, I just talked about Northwest Arkansas, so please stay weather aware over the next few hours. Northeast Indiana, tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow at noon for Fort Wayne, just about. They may reach you a bit earlier, though. That cold front's moving at a brisk pace up in the northern mode in our Great Lakes and our Midwest area. Down in the south, though, it's moving much slower. So there will be flash flooding and way less of a tornado threat as a result tomorrow. Yes, in Michigan, you guys can go to sleep. You guys are you're gonna want to be awake though by the mid-morning. So anywhere in Michigan should probably stay weather aware from 8, 9 a.m. Eastern onward. So right now, get some good sleep. All right, these guys are developing kind of rapidly here. We're gonna check in on them in just a second. Let's go back up and check if we have any severe thunderstorm warnings throughout this line. Again, no tornado threat up here right now. No, very, very little tornado threat up here. So you can see, you look at the radar right now, you can see this green line out in front. This is a gust front. Air can't get back in here. And if it can't get back in there, it can't make the storm rotate at the surface. So you guys over here in Dubuque, Iowa, Davenport, Iowa, you guys look fine. No tornado threat over here. All of these cells are back behind the gust front. Very, very unlikely for tornadoes here. That includes Quincy. And anywhere where this line of storms is going through. But at about 6 hours from now, whenever these storms are over here into northeastern Wisconsin, that is when the tornado threat will redevelop. So Chicago will be 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. west to east. Kansas tornado threat should be minimal. It's really those strong winds that are moving through right now. We can take a look at that. This is the strongest part of this line over here. We're starting to get that stronger development back into Oklahoma as well, but that's just going to be wind and hail. We can look at that from Kansas City radar. Here we go. So, yep, just localized areas of damaging wind and hail as the storm moves to the east across the border. So this will probably be, you know, some heavy rain for Kansas City coming up. Like I said, you guys could go to sleep. See how this line is all the way out in front of you? Very minimal tornado threat back in here. It's already in the upper 40s Fahrenheit. It's already cold out. You just got some heavy rain moving in on the back end. So even though you see this area right here that is possibly rotating a little bit, very minimal threat, I would say. The strongest stuff, though, could be concerning. Let me take a very close look at this and tell you how surprised I would be if we saw something wrap up here. I would be extremely surprised. I would be incredibly surprised right here. So this is just going to be some heavy rain. Down here, we have the severe thunderstorm. This is actually in the warmer air down here. So this is to the south of the storm. It's still 74. To the north of it, though, up here, it's about 50 degrees. Yep, really hoping that this southern mode busts, but we have those storms that are just materializing. We have a couple hours for them to do something down there in Arkansas. The highest I've seen the clouds get, I've seen echo tops of 65,000-ish, I think. 65,000 feet. As you get closer to the equator, you can see storms that are 75,000 feet, though. Closer to the North Pole, they get much shorter. That's how the atmosphere works. The cap is not broken. The problem we're seeing is that storms are just powerful enough to breach it just a little bit. So it's a constantly fluctuating thing, whether we have strong enough updrafts or just enough cap. Just like that. So yes, there are concerning developing storms down there. We're watching them, but right now I'm looking at the rest of the line to see if we have any further development. Like this storm down here is basically riding on the front. So you can see it going through here, and this storm is like right on the edge of it. It's probably just behind the front, though, so the hope is that it stays behind the front so it doesn't pose any risk of tornadoes. But strong storms can change their local environment, so we got to watch it closely. This is approaching western Missouri, well to the south of Kansas City, so through Bates County, Missouri. But I don't think it's going to do too much. Right. Of course, watching the hailstorms go up through central Wisconsin into eastern Wisconsin now. Green Bay, you're going to see hail eventually. As these storms approach you. Areas along the Lake Michigan coast. Sheboygan, you're out of it now. Probably got some hail in Sheboygan, if I had to guess. Maybe some really heavy rain. Yeah, I don't think people would pay attention to that. It would be helpful for some, but any videos that are on this channel, the way YouTube works, we can't just upload individual educational videos, unfortunately. We could have a separate channel for that though, but that's a lot of work. I'm already worked to a thread now doing these long-term streams and also having to make videos on top of it. We got to make sure I don't burn out, so I can help you guys as much as possible. You're over there in the Kansas City metro. Yep, it's a strong storm, lightning and heavy rain, but it's not severe warned, and it's pretty cold outside, pretty chilly at the surface. So it's just those storms behind the front. The way a front works is at the surface is where it's the furthest out. So as you go along the front, you're going back to the west where it came from, and that's why you can get thunderstorms back behind the front when it's very cold at the surface. It's like a slope, like a hill. Ohio, your guys' risk starts up in the afternoon tomorrow. Ryan will be live covering that part of the risk, okay? So we're doing wall-to-wall here. I'm on for the next 9 hours or so. And then he'll be awake again, and then he'll be telling you about the tornadoes that happen, if they do, in any parts of Ohio, in the Detroit metro, in Toronto, southern Ontario, southeastern Indiana, if it does extend down there. Wall-to-wall coverage here. Focusing on the near term here as storms move through. All right, let's check back in Arkansas. This has remained mostly steady state. These have petered out a little bit to the north of Little Rock. This is the one. These ones over here are the ones we're most concerned about. This is in west central Arkansas, headed up towards Russellville. Really, this storm has hardly even began to rotate, though, so we're still watching the infancy of it. Thankfully, it hasn't just rapidly developed and, blown up, essentially. That's what we don't want to see, but the fact that we do have a mature storm here is not great news, especially because it's putting out a lot of lightning, so it's definitely healthy. Definitely a healthy storm, and that's why we have to watch it. Fort Smith. I'm really seeing that all the development that could be concerning might stay to the east of Fort Smith. So, to the best of my ability right now, it looks okay. You guys are probably going to be woken up by the cold front storms that come through at about 5 a.m. or so. But I think right now, it looks like the tornado threat is moving to the east of Fort Smith. So, hopefully that remains the case. Hopefully that remains the case. Well, if you see a storm like this, and it's got a bunch of lightning, it has broken the cap already. Bless you. It has broken the cap already if you see something like this. Breaking the cap means getting above about 2 miles above the surface. This storm is almost 8 miles tall, so it has broken the cap a long time ago. All right, let's go back and look at Kansas City just in case. Wild radar signature down here. What in the world? Nope. This storm over here approaching Kansas City is just going to be lightning and rain. Lightning and heavy rain coming in. Does look like something actually managed to stay together as it approached Kansas City. And here we had several people in the chat who were like, "Oh man, why does everything just fall apart in Kansas City?" Well, here you go. We're breaking that drought. Guys, we can't call this a bust yet today. We literally have storms active and starting up in the region of concern. Why are you calling it that? Let's not label anything. Let's just focus on the nowcasting. What does it mean when it's broken? It means that the storms have managed to sustain themselves in, you know, being full-blown thunderstorms. Air has made it above that stable region, and thus it is free to keep rising. I would say in Columbia, Missouri, it's looking like it's going to be wind and hail primarily. The tornado threat doesn't really start to increase until it's much into central and eastern Illinois. So hopefully y'all can go to bed here, but please have a way to receive warnings. And if you do, I'll be here. So if something comes through or you get woken up at the storm, you can pop right back in here in the middle, pretty much anywhere in Missouri except down here. So if you're in this area, I'd recommend staying awake. But if you're in Columbia, Jefferson City, Kansas City to St. Louis, just have a way to receive warnings if you do need to go to sleep. You like when they're breaking up? Yeah, so do most people. But yeah, this is about to move through. So this is going to be a loud storm. There may even be some isolated small hail back in here. So this would go through Edwardsville and Muncie here and towards Pomeroy, the western extent of the KC Metro here and into Kansas. Little bit of hail possible. Yeah, DFW might see some storms about 4 to 5 a.m. start forming up down there. So we'll be watching to see if development occurs down there. Toronto, Ontario, please be paying attention tomorrow afternoon. I can't change the Railfan cameras, unfortunately. So when the storms do pop up in Dallas-Fort Worth, I've got the Fort Worth camera down there below Zach's feed. I can't change it, though. That has to be Frank, and I think Frank's asleep. This is what happens when we do overnight coverage. I'm working with what I can. Same with upstate New York as Toronto. Same timing, afternoon. Please be weather aware. When does it increase? Is a nap till 3? Yeah, if you can nap for a few hours, I would recommend waking up at 4 to 5 a.m. maybe. So you can nap for a little bit more for that if you are planning to wake up in the early morning in central Illinois. I think it's really eastern Illinois that's where the Storm Prediction Center has the higher tornado risks. There's so much lightning on those storms in western Arkansas. My goodness. Starting to hail there. Yep, that hail's coming through western Kansas City Metro. Nice to have real-time verification of that. Thank you for the report. All right, let's look at Iowa real quick. Strongest storms in Iowa are just this elevated hail. This elevated hailing cell here. This is going to move. This is basically moving towards Dubuque. You can see it going to the north and east. So Dubuque might get in on the worst bits of these loud storms, but these are not tornadic over here. Not tornadic over here in eastern Iowa, approaching Dubuque, going through any parts of Wisconsin right now, and into Illinois. Fascinating. Yeah, I think we did get half-inch hail in Cedar Rapids. So if anyone got woken up in Cedar Rapids, you guys are fine now. You guys are fine now. Indiana, from northwest to southeast, about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Central for South Bend, and to 2 p.m. for the southeastern part of the state towards Louisville. 2 to 3 p.m. down there. It's Indianapolis, right in the middle of that, about noon. If you're in Michigan, I would recommend going to sleep right now. Southwestern Michigan starts to get in on it at about 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern. So be awake in the morning hours. Is Waco okay to sleep? You guys are probably just gonna get some. You're probably just gonna get some lightning down there if something does develop that far south. We'll be watching it. It's gonna be very much a this finally popped up at 5 a.m. That's what Waco's gonna be. Stay awake in Springfield, please do. Over the next few hours, please do. I'll be here for you. What time will it hit Russellville? We're watching that. I'm gonna get back to Arkansas in just a second, okay? I don't think I really have. We covered most of the current storms that are doing anything. Hail coming through Green Bay, Oshkosh. That's all that's going to be up there, though, is just some small hail. Same here. Same thing over here, though, along the St. Croix River, Minnesota-Wisconsin border. So that would be interesting if we got hail as far north as Duluth in Minnesota. That might happen. It's to your south a bit. It would be impressive, though. All right, let's go back to Arkansas. So this storm, very, very weak rotation, but we are starting to see a sort of a supercellular shape here. So this is about 20 minutes out from Russellville. It's not doing nothing right now except lightning. 20 to 30 minutes out. But this lightning, I bet, is going to be pretty loud. So all of these storms down here are mature. None of the other ones look super concerning right now. I think these are going to be our troublemakers over the next couple hours. Yeah, definitely going to get louder there. Yep. Mattoon? I don't think Mattoon is West Central. It's East Central Illinois. Isn't it? I would say that you guys are going to get in on the storms at about 6 to 7 a.m. or so in Central Time. Sheboygan should be fine, yeah. You guys are pretty far north up there. I think you're removed from the risk into Wisconsin. Why 3 a.m.? It's when the time for storms can actually, be mature. USBC day 1's out. Gotta wait for it to come up on the site, and then I'll show you all. Takes a few minutes for it to update on the site so that I can show y'all on the back end. Ryan's doom and gloom. Yeah, I'm aiming to help you guys. I'm just telling you what's going on. Mostly no frills, so as long as you know what's happening, I'm hoping that helps quell any storm anxiety, which is why I want to have more conversations with y'all. Rather than just saying location, 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 location. If we're having a good conversation, we can, when something is pertinent, we can focus on it, so I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. But if we're just having good conversation, you're distracted from that, you're just having a better time, you're feeling all right. Especially for all these people who are concerned down here in the western half of Arkansas into southern Missouri. Thunder finally approaching Conway. Yeah, pretty far away, but yeah, that thunder can come out of the storm from 10 miles away. It's all about location, location, location. Happy to help. Mount Vernon, you guys will get in on the storms in the mid-morning. Mid-morning Wednesday, so I'll be on when that happens. Like 6 hours from now, 7 hours from now. What's the forecast for there? The forecast, or the nowcast for southwestern Missouri, is that we have these troublemakers down here that could pose a strong tornado threat. I'd not be surprised with, given the maturity of these storms down here, that we would get look at this. Look at that. I would not be surprised with a tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center soon. This storm is already rotating. And I'm sure Zach is very well aware of that from this latest radar scan. So we've done it, guys. We have made it to the point tonight where we are now seeing rotation. Unfortunately, it looks like this is not busting at the moment. So let's maintain calm. Watch where this goes. Russellville about 30 minutes out. a lot can happen 30 minutes from now. So let's watch this happen. Would not be surprised at a tornado watch, because now we're starting to see mature rotating supercells in western Arkansas. Now, the thought is with the development we have right now is that basically this corridor would be at most concern, but as these mature, they will start to turn to the right just a little bit. So they'll start, they would take a track like this and then maybe turn a little bit more to the right. So anyone along and just to the east of this track to the northeast should be paying attention. So that'd be Heber Springs. I believe it's Heber. Clinton, Arkansas. We're watching this one for y'all. Here's the thunder in Kansas City. Tell us how I got into meteorology. That one's simple. I watched the Weather Channel when I was 4. My dad put it on, and I never stopped watching it. Direct hit on Conway? No, you guys are pretty far to the east of the one we're looking at right now. We'll see. But I think we're starting to see a pretty focused corridor for these particular cells. Yeah, this one's catching up. We could see... It's a good point. We could see a couple of supercells here maybe start to interact with each other. That could tamper the tornado threat, which would be good. What are the wind speeds in Kansas City storms? Probably not too much. Given it's not severe thunderstorm warned, I'd say maybe 45-mile-an-hour gusts at most. More mature showers. If we watch this back, look how fast this cluster right here develops right over where Zach is. So now this was 24 minutes ago. Now there are a pocket of some heavy showers here approaching Clinton. So if those continue to develop and come together, then we could see another supercell up there. Is Fayetteville in the clear now? I don't know. I don't know. We really have to see if any development occurs further west here. So I'm hoping that everywhere out on the northwest corner of Arkansas is fine. That's Springdale, that's Fayetteville, it's Bentonville, it's Fort Smith. Hopefully everyone's fine. You are going to get in on some storms, though. Let me show you that. Let me show you that. This is a great way to look at it. You're on radar Omega. Let's get that day 1 risk, please. Oh, this is the day 1 now. Shoot, now I don't have access to it because radar Omega updated. But here you go. So here you can see, let's play it back. This is a look at the national radar panel. So back in here in Fayetteville and Fort Smith, you can see our development is ongoing now, stretching further south. These storms eventually will be more of a full line once we're over here, and they will move into northwest Arkansas. So all of these will be over here at some point. They will probably be stronger by the time they're over here, but they will pose a damaging wind and hail threat more than anything. That's what I think for these areas. So you may get woken up here if these supercells we're watching right now continue to travel in this direction and avoid northwest Arkansas. That would be the hope. So if you do decide to go to sleep, you may be woken up in 4 hours or so from now when those storms get there. Thank you guys for the support. Doing this hard shift work, it's not easy, but right now I'm doing perfectly fine. We got a long way to go. The red boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. The purple ones here on my screen are tornado warnings, if we do get any. But this one right here, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Right in here. That's what you'll see on Ryan's stream and mine. Those will be the colors. There is no tornado warning in Iowa. How do you detect rotation on this? It's too coarse of data to do it right on this. You have to go down to the single site radar. Like this. So we could go to the Little Rock storm here, single site radar. Now we have much better. So this is what it looks like on the other application. You can do this in radar Omega too. See all of the lightning data as well. And then you can come over to velocity. Just like this. Yeah, I'm from Ventura. Nap time? Yep, I certainly hope so, but have a way to receive warnings, of course. Always have a way to receive warnings. These are looking concerning. It's kind of weird. It does feel weird. We've also got this guy over here. This is also a mature cell in eastern Arkansas. I'm going to take a look at the environment ahead of that thing so I can tell you if there's concern, which there might be. You got to be aware over there. The cap is much stronger over there, so I'm surprised that this is even here. Much stronger cap over there. That's actually kind of weird. All right, what do we got in place? Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, we have an uncapped environment, so the cap has broken properly where these supercells are. That's why you see them taking off. Here is the. I'll show you guys this really quickly. Okay, this is the reason why I am. There's a reason why I'm saying that. So let me show you. This is the verification, the science of that. So here's the Storm Prediction Center mesoanalysis. The cap is everywhere shaded in blue. So you can see right in here, there's an area of white where there's no cap. No cap. So that's why these supercells are blowing up right in here, because it is gone away just as it was forecasted to do, and now we have an environment capable of producing and sustaining supercells. Over here, this guy's an anomaly for sure. So that's a look at our current conditions in the atmosphere. This is what I'm looking at on this side whenever I'm looking over here. I'm checking out the observed environment to take a look at what's going on. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at this more closely. This is rapidly developing every scan, so I'm going to take a close. I'm going to focus here for a little bit, okay? Focus here for a little bit, as these storms are developing. Iowa City, you guys are fine. If you do get anything, it's going to be thunder, a little bit of wind, and hail, if there is any hail. Is Jonesboro safe tonight? Well, given our storm over here in East Arkansas, it's tough to say. Tough to say. This guy is a little bit of an anomaly. Hopefully he just goes away. Right now, our primary concern is where these supercells are in an environment free to sustain themselves and continue to pose a tornadic threat. I mean, you can see them, right? Like, look at the supercells right now. You see how they're just already classic. They have a classic look to them. This is already just a classic supercell. And because of that, we really see the potential for these are going to be tornadic. How they end up breaking, what happens is that we get a pocket of cold air at that specific layer in the atmosphere, so about a mile or two up, and it's moving in from a different area, so it's called cold air advection. When that happens at that layer in particular, the cap cools, and thus it no longer exists. No, I went to Nordhoff. But that's cool that you taught at Camarillo. I did not go to Ventura. Look like they'll miss Mountain Home. We can't be sure for now. I would say no. I'd say no. You need to be watching out for Mountain Home. And these circles keep popping up on me. These are not warned yet, but we're keeping a close eye on them. Very close eye on this. Yeah, this is headed towards Russellville. Right now, they're not doing much of anything except lightning, though. All right, let's look at Kansas City really quickly, since y'all keep asking. The power of y'all. Did y'all get any hail over here in Kansas City? Now that the storms move through, take a look at it. Definitely went right through downtown there, so the southeastern burbs kind of missed out on it, but they may get some heavy rain. Did you get any hail in Kansas City? I heard one report of it. This is just a mess down here. But it might be a little bit concerning. We'll keep a close eye on this cell down here. This is in Bates County, moving up into southern Cass County in Missouri. So this is well removed from Kansas City. But it will pass up towards Warrensburg, eventually cross I-70 near Concordia. I don't think this will become tornadic down here. It's a little bit difficult for wind to get all the way in, but we'll be paying attention to it. Yeah, hail, yes. A couple of places got hail in the Kansas City metro. I think it's moving towards where the airport is up here. Forgot exactly where it is. It's near Farrellview, but I don't have that on this map. So I think it just moved through the airport area. This is not a tornadic storm up here. To the north of Kansas City. Not tornadic. All right, let's look at Iowa City real quick, and then we'll go back to Arkansas. A severe thunderstorm warning for Iowa City, actually. This is just for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. It's the stronger storm of the night down here. Track its direction. Looks like it'll go right through downtown. Just to the north and east like this direction. A little bit of a fun time expected for y'all. Most of this line is falling apart, though. Very interesting. We have a frontal structure. Our cold front is up here, and then it kind of deviates back like this. Very interesting cold front. Yeah, you definitely glad that that storm woke you up in Arkansas. If you're waking up in Arkansas to lightning, it's good. Let's join us here. There's a possibility those storms could be significant down there in Arkansas, up through Springfield, Missouri, and to the east. Feel your eyes drooping. Let's go. Let's go. Make it through that second wind. I'll let you know the moment that it's fine to go to sleep down there in the other moderate risk area. Nothing is organized here in western Arkansas yet. But this is definitely turned into a proper supercell now. It's like a few minutes away from just being one. Look at the organized showers here. Right over Van Buren here, Van Buren County in Clinton, Arkansas. This area of organized showers is now basically a supercell. So here it was 25 minutes ago. And now we are on the doorstep of another supercell up here that could begin rotating shortly. This one would pass close to Mountain View and Mountain Home in north central Arkansas. Thank you for the support, son. You took work off tomorrow to chase of Dargor. What an interesting name. I think the dynamics of time frame from Wednesday for tornadoes definitely in the mitten of Michigan. I don't know. I haven't taken a close look at it. Honestly, I've been knee deep into preparing for streaming here, so I've just been trying to keep up with it as best as possible. Robinson, Illinois, you guys are going to get in on some strong cold front storms and also a heightened chance for tornadoes at about 8 to 9 a.m., 7 to 9 a.m., just about in there in Central Time. Yeah, it's not severe thunderstorm warned yet because it's just popped up. All right, let's take a look at our considerable warning. That's for that one cell. Or not. It's down there. Development's really quick. Really quick. We see those storms just blowing up. These are the same ones. I think we're going to see this trend. I don't have a radar site open for down there, I think. Let's open the Tulsa radar now. We're going to see the same trend of storms blowing up down here into southeastern Kansas and now into northeastern Oklahoma. So you see these storms. This is rated for this one is rated for 70-mile-an-hour winds, I believe. Yes, 70-mile-an-hour winds and also half-dollar size hail moving into Independence, Kansas. Look how fast these ones back here to the east of I-35 in northern Oklahoma popped up too. We saw that on the radar, and then they approached Tulsa at 3 a.m. or so. Maybe a little bit faster than that, just around 3 a.m., and they'll be strong by the time they go through there. And I think, given that we're seeing this development down here into Oklahoma, that risk for for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro at about 4 a.m. I think that probably has a good chance at playing out. So I bet storms will start to develop down there at about 4 to 5 a.m. as well. So given we're seeing this development being pretty robust, even through Kansas, southeastern Kansas, and now into northeastern Oklahoma, I think that there's a good chance it gets all the way down there as well. Aurora and anywhere in Chicago, you guys are going to want to pay attention from about 5:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. Central Time. So if you go to bed now, you're going to get like a 4-hour nap in. I'd recommend waking up at about that time. All right, back to Arkansas real quick. We need to be paying close attention to this data. Weak rotation in here. These cells are starting to interact, though. This is good. It should tamper the tornado threat briefly down here. This storm up here is beginning to rotate as well, approaching Clinton, Arkansas. So, again, I wouldn't be surprised. Has the Storm Prediction Center issued a mesoscale discussion? Yes, they did, actually, 20 minutes ago. Storm development over west central and north central Arkansas is being monitored. A tornado watch is possible. 60% issuance. Given what the storms look like now compared to 20 minutes ago, I'd say that watch issuance is probably looking pretty good. It does look like it's going to be pretty far to the east of Springfield, Missouri. So to the best of my conscience right now, given this guidance, I would say that anyone from Springfield, Missouri, through northwest corner of Arkansas, through Fort Smith, that's watching and aware for tornadoes, the threat for tornadoes tonight, I think that your risk is going to be low. I think that it's focused over here to the east. So if you're in Bentonville along Interstate 540 here, Fort Smith to Springfield, I think you're okay to go to bed. That would include Joplin too as well. But you guys might be, even if you go to sleep over here, you might get woken up anywhere from 3 a.m. up here to 6 a.m. down here. You might get woken up in the early morning as that cold front passes through. That's going to come through probably with some hail and wind. So even if you go to bed, you might get woken up, have a way to receive warnings. But I think that based on the Storm Prediction Center guidance and my own look at this, that this area is hopefully remaining away from the tornado threat tonight. Burlington, Iowa, you should be okay. You should be okay. You might get woken up, but you should be all right. Storms aren't past you yet, so if something does persist over there, might wake you up. Have a way to receive warnings just in case. Is Hot Springs safe? I think that, yeah, maybe. I think Hot Springs might be okay. It looks like focused development has occurred just with these storms in particular. Let me take a look at... I hate that this is a radar hole. Let me take a look at the Shreveport radar just in case. Again, you guys might also be woken up in Hot Springs by any sort of morning storms. Yeah, I'm not really seeing more development back in here. So the hope is that Hot Springs, Arkansas is also okay to go to bed, yeah. Make sure you guys are make sure you guys have a way to receive warnings though. Right. Western Kentucky, you guys are going to get in on it tomorrow afternoon, probably early afternoon. You should expect Ryan to stream during that time. You should expect Ryan to be streaming early that time. This storm up here is rotating. Looking about 4,000 feet up into it. You can see our rotation right about in this area in Van Buren County in Arkansas. Moving away from Little Rock. It seems to be moving away from Little Rock. Little Rock is included from this Storm Prediction Center guidance, but given that was 20 minutes ago, as long as nothing develops to your south-southwest down here, you'll be okay. So right now we're watching this develop in real time, these supercells that are in the moderate risk area that's persisting through the end of today's outlook, which is over the next 5 hours. So really expecting these to do something. If they do, in the next 3 hours through this corridor mostly. If you're in Wright County, Missouri, you're a little bit on the edge here in terms of where I'm concerned. You're a little bit on the edge. No, Jackson, Mississippi is okay for now. Y'all are fine. Lee Summit, you guys again. If you're above to the north of Kansas City, this is an elevated storm up here. It just has some hail in it. This is a hailing storm. If you're anywhere around Kansas City, I found Lee Summit. This is heavy rain moving through, possibly small hail. No tornadic threat with this. So as long as you can go to sleep to the hail, you're good to go. Happy to help Night Out. Thank you guys for the support. Oof. Jefferson County. Let's see. Always have to find the county. Find the county. Dang it. I don't know where that is. Is that closer to Kansas City? Looking at as many counties as I can at the same time. Oh, man. There's just so many of them. Conway, Arkansas. Again, storms are looking just to your west right now. Just to your west. We don't have any warnings right now. I think we're at the point where the moment that I can start calling out warnings is when, we're focusing on your area, all right? That's when I will stop responding to chat, asking for their specific area. And we are possibly a few scans away from a warning on this cell in particular, exhibiting some rotation here west of Clinton. Possibly a couple scans away. So we're going to start paying close attention to these storms. Memphis, you guys are fine until like 12 to 1 p.m. on Wednesday. So about 12 hours from now. Maybe a little bit sooner. Warrensburg? Yeah, I'm watching that cell that is approaching Interstate 70 East. Quad Cities, I think you guys are okay. You guys should be alright to go to bed. Like this storm, any of these cells over here could be strong as they approach from your west towards this Quad Cities. But they are just going to pose a wind and hail threat at the moment. So Iowa City's getting in on that now, Coralville. Fort Wayne, about 11 a.m. to noon your time tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Yes, that will happen, Jerry. Your barometer will do that. Alright, so yep, this severe thunderstorm warning just for wind and hail moving through Iowa City right now. Bunch of hail possibly moving through north or like eastern Wisconsin here, possibly Green Bay. If you guys are getting in on any hail, let me know. Storm's finally making it to Dubuque. Doesn't look like anything significant at this moment for Dubuque in Iowa. Springfield, I'm in Missouri. I'm hoping it goes to your east. We're very concerned about the supercells developing down there, but I'm hoping it goes to your east. Same with Joplin. I think Joplin's okay. You guys are just probably going to get woken up in a couple hours when the strongest storms in southeastern Kansas move through. All right, let's look at that strong storm in western Missouri here. Can't really see much of anything ongoing with it. It's not severe warned. Honestly, that's kind of impressive, but this is probably just a bunch of smaller hail that's falling in here. So again, this storm is close to being concerning because it's sort of along the boundary here. I don't think it will do anything significant as it approaches Warrensburg and Concordia here, but it is going to be a strong storm. It'll keep you guys awake for sure over here when it moves through. So definitely one to just be indoors for. 79 mile an hour wind gust. That was almost an hour ago. Wow. 79 mile an hour. Oh, I see. So that was with the gust front from this storm. Okay, okay, okay. So I think that one of the most powerful parts of the storm is probably this area right here. This sort of rear inflow jet, this gust front right here, moving through Clinton, Missouri, has the history of producing pretty high damaging wind gusts. So 79 miles per hour, it's nothing to sneeze at. So this storm is probably going to be pretty windy as it moves through, even though it's not severe warned. Wouldn't be surprised at a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm through Johnson County, northern Henry County in Missouri. All right, so that's a look at that one. Let's look at the Tulsa radar really quickly. You can see our strong supercell moving through areas probably just to the south of Independence, Kansas. Actually, it's probably going to go right through it. So definitely some hail falling in here. Definitely strong winds. Independence, Kansas. This is headed probably this one will track to the north of Joplin, but it'll look different by the time it gets over there. It's also behind this line. You see this line right here? There's some light returns showing up right in here. This is our gust front once again. No tornado potential with this storm because any winds are being blocked right here. They can't reach the cell back in here, or they're very likely not reaching it. So very, very low tornado potential over here at the moment towards Joplin. I think that's going to continue being the case anywhere along this line in Oklahoma, down even into Dallas-Fort Worth as it moves through. These are mostly going to be wind storms. All right, now let's go to our area of concern. Tightening rotation right here on the storm approaching Russellville. This definitely, you can even see what looks like the split updraft here in this supercell, even though it's kind of embedded now, semi-discrete. Supercells right in here near Centerville, Arkansas, approaching Dardanelle and Russellville and Pottsville. Zach is in place to intercept that. You can see all the lightning in his cam below me. Storm Chaser Zach Hall. Rotation also getting stronger up here, north of Clinton, Arkansas. This is approaching areas west of Mountain View, probably east of Mountain Home. So right along this line here, this arrow. This guy over here in eastern Arkansas is still kind of going. What is the shape of this thing, though? This thing looks funky. This is a funny shaped cell. Bless you. Little Rock looks to be fine, yes. It looks like all the development has gone around Little Rock. I hope that Little Rock is okay. These, we could see more development down here, though. We could see more development down here. These are where those showers popped up an hour ago, so that we could see even more showery activity back in here that does the same thing as it moves north and east. Again, this environment down here
a new
is
tornado
uncapped.
warning has been issued.
So now we're going to start seeing those tornado warnings come through. We're back, guys. We're back into the Tor warns. There we go. North of Clinton. Watching it like a hawk. That does include Mountain View, because when the supercell matures, it can start moving more to the right than it previously was. So we can see that movement go off to this direction. And that's why we have that polygon there. Okay. Our moderate risk is doing something down here. That's why, and I hope I was able to keep y'all staying awake down here. That was the goal. Rip the cat. Heber Springs seems to be to the east of you. Or, I'm sorry, to the west of you, rather. But these storms down here, we'll see how they evolve over the next few hours. First tornado warning. Am I an actual meteorologist? Yes. Yes. It's the warn hour for South Bend, Indiana, about 7 to 8 a.m. All right. So the first torn warning down here is not for the cell Zach is on, but if this ramps up whatsoever down here near Russellville, this is the cell approaching Russellville. If this rotation wraps up whatsoever, then we're going to see another tornado warning issued for this promptly. So, in advance, y'all watch out. Heads up for a possible warning if this supercell continues on the path it is for Pope County and Western Conway County. Western Conway County. So that would be up towards Jerusalem, Cleveland, Hattieville, and probably to the west of Blackwell here in Arkansas. So that's Pottsville. I think this is going through east of Russellville. There's our severe thunderstorm warning for it. This is going to be a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning as we see the rotation. So to be upgraded should it continue to be concerning. We've also got this cell on the back end of it. This could start to wrap up as well in due time. Tornado watch also issued right with the warning. All right, let's take a look at that watch, actually. Thank you for telling me. Well, when it comes up, because it was probably just issued. I pan out quite often. It's just that when I pan out, it looks like this. It's not very... We are looking at Arkansas right now. North and west of Little Rock. Need to be zoomed in to see what's going on with the rotation. Are you talking about these things right here? These symbols? I don't know if they're on Radar Omega. This is interesting, this storm down here. It's still got some tiny cell mergers to go. So this cell right here is coming up through it and is going to be absorbed into the storm. As that happens, it could accentuate tornadogenesis or the formation of a tornado.
A new
or it could
tornado
also
watch
disrupt
has been issued.
There we go. We got it coming through. We got it coming through. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Little Rock was the eastern extent of this, but this may even go as far east as seeing these storms over here. So Storm Prediction Center might see the storms in eastern Arkansas and include a lot of them. But I'm going to bring up that Tor Watch just a moment. It's on the Storm Prediction Center website. This is definitely a dominant supercell. Zach's about to have a good look at that. You can see the lightning just going absolutely ham in Zach's feed. Thanks for the support. Southern Illinois, probably about 9 to 10 a.m. Central down there is when storms will move through. Who's in the car? This is Storm Chaser Zach Hall. We'll bring up his feed very shortly here because he's right in front of a maturing supercell. Tornado warning up here does include Stone County. Stone County here, and northern and eastern parts of Van Buren County in Arkansas. This is still concerning rotation. Again, every frame of data matters here, so gotta take a close look at it.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
So that tornado watch actually goes all the way up into Randolph County. So that tornado watch goes all the way up here, including Chester, Illinois. We're going to take a look at that in just a second. The moment I can bring it up. And we're close to it. It's just got to load on the site. So you're getting that on your phone? Hopefully you guys are getting that on your phones. That tornado watch. These little cell mergers are so important in this cell up here in north central Arkansas. They're so important. Every frame could tell us something completely different. Let's look at, I'm going to look at some data. Yeah, I definitely want to know what this environment looks like here. Dang. That is a bit of a volatile environment. Yeah, I don't like the looks of this one. There's a reason this moderate risk is in place down here, and these storms, if they take advantage of what I'm looking at, it's not going to be too great. So definitely be paying attention over here. So if you're in Stone County, please be in your tornado safe spots in Mountain View, Arkansas. The storm's headed toward you. Look at that. It's taking its right turn. It's going to head right towards the Mountain View area where the rotation is. Right in that direction. So please be in your safe spots anywhere here in Stone County, Arkansas. I do talk about Michigan. It's just that nothing is going to happen in Michigan until tomorrow. Later today. In about 8 hours from now. Through about 13 hours from now. You guys are just being silly. So silly. Alright, so watching these storms move through. This blob of storms up here is organizing. Unfortunately, this is in a complete radar hole. This is the place where we can see the absolute minimum. So if this area up here, this storm in particular, gets a tornado warning issued out here into southeastern Missouri, it's going to be a preventative one because we can't see the data in the lower part of the storm. So make sure you're ready for that. Strong storm will be moving through there. Part of the tornado watch. Can I have that now? Nope, I can't have that yet. I don't know why they take so long to update on the website. I feel like that should be the first thing to update. Alright, guys, I would not be surprised in a few minutes, the next few minutes, if we saw a tornado warning down here into Pope County, Arkansas. Consistent rotation. Just on the border of probably the threshold of issuing a tornado warning. So we're watching the storm down here. Definitely thinking that a tornado warning is coming soon. That's going to include Pottsville. So please, guys, consider being in your tornado safe spots. Interior-most room of your house, up towards Pottsville. The storm's about 12 minutes out from you. The rotation will be moving into your area. Tornado warning is possible on this storm in the near term. Yep, this is development back in here, once again, near Mount Ida. We might see these showers do the same thing as they travel up to the north and east here. So we're going to get another round down here. Still should stay to the east of Ozark in Arkansas here, and all of these areas in northwest Arkansas should be really traveling through north central Arkansas. It seems to be the focused area of development for anything that may become tornadic in the short term. All right, now can we get the watch? Yes, we can get the watch now. So this does go into southern Illinois. Let me bring that up. Ooh, yeah, there's our tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center website. So through southern Illinois, valid until 9 a.m. Central. We do see all of our supercells popping up as model, and they're going to travel to the north and east generally through this watch box. We're going to get several rounds of this. Another round possibly developing down here that will track in the same direction as well. So several opportunities for powerful storms to pass through your areas if you are in this tornado watch. So this was just issued. Goes through 9 a.m. this morning. I'll be live for the entire duration of this tornado watch. Zach ended stream. I see that. He might have just dropped. Oh, no, he didn't. I'm sorry. I just don't have his stream on that scene. We were just looking at the tornado watch for a second. I don't know why he's not there. I usually have a Railfan cam on that scene. That's why he wasn't there. Nope, we still got Zach. Don't worry about that. You got me for a second. Again, if you're up, just now joining and you're up here in Mountain View and areas around in Stone County, Arkansas, please be taking shelter. You are in a tornado warning. It is the middle of the night, guys. It's exactly what I was talking about in my weather video. The one I uploaded yesterday. There's a point in the video where I'm like, the perception of a tornado warning at 2 to 3 a.m. is half of that in the middle of the day. That means that half of the people, on average, are receiving the tornado warning down here in Mountain View. than they would be during the day because they're all asleep and they don't have a way to wake up to the warning or whatever. And that means that the response to it is much lower as well. So it's so important that we can make a difference with a stream like this, to getting people to their safe spots and thus having a response to a tornado warning. That is definitely the goal. One of the primary goals of a stream like this. This looks like it's falling apart, thankfully. Not intensifying right now as it approaches Pottsville. Still a dangerous storm. Zach is alone, I believe. Zach is alone. But he is a very experienced chaser. He knows what he's doing. I would trust Zach if I were chasing with him. Florence, you're not going to see anything in Alabama until later tomorrow, like 3 p.m. You have plenty of time to sleep in Florence. Abbott's in the Little Rock metro area, as far as I know. At least I remember looking at it. At least I thought it was. Isn't there a Cabot in the metro area down here? Pretty sure that's where Cabot. Oh, there it is over there to the northeast. It looks right now like all the storms are moving off to your west. Found it. I found it. Yeah, definitely make sure your friend knows in Mountain View. Don't be scared to give him a call. That is activism that we definitely need to have. Weather awareness. Indiana's in the path starting at 8 a.m.-ish in Central Time, moving through 2 to 3 p.m. on the southeastern side of the state. 8 to 2. That's Randolph County in Indiana. I don't know if there's one over here. Kentucky looks like tomorrow. I think Conway, it looks like storms are. You're in the area of concern. You're in the tornado watch. It looks like storms are in a corridor that's just off to your west. So be thinking about your neighbors and stay aware just in case, I would say. Because this guy right here has probably got quite a bit of lightning with him. So he's going to keep you awake no matter what as it goes through, close to the city. Yeah, thankfully this rotation's not doing too much right now near Pottsville in Arkansas. I need another radar up here. This is a radar hole I would fill. That would be great. That would be great. Whoever asked that earlier. All right, let's see here. Izard County or Izard County? Oh, I see. So they've activated the warnings out ahead of this. That's good. Definitely be taking shelter out ahead of this storm if it does get another tornado warning issued for it. It's good that you've already been hearing the sirens here in Melbourne, Arkansas. Great report, thank you. So yeah, definitely be. They're great at being weather aware down here in northern Arkansas. Doing my best. Thank you for the support. This is the nighttime shift, the mid shift. Sorry, I'm not focusing on Australia right now. Let's see, Zach is just outside of the heavy rain in this. Rotation's falling apart as it approaches him, but we can keep his, we can look at his cam briefly here. I got him somewhere. There he is. Storm Chaser Zach Hall here. Just to the east of Pottsville in Atkins, Arizona, along Interstate 40 there in Pope County. So he's looking at the frequent lightning going on with this storm. Frequent lightning going on with this storm. Russellville looks okay for now, but you got another storm approaching that will go over the city. So get ready for that. Get ready for that. just west of the watch area in Missouri. I hope the watch areas are pretty broadly encompassing. So the Storm Prediction Center is like, okay, this is going to be the corridor where the storms are going to go. Maybe we look a little bit outside of that too, just in case of development. So outside of that should hopefully be removed from it, as their goal is to let you know that it's coming towards you. So if you're outside the watch, the hope is that you'll be fine. But definitely have a way to receive warnings. Warnings can happen outside of watches. I didn't say Arizona, so yeah, we're fine. It's a lot of lightning going on, yeah. Definitely sure to wake anyone up with that amount of lightning. This is falling apart, though, thankfully. Mountain home look at the moment. Cells are to your south and east and far southwest, so the moment, not much is happening for mountain home. Just be on the lookout. No, I do like lightning. Lightning's one of my favorite weather phenomena. I like positively charged lightning. It's intense. Yeah, that cold front's going to go through northeastern Texas too, even down the Interstate 35. I think it's going to be diffuse down there, but storms are still expected over the next couple hours to blow up, maybe in 2 hours or so from now. So that will include Dallas-Fort Worth if that is seen. If that's seen through. No, Zach is not on the tornado warning storm. Are you okay in Heber Springs for now? You're all right. But the storm could pass to your west. Looks like Van Buren County. I'm not seeing anything concerning since all of these storms have popped up. The tornado warning storm is falling apart a little bit here. Rotation's broad. It looks less impressive. The one near Pottsville doesn't. This one that Zach's going after, it doesn't really have strong rotation with it anymore. It did not. It did not follow the pattern where if that rotation kept increasing, there would be a tornado warning for it. So thankfully, no warning for this because it is not continued in intensity. Not continued in intensity. We'll see what happens though. We're going to get another round of this through a lot of these same areas. We have development back near Mount Ida. Back near Mount Ida, Arkansas again. That's going to travel up in the same direction to the north and east. More than likely develop just like these cells have. Possibly pose a severe risk once again. Southwest Missouri are going to be wind bags. There's a reason I'm not talking about them right now. Damaging wind is possible. They're just going to keep you awake. Gotta cover the active tornado threat at the moment. But those storms are going to approach Tulsa, Oklahoma in the next hour or so. So Joplin, Tulsa, that corridor should be over the next hour or so. It's gonna get loud there. I wish I could ask Zach, yeah, but we don't have Zello communications set up, unfortunately, so I can't talk directly to him because he's not in my contacts for whatever reason. Yeah, Mount Ida causing storms again. Farmington, no, you guys are in the tornado. I believe you're right on the edge of the tornado watch, so that'll go through 9 a.m. If you have to sleep through that point, which you probably do, because that's all night, I would just definitely have a way to receive warnings. But that is part of the area of concern that we are focusing on for this stream through the morning. Jacksonville and Arkansas safe. The hope is that yes. The hope is yes. Storms are going around Little Rock at the moment. This is southeast Missouri. Dardanelle, bunch of lightning there. Another storm headed your way. It's not doing much tornadic right now though. It's gonna be loud. Mount Vernon, probably storms for you at about 8 to 9 a.m. through the next couple hours. That's when you want to be weather aware. Clinton, looks like the storms are approaching you. Definitely want to be on the lookout in Van Buren County in Arkansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's our extension into Izard County, or Izard County here, including Melbourne. They've already had the sirens going there. I've heard people in their safe spots around Melbourne, so they're in Arkansas. There's your extension. Rotation somewhat broad, but still a possible tornado-producing storm, so please be taking shelter. Around Texarkana, it doesn't look like developments occurring down there. So our tornado watch it goes through much of central Arkansas as a result. So hopefully you guys are removed from the worst of it. But you are going to get the cold front storms at about 8 to 9 a.m. down there as well, I think. Sometime in the mid-morning. Hot Springs, I don't know if I would advise sleeping, but I did tell somebody else to have a way to receive warnings and go to bed in Hot Springs, Arkansas. It looks like development is staying to your west, but not maturing until it's far to your north. So there you go. These storms up here, again, they're too far away from radar, but they are rotating. So any preventative tornado warnings that are issued up here will be something that we can't really tell what's going on at the surface. So if those do come through for any part of southeastern Missouri through Carter County, Wayne County, Madison County, Iron County, Reynolds County, through Fredericton towards Farmington, Perryville, and Cape Girardeau, and Bollinger County. These right now are staying to the west of Poplar Bluff. So if they do come through, it's going to be a preventative warning because the storm is rotating aloft. But we can't tell very much from that, so that's the best I can do for those areas. Yeah, DFW might see development around 4 a.m. or so. Most of Oklahoma can try to go to bed. You're only in the risk for it's really just going to be winds and hail that move through. Like we have plenty of damaging winds moving through southeast Kansas that are approaching Joplin. And, over an inch of hail reports. Over an inch diameter hail reports are coming through from Independence, Kansas that we were talking about earlier. So those will approach Tulsa. So you might get woken up because it's going to be loud. Jonesboro looks all right for now. There is one storm over here that seems to be trying to do something, but it's honestly pretty minuscule. So right now I'm not too concerned about Jonesboro, Arkansas. South of Warrensburg. All right, let's go look at that storm. Thank you. Yeah, we're still getting. I mean, that's just. I've been concerned about this storm. It's really where the boundaries are coming together like this, so it can wrap up if it decides to. I wouldn't be super surprised. So this is still a powerful storm. We've been looking at this one going to the east of Warrensburg. It did get that severe thunderstorm warning that I was talking about. I was surprised it wasn't severe warned. So this definitely is worthy of a severe thunderstorm warning. Happy to see that come through. So definitely a storm to watch. I'd be on the lookout here in Pettis County, western Cooper County in Missouri, Saline or Saline County in Missouri. This is moving towards generally the Nelson to Boonville to Fayette area to the west of Columbia. So if it tracks east more, you can see it riding the boundary there for a while. See how it's riding along the boundary. So that means it could pose the most significant threat of any storm in this area. This is probably the most significant storm in this area for over the next few hours. The hope is that it goes to the north of Columbia in Missouri, so it'll pass north of Jefferson City a ways. But several storms have materialized down back in here. These are behind the front, so they will be in cold air. They'll be elevated, which means they'll just be hailstorms and some wind. Much less a tornado threat with anything back behind this. All right. You can see how that's doing in northeast Oklahoma. Looks the same. So the strong storms are approaching Tulsa within the next hour. I don't think there's anything left in Iowa that we really need to take too close a look at. Just a couple of severe warned storms impacting localized areas. But these are just for these are for hail and wind right now. I think the tornado threat is going to be in about 4 hours from now or so for the Chicago area. So with any development that occurs over here, about 4 hours from now. So DeKalb about an hour earlier for NIU. Anywhere in central Illinois and Rockford, about an hour earlier from now. Chicago is looking at strong storms in the early morning hours. Same is true for St. Louis, though I think the tornado threat is reduced down there. Early morning hours, right about sunrise, over the next few hours after that. It's when we should be paying attention down there. For the Chicago Metro, definitely extend that as far north as Milwaukee. I wouldn't go any further north than that, so Sheboygan should be okay. But the tornado threat is going to start to re-intensify, start to increase again tomorrow as we get into eastern Illinois here. So we have that tornado watch that extends back into, back down into here in southern Illinois, but also in northern Illinois. These storms will start to intensify in the northern half of the state, further to the east. So that would include Champaign-Urbana in the morning, into northwest Indiana in the morning. I'll still be here covering that. So right now, if you live in those areas and you're asking about them continuously, I would just try to get some shut-eye, get a good 6-hour sleep, and then they'll be probably on most of y'all's doorsteps by the time you're done with that. Let's go back to Arkansas now. Definitely a lot more concerning rotation. This storm doesn't look very powerful on radar, but it has kind of a pretty hefty rotation here. It is broad for the most part, but this is gonna head up into Sharp County and Fulton County in Arkansas. So anywhere along these lines, I'd be taking shelter. I would be taking shelter in those areas into those two counties. So Cherokee Village, Ash Flat. Consider being in your tornado safe spots at the moment. Getting ready to do so. It's good to be prepared ahead of time because this is a rotating storm. We may see that warning extended toward the Missouri border. Let's see here. I got Zach up there. There we go. If storms do pop up, in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, you guys down there will be paying attention to the Railfan cam below Zach's feed, which is currently frozen, of course. Let me see if I can get that back. That's in Fort Worth, so if any sort of lightning pops up down there, you'll see it. But we expect that to be another couple hours from now. Another couple hours from now. I think southeast Arkansas is fine. Yeah, you guys are fine down there. If you're in Perry County, development is occurring just to your west and maturing to your north, right around Perryville, Arkansas. Same is true for Conway. So we got another round of storms possible back in here that's been developing over the last 30 minutes. This is where our supercells have originated from and gone through. You can see their life cycle so far. It does look like the one in Conway County is falling apart. This is great. As well as the one just to the west of it. So we may have unfavorable conditions just right in this area. But given that this storm up here has been rotating pretty rapidly for a while, I'm kind of concerned as these storms move into the same area that prompted the first tornado warning tonight. I think they might try to do the same thing. Once again, we can see very far away that the storm is rotating in southeastern Missouri, but again, this is a radar hole, so we just don't have good data up here. We can't tell if there is a tornado warning anywhere in this area of southeastern Missouri ahead of this storm or ahead of any one of the next storms that moves into the same area. then it will be a preventative tornado warning. We know that the storm is rotating, so if it looks significant enough, then a preventative tornado warning would be, hey, there's a chance that this could be doing something at the surface. It's important we let these people know what's happening, especially because it's in the night, and we get them to take shelter. So I would say that any tornado warning into southeastern Missouri out along ahead of these storms is not impossible. Not impossible. Unfortunately, that is the best I can do. Besides tell you that conditions in those areas are favorable. Storms are going to go through Belvedere at some point. Yes, in Rockford. All right, let me take a look at current conditions just to make sure. I don't think we have a new. Oh, we have a new hourly update in like 5 minutes, so I'll look at that again soon. Got to be paying attention to mesoscale analysis just to make sure we know what's happening with these storms. Looks like Zach's feed's back. He's going east along I-40. I think he's going to go. If I had to guess, he's probably going to follow these storms to the north. He probably sees the same pattern I did, where this previous one, or not this previous one, this current one up in Stone County is warned as it passed to the north and east of Clinton. So if this storm down here goes north and east of Clinton, just about in Arkansas, then it might experience the same supportive environment. So we could see the rotation kick up as it heads through Van Buren County in Arkansas. Yeah, happy to help you. Happy to help you. Let's take another look at our strong storm in Missouri. Western Missouri here. It's a little bit interesting. Again, this storm is a concern as it approaches areas in between Concordia and Boonville along Interstate 70 here. Because it's riding on a couple boundaries, so we already see 1.5-inch hail reports with it here in Knobnoster, Knobnoster in Missouri, east of Warrensburg. This is the only concerning storm over here in terms of all severe hazards. The rest of these are all going to be damaging winds and hail. So that would include Joplin, damaging winds and hail. This cell up here is the one to be concerned about. Yeah. It looks a little. It's tough to tell with these types of storms on radar. It's a messy presentation. We can't tell too much about what's happening here. Can try going up in height. Yeah, it's just difficult to tell. I guess I wouldn't be surprised if there were a tornado warning issued for this cell. It's definitely able to receive inflow, just barely. The inflow into the storm has to push through a little bit of a wall here. Here's our wall of outflow, just right here over Dresden, Missouri. But if air does connect in here, we could see rotation. It can make it in. So, just in case, this is a strong storm regardless. Y'all watch out over here in Boonville, Missouri, Rocheport, and areas to the west of Columbia. I think this will head to the north. This storm will probably track just north of Columbia, but it might go through some of it. So in advance, y'all watch out over in this area. This is central Missouri that it's headed into. As we get further away from the radar, we're not going to be able to see it very well. Once again, Columbia, Missouri is also in a radar hole. So at that point, we may see more of the blanket tornado warning, the preventative warning, the one that's issued when we know the storm's rotating, but we don't have good data closer to the surface. So it's just a one to be like, hey, don't want to mess around with this one. So watching it closely, it might be just barely elevated, but it is right in that concerning zone. It's definitely a really interesting supercell to track, though. Just in case. Definitely a difficult case, I would say. All right. Let's go back down to Tulsa really quickly here. Storms are going to start. I think these storms over here, these cells or these little showery bits here, approaching Tulsa, are actually going to develop pretty nicely. I think we expect some pretty robust development through northeastern Oklahoma, and this will be for damaging winds and hail, like we're observing up here with this storm that's probably going to pass to the north of Joplin just a ways. No, I'm in Minneapolis. All right, now let's go back to Arkansas. So yeah, I think that we'll
A new
probably see that
tornado
tornado
warning
warning
has
come
been
through.
issued.
There's our preventative warning that I've been talking about. I'm glad that one came through, but yeah, this is like the best look at the storm that we have. This is the best look that we have. Maybe a little bit better from Memphis, but here's that preventative warning for Carter County in Missouri and northern parts of Ripley County. For this cell, we can see it rotating. See those greens and reds together? This is 2.5 miles up in the storm. We have no idea what's happening at the surface here. No idea. So, preventative tornado warning issued out ahead of the storm. That includes Elsinore, Hunter, and Grandin in Missouri. Northern Ripley County, north of Doniphan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then the National Weather Service is working together to issue that warning in eastern Oregon County. So that's two separate National Weather Service offices. Now we have the continuation right here in the purple box. So there's our tornado warnings here going into southeastern Missouri. So glad I talked about that. Hopefully the preventative warning thing makes sense. And please be taking shelter in these areas. Again, I'm pretty sure that this warning is going to be issued or extended into parts of Sharp and Fulton County in Arkansas as well. So that's Cherokee Village, Ash Flat, Evening Shade, and Salem in Arkansas. Probably going to be right on that border of that warning. So that also includes Camp. Yeah, maybe Paducah. Let's see. I doubt this is a better look, though. These are all going to be over 2 miles up in the storm. Now, this is even further away. This is 3 miles up in the storm. So, rotation. Please be taking shelter. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps make sense. All right. So, next up, after this warning is likely extended because we still have some powerful rotation right in here. This is powerful rotation on the winds on the right side of your screen. We're looking at the wind speeds there. This storm is approaching that same area that has previously supported a tornado warning. So different storm. We'll see if it takes advantage of the environment here just to the north and east of Clinton with any further development. The ones back in here are struggling a little bit, but we're seeing a sort of a consolidation once again of these showers together. When they all merge together, that's when we'll see a possible a supercell develop once again back in there. It looks like the storm that went through Russellville is really falling apart, so that's good. That one is falling apart as it approached that town there. Yeah, Ryan will be streaming tomorrow for anyone in Michigan, Southern Ontario, Ohio, Eastern Indiana. He'll be starting up in the morning, continuing coverage of this event. I'm doing all of the nighttime shift here. So thank you guys for hanging out with me here. And then we'll have Ryan back. Looks like I need a cup of coffee. No, I'm going strong. The tornado warning part of this is the most difficult. Sure, but this is what I was built to do, I guess. So yeah, I'd say that our initial rotation was actually back in here. That's kind of fallen off the storm. Now we're seeing rotation starting to develop out in front of the stronger part of the storm here. That's going to approach Clinton in Van Buren County. So watching this develop, you can literally see that just start developing there. These this area of pinks are just approaching the greens here. It's going to wrap up. All right, let's go back to our central Missouri storm here. So this again, this storm is so interesting to track. Very intriguing, difficult supercell to understand on radar. But what we're seeing here is right where these greens and reds are touching. This is a little bit of this is probably rotating, just sneaking in there. But it's possible we could also have some issues with the radar passing through hail, just in this part of the storm. So tough to tell. But again, y'all are definitely watching out here in Boonville, just around Columbia, Missouri. This is a strong storm, no matter if it is tornadic or not when it gets to you. All right, monitoring everything here. Let's see. Let's go to. I don't know if there's really anything else that's strong to look at. I think we're doing okay. Great university professor. Have to get a PhD for that, which I was actually on track to do. I was accepted into a PhD program, but I didn't. I mean, this happened at the same time, and I like that I'm able to make such a big impact in this way. We got some storms ongoing near Detroit. Let's see if we can take a
A
radar
new
over there.
tornado warning has been issued.
There's the extension into Sharp and Fulton counties, as I was talking about there in Arkansas. So hopefully y'all are taking shelter just near Cherokee Village. Includes Agnos, Glencoe here in Arkansas, and Ash Flats. Now in a tornado warning. Strong rotation continuing with this storm for quite some time. All right. That's exiting the Mountain View area, but there is another storm that probably will pass to the south of Mountain View on the back end here in Arkansas. So thank you, Ryan. Are we okay in Stone County? Almost okay. My name is definitely Ryan now. This is good. All right, so let's take a radar over to Detroit just in case, because there a lot of times when you're in a risk like this in the Great Lakes region, you get those morning hail time storms. We saw that come through Davenport, you know, earlier this morning, almost 24 hours ago. Super strong storm came through, so it's worth looking at. Just have to decide which radar I'm going to take. We're looking at eastern Iowa still here. Not really anything of note. So any storms that do come through near Davenport are, I don't know, they're not really going to be that impressive. All right, so let's go over to Detroit just to see what's going on over here. So yeah, I mean, really, you can see there's even a severe thunderstorm warning up here in the northwest corner of the mitten here. Near Traverse City. Yeah, a bunch of these morning time hailstorms are moving through here. We even got some here north of Detroit. That's how you know that the atmosphere is primed over here in eastern Michigan. It's getting ready to be a day to be weather aware for. And Ryan will be streaming most all of the primary risk time for Detroit, which will be at about 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern. So he'll be there while I take care of the morning here. You can see these develop. They pass through the I think this is the Tri-City region, right? You guys call that Midland, Saginaw Bay City. I think that's the Tri-City. Or that's got a name up there. I can't remember what it is though. So yeah, these hailstorms are developing over northern Detroit metro right now into Macomb or Macomb County. Here along Interstate 94. And what an interesting set of storms here. Yeah, definitely a lightning show with these two. You guys can see this clearly. Probably no other clouds in the sky over here. Let me take a look. No, no, it's okay. Yeah, you got like a clear slot just in time to watch these things from the metro. So I bet that looked pretty cool. That looked pretty cool. Nothing severe in Traverse City. That warning was just allowed to expire. Take a quick look up there, though. And then we'll go back to Arkansas. Tri-state. But it's in the same state. Oh, wow, yeah. So, yeah, stronger storms about to move into Traverse City. It's going to be really heavy rain up here, I think. It'll last a good while, too. The Tri-City, got it. Hey, look at me. I know something. We don't get to cover Michigan too often. It's tough to get that moisture right up through the mitten, because usually it's coming from the Great Lakes and it gets modified this direction. But right now, we've got that perfect southerly air streaming up into Michigan through the day. It's going to feel pretty humid out there. It'll definitely feel like a stormy day, especially if you go outside at 10 a.m. and you're like, wow, it feels pretty stormy out here, and the southerly winds are ripping. It's going to be unique out there. So, before the storms get to you, well, before they're out there, if you're in Lansing, just go outside in the middle of the morning. It's probably going to feel pretty different. You don't get to feel that often up here, I think, especially in April. All right, back down to Arkansas. Well, first let's go to central Missouri just to see if anything's updated with this. It looks a little bit disorganized right now. Just a little bit disorganized. I'm not sure if it is wrapping. I don't know if it has the potential to wrap up here, but it might. So I'm monitoring this storm closely. That's to the west of Columbia, Missouri. Now let's go back to Arkansas. So hopefully you guys are taking shelter in Ash Flat toward Cherokee Village. You're toward the Arkansas-Missouri border. Zoom out for you there. You guys are. There's your pink tornado warnings here. This one up here into southeastern Missouri is a preventative warning for Carter County and northern Ripley County. So we can't see too much about the storm. We just know it's rotating, so please be taking shelter up there in those counties in southeastern Missouri. You got another storm headed your way too. Some of those areas will see another storm, maybe just to the south. So Donovan up next in the line of fire, perhaps. And then we got this. Look at that pattern recognition, guys. It is just, it just is clear as day. Right when it gets to Clinton, Arkansas, we saw the previous one start rotating right here in Van Buren County. Here's our next supercell that's persisted for quite some time, but it too has began to rotate. It almost looks exactly the same here on the velocity. Looks nearly exactly the same. So this is probably going to do the same thing, where it continues to intensify in rotation, and then receives a tornado warning down the line. So probably due to pattern recognition here, I'd say y'all watch out. You've already got some severe thunderstorm warnings extending to the north and east here, but y'all watch out in Hanover, Mountain View, St. James, and Bethesda in Arkansas here. As this rotating thunderstorm approaches you. Our development back in here is struggling a little bit to consolidate, but it does still look like it's possible. It looks like Little Rock is maintaining being fine tonight. Looks like it's being fine. Looks like northeastern Arkansas towards Jonesboro is also mostly okay right now. I think most of the possible supercells will track west of you. Conway good to go to sleep? Probably. Probably. As long as we don't get any further development back in here, which is possible, that will be the one to track through the Conway area. So definitely have a way to receive warnings just in case we do get development down there. It's tough to see because we're in the nighttime, so I can't really see if we're getting the cumulus fields down there. I have the satellite up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's our Tor warn. Just for the cell we're talking about taking off. Y'all watch out here. That also includes parts of Cleburne County here. Heber Springs is going to be just off to your north and west. So the cell should pass the north and west of Heber Springs. Everyone in Iowa is pretty much okay to sleep. Yeah, you guys are okay in Iowa. There's just a couple of remaining little cells that could pack a punch, but they're not going to do much more than wind and hail. Iowa's good. Is Fort Smith okay to go to bed? You'll be woken up probably by storms in a few hours from now, but I think you're fine in the northwest corner of Arkansas and also the western border. The storms are going to come through with wind and hail. There's your new tornado warning. Hopefully that y'all watch out helped you out there. Yes, southern Missouri will also get in on another round of weather. Even if after these move through, we're going to get that cold front. You can see the warnings back in here in these red boxes. They're going to go this direction. They're going to approach and go through southern Missouri. Every single person is going to get some rain and storms from the cold front all through these areas at some point on Wednesday morning here as we go through. It is going to have rain and storms with it. The hope is that all they pose are just damaging wind threats. I know, MN, but I'm working on it as best I can. Gotta include them. Yep, the Memphis radar is the closest one. It's still over 2.5 miles up in the storm, though. For that Missouri warning. Yep, that was what we were looking at. Rotation's really developing here. Let's see if this is going through a merger. Yeah, it definitely is. Okay. So this cell right down here is probably going to merge into the updraft. When that happens, we could see, well, it's really just going to be a minute-by-minute case here that we'll have to watch. Still quite a bit of rotation up here. I'm impressed with this storm. It's not really been falling apart too much, but it looks kind of like garbage from the radar site from so far away. Kind of like garbage. But Salem, it's going to go to your east, but please it's a good idea to be in shelter. Storm's going to pass through the warning polygon this direction, but any sort of possible tornado that could be at the surface, it can deviate anywhere in this polygon. So definitely be taking shelter. It's a good idea to practice it too. Storm's approaching Tulsa or fizzling. We'll take a look at that in a second. We have a couple hours, I think, for anyone along that line. This is definitely concerning rotation here, but this is that southeastern Missouri tornado warning. Carter County, northern Ripley County. It's moved out of Ripley County for the most part now. So Hunter and Elsinore need to be in shelter. Good idea to do that out ahead of this thing in Mill Spring, Williamsville, and Greenville in Missouri, in Wayne County. It should go to the north of Poplar Bluff. But if a new tornado warning comes out for this, extending the risk down, or extending the warning down, rather, downstream, those would be the areas included. If they do include parts of Butler County here, then Poplar Bluff, you might get the tornado warning on your phone, but the storm is definitely going to be far to your north and west. You might get it on your phone, I'm not sure. Evansville, Indiana, probably about noontime. Noon to 1 p.m.-ish. And yes, there is possible bad weather down there. So at that point, Ryan will be live covering the risks. Same thing for the storms as they go through Kentucky. You guys are going to pay attention to Ryan, all right? You're in Kentucky and Indiana, you got time to sleep now. Not too long to sleep in South Bend, though, in the northwest part of Indiana. In the eastern, Ohio, Michigan, you got time to sleep now. You got time. Northeast Oklahoma's safe? Well, the storms are getting to you now, so if you've been waiting for them to get to you, it's kind of silly you'd go to bed right before they get to you. But we'll take a quick look at that, since that was next on the list. All of these storms are developing back behind this gust front here in northeastern Oklahoma. Sorry about all the road names. There we go. There's a cleaner look. So if these blow up right as they approach Tulsa, then they'll pose a damaging wind threat here. Columbia, yep, let's look at the storm approaching y'all there. It might go just to your north. We've been watching this one closely. Not sure if it's not sure on its tornado potential. I think it has a possible tornado potential. It seems to be riding a boundary. So we do have some observed rotation in it, and also some pretty powerful winds on this part of it. So I've had a you guys are coming toward a strong storm is coming toward you for a while now. Might go to your north here in central Missouri. But there's another one back behind it. This one will not be tornadic. This one will probably approach Columbia pretty much directly on, but it's not going to be tornadic. This one over here in front is the only one I think that has a tornado potential at the moment. Storms popping in northern Illinois. Probably those elevated hailers. It's the same thing as yesterday. That's interesting, though. Let's take a look. Whoa, look at this thing. That is wicked. This is in south central Wisconsin. That is look at that thing. Dang. This is just some rain, I think. I think this is just some rain. Very interesting presentation, though. Sometimes the radar is just fascinating when you look at it. Zach's in the middle of the road. It's probably his feed that's frozen. I've been refreshing him every now and then. He'll come back here. Yeah, there we go. We got some more hailers popping here in north central Illinois. So someone here is from Belvedere. These are not the main storms. Like if you get more storms, they'll be passing through from this front that's back in here, moving through the area from west to east. But you're already getting in some more hail action here. It's like a seahorse. Yeah. Milwaukee getting on more storms? Dang. More hailstorms just moving through. None of these are severe warned, though, so it's just going to be a lot of pea-sized hail. So I bet that these ones down here are also going to move in the same direction over towards Kenosha, Racine, and Milwaukee. Show you where the cap's broken? Yes. So on this map right here, if I take Zach down for just a second, give you guys this. This map right here is the mesoscale analysis from the Storm Prediction Center. These areas in white are where the cap has broken here in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, and southwestern Arkansas. So anywhere shaded in blue is still a capped region. Storms can be forced up through this cap along the cold front because that's very powerful forcing, very powerful rising air. But out in here is where our supercell threat is, and that's why we have those storms popping up just in that area. We're looking at the instability there. Russellville, Arkansas, safe. It looks like all the storms in your area have fizzled out, but there may be a couple more attempts at redevelopment. So Milwaukee getting in on some more small hail coming through parts of the metro here. And then more back behind it is likely to approach same direction. Okay. So same thing's ongoing with Detroit right now, too. Lots of these morning time hailstorms. They're all elevated. Just telling you that, hey, the atmosphere's pretty unstable over here. So when we get that sun coming through as we get into the morning, then we're really starting to see a severe threat ramp up. All right, back into Arkansas. This is not the right radar. Back into Arkansas here. Zach is back. Zach is back. We have his feedback. He is approaching this tornado warning from the south.
Has been issued.
So Butler County, let's see where that is. Carter County. Okay, so that's for this one right here. So we have an extension of this tornado warning again. This is a preventative warning. This is the closest radar we have to that. So hopefully that y'all watch out ahead of time into Wayne County. Oh, and it did include parts of Butler County. So if Poplar Bluff, is anyone in Poplar Bluff in the chat? Can you check if you got your if you got a tornado warning on your phone? Now that that's gone through for Butler County. The storm is going to pass well to the northwest of Poplar Bluff, but this little area of Butler County was included in the warning.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at that. So, PDS warning issued up here. I think that's radar indicated. Yes. Okay. So this is a radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This includes Cherokee Village, Ash Flat, Williford, and to the east of Salem and Camp here. So right in this dark pink box, this is a PDS radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation. And the reason for that is because we have very tight and rapid rotation right in here. These dark browns, in case you need a reminder, 119-mile-an-hour winds on this side of the storm, about 1.5 miles above the surface. So rapid rotation means that this could produce a significant tornado if it were to drop one at the surface. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that too, but it makes sense with rotation like this, so that's why we look at it. So we won't be able to tell if a tornado is on the ground here as it approaches Myron and Franklin in Arkansas here, north central Arkansas. It's going to take some time if a tornado is on the ground to loft debris that far up for us to be able to see it ongoing. So please be taking shelter no matter what. This is an upgraded tornado warning, still radar indicated, meaning that this just be taking shelter, please. So yeah, Cherokee Village again, Ash Flat. You're about 4 minutes out from the storm approaching you, maybe about 2 minutes out. And Cherokee Village, you're about 5 minutes out from the storm, the rotating part, to get to your area. So please be taking shelter. Take us with you, or take me with you, rather. It's just me tonight. Take me with you. Take your shoes, interior-most room of your house here, or basement if you've got it. So this storm is going to continue off again through northern Randolph County in Arkansas here. So this will go north of Pocahontas. And it'll include Ravenden Springs, Dalton, Poynor in Missouri, and Doniphan in Ripley County.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so we have that. So that was this warning back in here. So this is to include Izard County as well, Franklin and Myron in the northeast corner. So that's what this warning was upgraded. Also radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation. Please be taking shelter, and be thinking of taking shelter out ahead in Doniphan, Fair Dealing, Missouri, out ahead of this storm. Very dangerous storm moving through these areas. Tell anyone you know in these areas. Again, it's 2:30 in the morning out here. 2:30 in the morning means that we're really going to have difficulties making sure people know this. Making sure people know this is going on. So let them know out ahead of time. Yeah, definitely take your shoes, take a helmet or a pillow, something to cover your head with, just in case. It's always good to have that by your side. No, these are radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation warnings. This is when we see powerful enough winds on the radar, 120-mile-an-hour winds in this dark brown here, to indicate to us that there could be a significant tornado if one were to be ongoing at the surface. This is far up in the storm, and we don't have confirmation. So the potential is high, and that's why it's a dangerous situation. For Doniphan, the storm's probably about 45 minutes out. Again, be taking shelter in Wayne County as well. I didn't see if anyone was in Poplar Bluff in Missouri, so feel free to repost that if you are. I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if you got the warning on your phone down here, or if they're sounding any sirens down there in the city. The storm is heading well to the north of Poplar Bluff, but we'll go through Greenville, Missouri, in Wayne County here, southeast part of the state. Down the line, a couple counties away, that's Cape Girardeau, Jackson, Missouri here, Fruitland and Oak Ridge, Marble Hill and Zalma and Grassy and Bollinger County. Bollinger. You know what I'm talking about. So these are tornado warnings up here issued that are they're issued when we can't see the storm is too far away from any radar sites. So we have to issue preventative warnings because they have the potential to be doing damage. All right, let's keep a close eye here. Just in case. No debris signature showing up yet. Totally possible we could see debris, though. If it reaches this height in the atmosphere, which is about 9,000 feet, if a tornado is ongoing, then it will likely be a significant tornado. So that's why we need y'all to be taking shelter over here. Cherokee Village, again, please be in shelter. Ash Flat, be in shelter right now. You're in Piedmont, Missouri. All right, so that's a look at all of our tornado warnings down here. I expect this supercell to the south to travel through much of the same areas, go a little bit south of where our current warnings are. So that includes Batesville, Cave City. This cell back in here that's currently tornado warned already likely will be able to do the same thing as these strong rotating storms up here are doing right now. So those are the areas I'm focusing on. I will focus on these areas that need to be in shelter more than anything, and down the line from them. That's the part of the now casting operation. Waiting to see new scans here. Could we look at Memphis too? I think it's a little further away. I'll check both radars just in case. So rotation is overhead Elsinore right now in Missouri, approaching Williamsville and Greenville and Wayne County. If you're in Poplar Bluff, the storm is far to your north and west, but does include parts of Butler County in the tornado warning. Very strong rotation here, approaching Ash Flat and Cherokee Village, of course. Let people know, okay? Call people here and tell them to take their shoes, some information with them. You know, take a device that you can play the stream on to keep you up to date with what's going on through here. We're watching it closely. All right, really quickly, we're diverting to central Missouri here. The storm has lost its severe thunderstorm warning. It is a little bit disorganized looking, but you could see that basically all of Missouri now has got a pretty straight line of storms here going through. So this is going to impact all of the regions. It looks like it's about an hour early. So Columbia gave you 3 to 5 a.m. time slot. Looks like it's going to get there just about after 3 a.m. Same with Jefferson City, 3:30, 4 a.m. So St. Louis probably closer to 6 or 7 a.m. Going to get in on these wind storms over here, wind and hail. Joplin, you're about 30, 45 minutes out from severe thunderstorms approaching your area. And really quickly, looking at northeastern Oklahoma, these storms really have not developed at all, actually. So very intriguing. We'll have to keep a close eye on Dallas-Fort Worth. That'll be a couple hours from now when those storms might pop up. So quick update for all of y'all over there. Let's go back to Arkansas. Dude, I went away from the radar for 10 seconds. What about Arkansas? All right, back in Arkansas. This is what about. We have this tornado warning. This is northwestern Cleburne County or Cleburne County, southern Stone County. Again, you guys are in another warning here, so this would go all the way north to Mountain View, Arkansas. So this is a different warning. If you're in these same areas, I think it can be confusing to get multiple tornado warnings, but it's a different storm moving through. It doesn't look extremely concerning right now, but please be taking shelter in these areas out ahead. St. James, Bethesda, Batesville in Arkansas, Cushman and Mount Pleasant, and Cave City. Storm back here is also starting to mature a little bit more, and we have more development again. Another shower popping up back here near Hot Springs. Of course, that's not going to do anything to Hot Springs. It's going to take a while before it develops, but we do see the result of our cap breaking. The lid on the atmosphere is being removed or weakened, and these storms are taking advantage of that. Oh man, we need a radar site over here. Dang it, dude. We need a radar site over here. Jurido? Jurido? Thank you. Cape Jurido. Appreciate that. Okay. Wow, look at how fast this one blew up. What's going on there? Look how fast that is. So this is like the most unstable part of the atmosphere over here. This one's already exhibiting a hail core. That's so fast. Okay, so these are a particularly dangerous situation. Radar indicated, meaning we don't know if there's a tornado ongoing with these storms up here in Sharp and eastern Fulton counties in Arkansas. This is approaching the Missouri border. So down the line, we have Doniphan, Missouri, Dalton, Arkansas, Gatewood, Pointer, and Briar, Missouri here into Ripley County. It's going to go through northern Randolph County as well in Arkansas. This is a dangerous storm. Rapid rotation aloft, too far away from the radar to tell if anything is ongoing at the surface, though, in terms of a tornado at this moment. So please be taking shelter. Gerardo. Okay, so the enunciation is different. Got it. Gerardo. Thank you guys. That one's a tough one. Emphasis. No. The tornado warnings, none of the tornado warnings in Arkansas are confirmed. Cleburne. Thank you. None of these are confirmed. They are all radar indicated warnings, but some of them are particularly dangerous for a rapidly rotating storm. Please be taking shelter no matter what. Thank you guys, yes. Okay, this one, let's look at this from Memphis radar. Out here in southeastern Missouri is lost quite a bit of its rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if this tornado warning was not extended further as it approaches Cape Girardeau. So, would not be surprised. And we're looking very far up in the storm here. I don't think we're going to see anything. We're not going to see anything in terms of a tornado potential here, or in terms of something that would tell us there's an ongoing tornado. This is so far up in the storm that these are preventative tornado warnings. So please be in your shelters in Greenville, Missouri, Williamsville, Missouri, into Wayne County here. Let's look at Paducah radar just real quick to see if there's anything concerning out in front here. Then we'll go back. These are mostly disorganized out in front, so I'm not too concerned about them. Approaching Perryville, not too concerned about them up there. Okay. All right, so once again, this storm is starting to wrap up. This is our southwestern one. This is going into Basically, it's a skirt in the northwest corner of Cleburne County here. So this one's gaining intensity as it moves into the same environment that's supporting these strong tornado warning storms. So expect this tornado warning to continue and include again St. James, Arkansas, Bethesda, Batesville, in Independence County, Eastern Stone County, and Southern Izard County. Southern Izard County. Evansville will get weather at about noontime. Okay. In Ash Flat, stay in your closet. As long as you don't hear a tornado overhead, it should be okay. But this is a rapidly rotating storm. That's why you're in the warning. You're doing good. You're doing good. I'll let you know when it's past your area. But right now, just stay in the closet in there. Bentonville, you guys are okay over there. Yep. Northwest corner of Arkansas is staying fine. Wow, lots to track here. Man, look how fast this is just blowing up to the northwest of Walnut Ridge. Dang, man. This storm blew up in Randolph County very quickly here. So severe weather is likely to impact Imboden, Pocahontas, and also Maynard in Randolph County in Arkansas. No, there is no confirmed tornado on the ground with these storms, but please treat it equally to that. This is radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation. No confirmed tornado here from the National Weather Service. Lizard, thank you. Izard County. I've been switching it back up and forth. If it's being reported on the ground from the news station, it's the same deal. Just be taking it as the same seriousness. Right now, the National Weather Service has not upgraded it from what I can see, and I have the latest data. Springfield is looking okay now, but you're going to get woken up by strong storms in a few hours along the cold front. Those will be wind damage. Where's Zach going? Zach is just behind this supercell back here. So he is chasing right here. Here's Zach. He's chasing this one that's approaching western Independence County, northwestern. Yeah, definitely watching this one. These cells are popping up very quickly over there in Randolph County. Columbia, Missouri. Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm watching the cell that's approaching you quickly for the next 30 minutes, but it's lost its severe thunderstorm warning. Last I checked, it's a bit disorganized, but it'll be a strong storm. Yeah, Central Illinois will get more storms on the early morning hours. Jonesboro's okay for now. Storms are off to your north and west. Anyone in Illinois is going to get storms through the morning. All right, rotation is passing to the east-northeast of Ash Flat now. Headed up toward Highland, east of Cherokee Village, but we're very far away from the radar, so it's hard to tell exactly where things are going. This definitely is a concerning signature right in here. Let's double check. Okay, we can't see any debris signature yet, but we are very far up, so hopefully there is no tornado ongoing. Is Mountain Home going to be bad? Looks like it's pretty far to the east of you right now. Just keep your eyes open for the next hour. Why does it look so much worse? I think it's very much further away from the Little Rock radar. All right, once again, this rotation back here approaching Hanover, Arkansas is increasing. There's likely going to be a new tornado warning issued that will include parts of Stone County again, up to Mount Pleasant, west of Batesville, more than likely. It looks like this storm's tracking a little bit more to the northeast. So now Mount Pleasant and anywhere in this circle from Melbourne and Batesville is the next in line for this probably the following tornado warning. Russellville should be okay. Northwest corner of that Arkansas, guys. I've said about 6 times now. You guys should be all right. Oh, my goodness. All right, let's go to central Missouri. These storms are not tornadic at all. They're out ahead. There's a gust front out ahead of them that's preventing any air from reaching in at the surface. So these are all elevated. No tornado threat over here. At the moment, no tornado threat over here. They are just behind the cold front, but they could be catching up with it. But yeah, right now they are elevated storms. So no tornado threat with these at the moment. All right, good. As these move through central Missouri, the ones we're focused on are in the tornado watch in the southeastern part of Missouri, north central Arkansas. I need more radars, dude. Why is there not a radar up here? Yes, so northwest Arkansas is looking good. All right. Springville sleep. You guys are going to be woken up by storms in a few hours. They're going to be strong when they pass through, but again, hopefully not tornadic. Just damaging wind and hail. Columbia, the storms are approaching you, so it's going to get a little nasty over the next hour. Not clear yet. They haven't got to you yet. Fredericktown, right now it looks like the storms are going to mostly pass to your south. But definitely be thinking about your neighbors at the moment. West Plains, isn't that near, I've seen this place before. I thought it was along Highway 60. Alright, a lot of people are asking about it, so I'll look it up real quick. West Plains, Missouri. Mississippi State University. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's along Highway 160. I goofed. Oh, it's literally right in front of my face. How about that? So Mountain View and West Plains here in Howell County. Looks like the storms are mostly tracking off to your east for now, yes. But please be weather aware over here. You know, we've got some showers popping up. If they do develop, they would track in this general direction towards West Plain. We're not sure about that right now, though. Tornado warning storm make it to Randolph County? Yes, northern Randolph County is probably going to be in a tornado warning shortly. This is still a very rapidly rotating storm just to the east of Cherokee Village. Ash Flat is out of the way from it now. Out of the way from it now in Ash Flat. It's now east of Highland and Cherokee Village. It will go through the Dalton area in Randolph County. And again, down the line, it might actually, merge with this hailstorm that's popped up in Randolph County proper. These cells rapidly developed, and they're probably going to interact with the supercell that's producing our upgraded tornado warning. Still no confirmation if there was a tornado ongoing with this. I'll look one more time, but I don't think we haven't. No, we're not seeing anything yet. Yeah, the Paducah radar is best for this southeastern Missouri storm, so let's go over there. Man, this is really annoying that we don't have a radar over here. Poplar Bluff, man, there's a lot of stuff in Poplar Bluff. Didn't mean to rhyme. There's a lot of stuff over there. Like, this is a decent city. Why can we not have a radar site right in here? It would be so helpful to these people.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's your extension into Izard County from this cell down here. So that's going to include the areas around Mount Pleasant, Arkansas, St. James, Melbourne, here through the rest of Stone County into Izard County. So we've been watching that. There's your extension that I've been talking about. This storm approaching Greenville, Missouri is kind of petered out in rotation from what we can tell. But please be taking shelter in this tornado warning still. It's not over for Wayne County. Wayne County, Missouri. You're gonna hear it in Greenville. And Silva here. Pocahontas, you guys are getting in on the hailstorm that's to the east of the tornado warning at the moment, but it will be extended into your county shortly, I think. It's likely to be extended because it's still a rapidly rotating storm. Here's a look at that right now. So here's the hailstorm, windy hailstorm here just around Pocahontas in Randolph County. Here's our tornado warned storm. It's going to go off this direction just around Dalton, Arkansas. Oh, man. All right, Zach, Storm Chaser Zach Hall still chasing this storm. It's definitely, there's its new tornado warning. I think he's just about to turn off onto State Road 9 here. Actually, he may be going backwards to get this supercell. That's popping up right behind it. It looks like he's going backwards now. So he's gonna try to look at this one here. Also about to go over Clinton, Arkansas once again. That one's a rapidly developing one, so he's probably gonna look at that one. So that's the video feed right below me that you're looking at. Okay. All right, so maintaining our warnings right now. And these storms are passing generally through the same areas. So even though Ash Flat just went through that particularly dangerous warning radar indicated, there's possibility that the next tornado warned storm is going to move through the same areas. There's our new PDS actually issued out in front of it. That's going to come through.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Whoa, big lightning in Zach's feed. Jeez. So now Dalton, Ravenden Springs, been talking about y'all there, northern Randolph County in Arkansas. There's your new warning. Radar indicated particularly dangerous situation. We don't know if there's a tornado ongoing at the surface right now, but the wind speeds here, this dark brown pixel here, 127 miles an hour on one side and 11 on the other. This one's now 145 mile an hour on one side. So this is rotating at a rapid pace, but about 2 miles up into the storm. So we know there's a strong rotating part of the storm. If a tornado dropped at the surface and was connected with this part of the storm, it would do significant damage. And that's why there is a particularly dangerous situation warning for these areas. And now that's into northern Randolph County. So that's what you see coming through on your phones there. If it's in if you're getting them in Pocahontas, the tornado warned storm is off to your north and west. Yeah, no CC drop, but really hope that doesn't start showing up. We might be able to see it if it does, but this is in the worst radar hole over here it's one of the worst ones. Like, there is no coverage here under 2 miles from this above the surface. Now, I do want to keep talking about this, since this storm is particularly dangerous situation warned storm, and we've seen previously strong rotation observed up here in about around the Carter County area. It's very possible that tornado warnings are going to be possible all the way to Poplar Bluff. So if you know somebody in Poplar Bluff, there is a strong tornado warned storm that is probably going to head basically in that exact direction. They're in a tornado watch right now. It's about 45 minutes out from Poplar Bluff. It's a great idea to call people there and let them know, hey, there's something going on. Even if this storm over here merges with it and destroys any tornado potential it has, it doesn't matter. It's a great idea to tell people, Donovan, Naylor, Poplar Bluff here into these counties, this is what the tornado warnings would look like if they were extended in the same direction. So let people know in Poplar Bluff out ahead of time in this populated area in Butler County that a strong tornado warning storm is headed in their general direction. It's a good idea now to just have a plan in place. Wake up, make sure you're paying attention. Yeah, Memphis now is a little bit closer to this, just a little bit closer. So one last look at these storms. Lots of lightning activity on Zach's feed. So the storm back here in Clinton is, of course, maturing at the moment and may do the same thing and give us another tornado warning storm again. So from the Memphis radar, we can still see this rotation pretty clearly over here. This is now passed away from Cherokee Village and Ash Flat. But keep an eye out down there. You may have another tornado warning storm eventually headed in your same direction. Really hoping that this doesn't do anything, man. No debris signature yet, but it takes quite the significant tornado to get debris this far up. So I'm watching it as closely as possible. All right, so our tornado warning storm up here in Wayne County. Eventually, this is going to pass. Well, we can look at the loop here to see which direction it's going. Seems to be moving mostly this direction at the moment. So this is going to go towards Marble Hill to Oak Ridge and Jackson. Next, into the northern bits of Cape Girardeau. Girardeau. Dang it, dude! I already forgot. The intense coverage gets to me, man. Teach him Southern. I lived in the Bible Belt for 5 years. Just need a break on these pronunciations. Let people know in Poplar Bluff. They're just now waking up. Strong storm, tornado warning storm, going to head in those general directions toward their general area. Girardeau. Thank you. All right. That I'm not going to forget it this time. Girardeau. Poplar Bluff. Girardeau. Got it. Girardeau. So yeah, this is a tornado warning storm that's going to pass generally just to the north of Cape Girardeau into the Cape Girardeau County area. Cape. No, I got it. It's good that I learned these things, guys. It's important. Every stream, there's a new one to learn. Man, that's so concerning. I really don't like the look of this. I'm keeping a very close eye on this. I really would. If there is anything you guys could do for me tonight, it would be to call somebody you know in Poplar Bluff right now. Poplar Bluff. And tell them that there's a dangerous tornado warning storm, 45 minutes to an hour out from them. Same with Doniphan. If you know anyone here in Ripley County and Butler County, this is a dangerous, unusually strong storm. So please let them know ahead of time, all right? And then when you call them, you can tell them to get in their tornado safe spots. Interiormost room of their house. Just move their shoes, have a pillow or a mattress there. Out ahead of time. And yeah, just make sure everyone's accounted for, because this is not one you want to mess around with. Alright, so if there's one thing y'all can do for me tonight, it's doing that, because 3 a.m. is the time that people get the least response to tornado warnings. The least response. This is when most people are asleep, they're not going to get them. So you really need to do me a favor here and let them know. Let people know that know people in Poplar Bluff. Like, it's that good, all right? It's that simple. So we don't want to mess around with this. Hopefully it just dissipates. Hopefully its rotation just falls apart, but it keeps looking concerning from time to time. And I don't want to give up on them right now. Yeah, Southern Illinois is in the tornado watch. These same storms are probably going to persist into the Southern Illinois area over the next few hours. maybe several rounds possible. St. Louis, you guys are going to get the damaging wind storms. They're going to approach your area in about 3 hours from now or so. Power flashes in this storm. Yeah. So this is the storm again that's going to go towards through Cape Girardeau County here, through Bollinger County. It's the Marble Hill Zalma area in Missouri.
A new PDS tornado warning
So
has
there's
been
the
issued.
extension of the PDS tornado warning into the southeastern corner of Oregon County in Missouri. So that's Myrtle towards Gatewood again. They're gonna issue more warnings for this. This is 2 separate National Weather Service forecast offices. Okay, so we're gonna get a warning here for this corner of the county, and then we'll get another warning into Ripley and Butler whenever this is extended. That's where that's the reason we see that warning coming through. All right, I need to look at. I need a Little Rock radar open. Give me a second. Let's see here. There's more hailstorms moving in through the Kenosha to Racine area, southern Milwaukee metro. These are just going to be hailstorms.
A new tornado warning.
They're just going
has
to be
been
hailstorms.
issued.
Nothing to worry about over here. Same with Davenport. Just wind and hail possible over here, guys. So nothing to worry about here. All the severe warnings over here were allowed to expire, but you can see our line coming in. This right here, this line of storms right here, this is going to be what goes through Burlington over the next 30, 45 minutes, through Hannibal, into central Illinois, and eventually make it over here to Chicago, okay? This is the line of storms we're watching. This is what's going to go up towards Chicago, even northern Illinois. And then as it goes back to the west here, this is going to be the part that approaches St. Louis. Goes through all of central Missouri. Severe thunderstorm warnings are going to happen throughout the next few hours. All through those areas. All right, so I need a radar. I want to keep this one. Do I have to open another one here? Okay, I'm just gonna open. I'm gonna have 8 radars open. Fine, that's what I have to do. I'm do it. All right, so let's go down to Little Rock again. I need another Little Rock radar. Need to view these storms from the south. Just in case we get more development back in here, if these consolidate into supercells, they will affect the West Plains, Missouri area down the line here. Go through Mountain Home. Right now they're just showers, but we're watching them develop just in case they intensify. So this is still a dangerous area. This is still our moderate risk over here into southern Missouri. So I have to keep eyes on it as best I can. All right. So again, Ripley County now has that tornado warning for them. This is from the National Weather Service in Paducah. So now we have both National Weather Services working together, both offices working together to issue these warnings out ahead. The rotation does look a lot weaker from the Memphis radar than about 5 minutes ago or so. So this is good news. But again, we're so far up in the storm, we can't really tell what's going on at the surface. So hopefully everybody is taking shelter now in Doniphan in Ripley County along Highway 160. This is going to head right into the direction of Poplar Bluff. All right. The storm down here in Stone and Izard counties in Arkansas looks like it's kind of falling apart. This is probably the weakest storm that's warned at the moment. I would not be surprised if this warning is allowed to expire in the next few minutes or so. If this warning is canceled, rather. So please be taking shelter until then, but right now this cell doesn't look like it's posing much of a threat as it goes into Izard County again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's our extension into Bollinger County. This is to the west of Cape Girardeau now. One county over. Central Indiana, that's in the noontime hour tomorrow. So we're about 9 hours out from that. 9 hours out. Okay, good. Looks like these are the cells we're really focusing on for now. Still have strange bits of development down in here. I want to pay attention to these two. Just in case. Those are concerning. Because they're going to move into the same environment. So let me see if I have a better radar look at this real quick. Ongoing showers. Possibly down here. So yeah, if these sustain themselves and move up here into this environment, again, we could see another round of warnings possible. Just a bunch of random development down there. But these storms down here could be, or these showers rather, they're not even storms yet. They could be concerning. So have to keep an eye on it so I know ahead of time what's going on. Yeah, Quincy's fine. You're going to get in on those cold front storms probably in the next 30 to 60 minutes or so. It's going to be wind. From Poplar Bluff, good. Everyone making phone calls, good to hear. That's exactly what we need. The storm really looks concerning right now. It's 2 counties away from you, just about, in Poplar Bluff. So right now, if you're in Poplar Bluff, just joining in, I'd recommend having your shoes in place in this area. Recommend having your shoes in place, having a pillow, a couple pillows, or a mattress to protect your head with, just in case it gets to the worst bit. And then just make sure everyone's accounted for, and bring some devices with you so that you can keep up with the storm as it gets closer. That's what I'd recommend, because this storm, if it continues to exhibit rotation as it has been doing, it will pass basically straight into the direction of Poplar Bluff. So that's why I want Poplar Bluff. Thank you. That's why I want everybody to be aware ahead of time. You're not in a tornado warning yet here in Butler County, but I want you to be weather aware before these storms reach you. So let's look at Bollinger County here. This includes Marble Hill. This rotation's definitely wrapping back up here north of Greenville in Missouri. So the cell, again, is going to pass towards Jackson and Fruitland at the moment into Cape Girardeau County. Poplar Bluff. Southern Illinois, these storms are eventually going to pass across the border, across the Mississippi here, into southern Illinois. Y'all are in a tornado watch down in this part of the state at the moment. So conditions are favorable for these supercells to continue producing a threat for tornadoes into southern Illinois. That's about this leading storm is probably about an hour or so from reaching the border here. And then we'll see what it does when it passes through, but be paying attention. Thank you for the support, y'all. I'm doing the midnight shift here. By the way, if you don't know, I'm going to be on until like 10 a.m. So we got 7 hours to go. That's 10 a.m. Central. Springfield, Missouri, in a couple hours from now. Cold front storms will make it to you. Wind and hail. Oh, man. I hope I'm helping as many people as possible. We're still going strong into the night hours here. Keeping steady. Yeah, I just see conditions continually favorable for these supercells here to persist into southeastern Missouri. I think the cap is also just going to break in southern Illinois as well, maybe just a little bit. So that's why this watch is perfectly issued by the Storm Prediction Center, by the way. Perfectly issued. So again, watching rotation coming up here. Grassy, Marble Hill, and Bollinger County in Missouri. Good idea to be in your tornado safe spots now. Interior most room of your house, basement if you got it. This is y'all watch out ahead of this towards Jackson, Fruitland, and Oak Ridge and Millersville here in Cape Girardeau County. Oh, there we go. Now we've got the Oklahoma storms in here. Let's take a look. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Yep, there they go. Right as they get to Tulsa. They triple R nailed it here. Right as they get to Tulsa, they're starting to blow up here. So this is now a considerable warning, which is probably for 70-mile-an-hour winds or possibly golf ball size hail. So this is going to approach. This will be the storm in part to approach Joplin in the northeast corner here, into Ottawa County here in Oklahoma. So these storms are starting to blow up. This gives me confidence with these storms blowing up here that the same will be true down further south into Dallas-Fort Worth in about an hour or so from now. We're going to see that line of storms keep traveling south, blowing up as it goes to the south through eastern Oklahoma. So Oklahoma City's all fine. It's now you're in that cold air. So, but down all the way down here, these storms are going to keep blowing up over the next hour, I think. It's going to be a pretty continuous line of storms all the way down. And it'll be a wind and hail threat with those. All right. So there's Joplin's heads up there. Let's look at central Missouri real quick. So let's zoom in here. So central Missouri has a couple of strong storms. This one did go to the north of Columbia. So Paris, Missouri, up next for a severe thunderstorm here, wind and hail. This one definitely is, I don't know. I think this one definitely is not rotating in a tornadic manner. So I think that this is all wind and hail. This will be what goes close to Hannibal, Missouri, near Quincy, Illinois. And the rest of these storms down here, continuing to the southwest, are going to, be along these lines in hour increments. So Jefferson City gets in on this in 45 minutes to an hour. And then St. Louis in, 3 or so hours from now, just a little bit longer. So they're in place. Springfield, Missouri, 2 hours from now, they're in place. They're going to track through the state. They have no reason not to. So wind and hail is going to wake people up. Lightning's going to wake people up as this travels through the state into the early morning hours. Eventually to dawn. We're going to see them continue once we get to daybreak. All right, so let's go back to our tornado warnings. This one here is the one approaching Ripley County, Missouri, about to cross the Arkansas-Missouri border. Eventually, this will be the one that gets to Poplar Bluff. It still looks pretty concerning. So it is on track, passing just northwest of Dalton, Arkansas right now. Thank you, Brandy, for your help into the night. Appreciate it, Brandy. I'm sorry if you're sending things. I haven't done that yet. No, we don't have Nightbot yet, but that's okay. I see it now. Frankie's not with Zach, in case you're still curious about that. So no, we can't do that setup, unfortunately. Zach is on his own at the moment. Speaking of Zach, he's his stream's still coming through nice there. Let's see. Does he have anything ongoing? These cells have kind of gone kaput, so this is what he was watching. He's watching just the last little breaths of these rain showers down here. They've not continued. This tornado warning was allowed to expire. That would include Izard County, and also the second storm that would have been possible for much of Sharp County that just went through a PDS warning. It looks like this is not tornadic anymore, but still some damaging winds and hail possible with this cell as it enters Sharp County. Should go to the south of Ash Flat and Cherokee Village, where y'all were just taking shelter. Just would recommend being, away from windows for a little while. But y'all are doing fine over there. Y'all are doing fine. So, looks like these are all petering out back to the south and west. But we do have we do have a the cell is trying to do something here in southwest Arkansas. So I'll be watching this one closely. We need to tell people we've got a means to do it. So watching this one closely. It's just a little blip though. He's just a little dude. He's not doing much yet. Illinois, Indiana area. You guys are gonna get in on some storms at about 8 to 9 a.m. A little further south, and it'll be a little later than that. So the time to be weather aware is into the mid-morning hours. If you're anywhere in Chicago and east through Michigan and so forth, Ryan will also be back on when he wakes up. I will be on for another 7 hours minimum here. We're 5 hours into the stream almost. And then if I am falling asleep, then I will pass the baton back to Ryan. If not, then I will continue also alongside Ryan covering the main risk that's setting up tomorrow, okay? So that's everybody who's about to ask for Michigan and so forth. Again, your time to be weather aware starts in about 6 hours through the day. It's good to be paying attention. It's good to be thinking of your neighbors and so forth. Yeah, yep, we're already seeing that massive line coming through, and then development will continue further south, eventually into Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, let's cover our active tornado warnings from the closest radar site I can. This warning extends into Ripley County at the moment. Let's take a look at which direction it's going. Does look like it might be starting to track. It's basically going the same direction here. So if it takes this track, it's going to go just like this, the rotating part of the storm. Just about in these areas through Donovan and through Poplar Bluff as it gets to Butler County. So you guys will be likely up next for a tornado warning unless this thing completely, craps itself. So watching closely. Watching closely. Yeah, definitely a lot of lightning in these cells. We've seen a lot of lightning activity over here. No shortage of instability. Yeah, happy to help. So Poplar Bluff again. Advanced y'all, watch out if you're just now joining in. We've been talking about the storm for how long, guys? An hour and a half, 2 hours. Watched it as it was just a little tiny shower, and now it's a big old supercell. Poplar Bluff. If you're in Imboden or Imboden here, it's just a severe thunderstorm approaching you. Looks like most of the rotating storms have moved out of your area, but keeping a close watch out. You'll probably get some heavy rain again. Start some music. No. I'm good. Poplar. And Donovan in shelter, good. You're doing good. It doesn't look as strong as it was. But you are doing perfectly right now over there. In this radar hole, this is the best I can do to help you out. This is ridiculous that we don't have data to help these people over here, especially like Poplar Bluff. It's not a Poplar Bluff. Isn't that like 50,000 people in that? Like, it blows my mind just a little bit. It does look weaker. Where we're looking. Yes, everywhere in Oklahoma is going to be fine from naders. All those storms moving through are going to be elevated just behind the cold front, and you're going to get you're going to get that quarter-size hail that Robbie's telling you about there in southeast Kansas. You're going to get some damaging winds. That's about it, though. The tornadic threat is minimal with those cold front storms. West Tennessee is okay. Okay. Marble Hill area, the tornado warned storm is approaching you. Definitely looks pretty concerning. A little bit of let's look at the Paducah radar. So still some rotation here. Y'all should be taking shelter. This first area of heavy rain that you guys are going to hear, maybe some hail in here. That's not the tornado warned part of the storm. This is off back to the west, but it's going to travel right through the same areas. So if you get in on some heavy rain here in Marble Hill, once that's done, it's not done. Once this lets up, this is not done. 15,000? Okay, I overestimated a little bit, but it's still very important, right? Once this rain lets up, it's not done. The tornado warned part of the storm is back behind this. It'll be a second bout of heavy rain moving through Marble Hill and Bollinger County. Down the line again, that's going to pass through northern Cape Girardeau County towards Oak Ridge, Jackson, and Fruitland along Interstate 55 here. So through Millersville in Missouri. Hot Springs is getting lightning. Yeah, that little cell down there is doing something. It's just a tiny little blip. Sykeston, you're down in the boot heel, right? I feel like I know that. Ah, there you are. Yeah, you're down near the Mississippi. I think that down the line from Poplar Bluff. Thank you guys. I'm thinking about it now. I think down the line along Highway 60 here, it might go to your north, but it's not going to be too far away from you. So definitely a good idea to stay weather aware looking at this over in this area. Thanks for tuning in from over there. Russellville, you guys should be okay. You should be okay. Storm is still rotating. Yeah, I expect. So hopefully you're taking shelter in Marble Hill. Please be doing so. Stay in there. Little Rock is looking okay right now, but we're gonna monitor just in case. There's always more to look at down there. Then eventually, Little Rock will get in on some windy storms, and that will be around 8 to 9 a.m. It causes the storms to strengthen at night. These are a special exception. We had a lid on the atmosphere all day until it dissolved just enough due to some colder air moving in a mile above the surface. Dissolved it just enough to where these storms could start and take off. So this is a little bit of an exception. This is a case where we have to, monitor a certain part of the atmosphere that would prevent storms.
A new
once that goes
tornado
away.
warning has been issued.
Madison County? Oh, I see. Okay. So this is this St. Louis's? Yeah, so this is St. Louis's region. So St. Louis issued a tiny triangle tornado warning. Just to complete this polygon here, because this is concerning rotation right here, approaching Marble Hill and Grassy. So, yeah, this is concerning rotation right here. Do you see this right here on the left side of your screen, circle in blue? Right in the center there is a weak echo hole. What that means, we sometimes call it a donut hole, a bounded weak echo region. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a significant tornado ongoing with this. So please be in shelter in Grassy, Glen Allen, and Marble Hill, Bollinger County, however you pronounce it. This might be a significant tornado about to occur here. This tells us that there's a strong bit of rising air right in the middle of this area of heavy rain. So this is rain wrapped, more than likely. Strong tornado might be ongoing. Please be taking shelter. Dang it. So that was that tornado warning. It's just this tiny extension here. Marble Hill. Can't stress it enough. It's a good idea to be taking shelter. We don't see any debris from it yet, but this is a concerning signature. Don't like the look of that one. And yeah, down the line, this is Millersville, Jackson, Fruitland, Oak Ridge, and Missouri. Cape Girardeau County. Farmington is pretty far to the north and west of this. Right now, it looks okay for you guys. All right, so I wouldn't be surprised shortly. This storm is entering Ripley County in Missouri. Let's take another look at that. I'm most concerned up here in Bollinger County, so I'm going to be paying close attention to this. But let's look at our storm approaching Poplar Bluff. Definitely a lot less intense rotation here. This is good. This is good. This storm is losing rotation, but of course, be paying attention here. Again, I would not do anything but recommend that you be in your safe spots out ahead of this in Poplar Bluff. I would not recommend you do anything but that. It's just a good idea. If you're awake, you're tracking this thing, just do it. Just do it. And you have time, like, just make yourself a little bit of a hot beverage, bring it with you, and get cozy, okay? Get cozy in there. This is good practice. There's a little bit of storm anxiety in there that's necessary. It's natural. It's what happens. But don't be scared. Be prepared. This is Missouri, southeastern Missouri. There's that boot heel for you. Springfield, Illinois, you guys are going to get in on the cold frontal storms at about an hour and a half from now or so. It's going to be moving through central Illinois. It's going to be damaging wind and possibly some hail. The tornado threat begins to increase once we hit about 6 a.m. Central. At that time, it'll be approaching the Chicago suburbs, NIU campus from the west. And then it'll be through Chicago, hopefully by 8:30 a.m. or so. Was I expecting to stream this long? Yeah, this is 5 hours in. I was expecting to stream 12, so we have 7 to go. And then Ryan's going to be awake again and streaming again because we got more to cover. All right, guys, one more update here. Let's go through. Still concerned about Grassy, Missouri right now. Grassy, Missouri, and Marble Hill. No evidence of any debris yet. Oh, God. Yeah, this is not a good signature. I'm very concerned about this. So let people know, especially, like, this is just the worst when the tornado bit of it is back in here and you're like, oh, I just went through some heavy rain, now it's letting up. I think we made it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't here in Marble Hill. That tornado warning part of the storm is head straight toward you afterwards. And this rotation right here is incredibly tight. Incredibly tight. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a debris signature coming up here, so I really hope everybody in Grassy along State Road 34 is in shelter here. Let's get a look at this. Glen Allen to the west of Marble Hill as well. This is going to go through Grassy Tower Site State Public Hunting Area. Approaching Marble Hill pretty directly here. Pretty directly here. So if you know anyone in Marble Hill, let them know. This is important. Just really hoping every frame that comes through, I don't want to see that blue blob show up. But I'm not going to be surprised if it does. So really paying attention here in Bollinger County. All right, really quickly, let me take a look at Radar Omega abroad, this whole thing, just so I'm not missing anything. Possibly some hail starting to move through southern Ontario. Strong storms have moved through Traverse City. There might be another round just to your south here in Michigan. The Kenosha, Racine, southern Milwaukee area getting in on that hail. A little bit of it is falling probably over there. And then this part of the cold front here is developing out here. I want to emphasize this. The reason why the tornado threat is going to increase when it gets to eastern Illinois here is because of this orientation right here. You see how these storms are mostly straight north and south, and we start going southwest down further south. Right here, this orientation is perfect for spin-up tornadoes. Spin-up tornadoes is perfect right here. When we see the storms more north and south like this, at sunrise, we're going to meet the conditions here over here with this orientation. That's good for spin-up tornadoes. So over down here, much less spin-up tornadoes possible through this part of Missouri. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I see this orientation of the storms, north and south here. I'll draw it in black. North and south here, just like this. Much higher chance for spin-up tornadoes as we reach the Chicago suburbs. So that's why I was telling everyone 6 a.m. or so, and Chicago is the time to wake up and be weather aware. So that's what I'm looking at now. All right. Do we have something? Not yet. Not yet here. We may be seeing the very, very beginnings of a possible debris signature right here. This is the correlation coefficient product, just to the north of Grassy. It's a concentrated area, but the values we look for are much higher than usual. But this can be the preceding frame before we can confirm a tornado on the ground. So this is not a signature to be messing around with. You see this red right next to the blue here. Draw that in yellow for you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is likely a significant tornado ongoing. So this is Bollinger County in Missouri, approaching Millersville, Jackson, Fruitland, and Oak Ridge in Cape Girardeau County. Approaching Interstate 55 north of Cape Girardeau. This is definitely, I mean, I don't know, like, this is as close to a significant tornado as you can get starting on here. Definitely looking to go here. Brandy, if you're listening to Bollinger County, that's where I want you. Bollinger County, Missouri, if they got anything. All right, Cape Girardeau, if they're doing a EMS prep ahead of time, this warning's definitely going to go into Cape Girardeau County. Please call somebody in Jackson, Missouri, if you know. Very concerned about this. If it's not a confirmed tornado, it's about to be. Right now it's radar indicated, but this is very, very bad. All right, so I'm waiting for the next frame of data. Let's look at Poplar Bluff real quick here. Poplar Bluff. So it does look like rotation's still ongoing here. Might be re-intensifying it just as it gets to Donovan. He's be taking shelter in Ripley County. With a rotation signature like this, it's not too strong, but I do expect that the warning will be, again, extended into Butler County for Poplar Bluff. Okay, these storms back in here in northern Arkansas are not rotating yet. They still look concerning. I'll go towards northwest Randolph County in that severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let's see. Do we have data? Of course not. What is going on here? These people need to not be in a radar hole. Oh, there it is. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like I'm looking at this. It's nearly clear as day to me. Big tornado on the ground right now, headed towards Glen Allen, west of Marble Hill in Missouri and Bollinger County. Dang it. Big tornado on the ground. Right there in this blues and greens here, this is our debris signature. We can see debris being lofted. Uneven objects are making this show up low percentage values here. So this is tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground, getting deeper.
New information.
There's our confirmation.
This tornado warning has
Good work
been
on the
upgraded.
National Weather Service, working quickly here. Let's talk about areas. This is moving through the Grassy Tower site, state public hunting area right now. It's going to approach Woodland RIV High School. The Woodland RIV, Woodland R4 High School, to the west of Marble Hill. The school district office up there. It's going to go basically right through Glen Allen, a couple of blocks in this town, the Glen Allen Police Department, USPS, Jim Bob's Auto and Repair. All these buildings, there's a lot of buildings in Glen Allen. Right along these, I really hope they're in shelter. They've got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, this tornado approaching from the southwest along State Road 34 here. Out ahead of the storm, please be letting people know in Jackson, Fruitland, Oak Ridge, Millersville, Neely's Landing here in northern half of Cape Girardeau County. Cape Girardeau, you're going to get that tornado warning on your phone. People you know are going to get that tornado warning. It looks like it's going to pass hopefully to the north of the city here. But it will cross over Interstate 55 if it stays on the ground. just can't see nothing, man. Oh, man. So it looks like it's going to pass through Glen Allen here. The First Baptist Church, Glen Allen United Methodist Church as well. Junction of ZZ and 806 roads there. ZZ. Not sure what's going on there. Big tornado on the ground here. Bollinger County in Missouri, headed towards Cape Girardeau. Yep, getting larger here. This is not... I want to encourage this. This is not the actual size of the tornado, this entire debris signature. This is the debris field around the tornado. The tornado is probably right in this area. It is about this size of going through Glen Allen. Populated area. I hope these people are in their shelters. But again, right now it's 3:40 a.m. It's literally the lowest time for the perception and response to tornado warnings. Only about 30% on average of people get these at this hour of day. So I really hope that we can help as much as possible. It looks like this is going to go just northwest of Marble Hill. The Jay's Barbecue, 573 Coffee House, Senior Living, Stonebridge Senior Living in Marble Hill. Hopefully this passes just northwest there. It might be occluding into the storm as well. It does look like it's taking this northern path, so I think Marble Hill hopefully is spared. Please be in your safe spots down here. This is also a radar confirmed PDS. Did that ever come through? The PDS come through? I don't think it did. But it was upgraded to a particularly dangerous situation. I saw the confirmation, but I didn't see the PDS. Should have come through. So, if this is passing a little bit north... Oh, man. Jeez. This is ridiculous. This is passing a little bit north of Glen Allen right now. It's going to head towards Millersville. Millersville, Missouri here. Everybody in this polygon to the north here towards Sedgwickville needs to be taking shelter. It's likely to be wedge tornado. It's definitely rain wrapped. I can tell you that much. And it's 3:43 a.m. It's just like the worst thing that could happen for these people. 3:40 a.m. rain wrapped large tornado. Like, yes, it is confirmed it's also a PDS. Particularly dangerous situation. All right, let's check in while we wait for the new frame of data here. Give it 5 seconds. Getting off the phone with your parents in Jackson, getting animals down in the basement. Let's go. Thank you guys. Definitely doing good work here. Appreciate y'all. Telling people out ahead of this. Oak Ridge, Pocahontas, Fruitland, even as far north as Appleton, the southern part of Perry County. This will go to the south of Perryville in Missouri, but it will impact somewhere along Interstate 55 here if it stays on the ground between Beale, Appleton to Jackson in Cape Girardeau County. Significant tornado likely ongoing. All right, let's check really quickly on our friends here toward Poplar Bluff. If this warning is extended, which it might be into Butler County, this rotating storm will approach Poplar Bluff. Gotta be watching it closely. Please be in your safe spots out there ahead of time. Okay. Probably large hail about to fall in around Williford and Ravenden in northern Arkansas, moving towards the border of Missouri again. These strong storms are in a line here. This looks like a large hailstorm now, here in the pinks and purples. All right, there's the extension of the warning. Hopefully that comes through. There we go.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
This includes Cape Girardeau County. There we go. Hopefully everybody's getting the warning there. This is gnarly looking. Is not letting up at all, guys. This is a significant tornado ongoing right now. Headed towards Millersville, Oak Ridge in Missouri here. There you go. Northern half of Cape Girardeau County right now. If you're getting it on your phones in Cape Girardeau, hopefully everybody's waking up. It's going to go towards Pocahontas, Oak Ridge, Fruitland, Neely's Landing. Hopefully, hopefully spares Millersville here. Maybe starting to dissipate a little bit. Hopefully it is losing intensity here. But you can already see the beginning of the debris just about in this area being ejected off into the storm here. So this is debris starting to go off into the storm. So yeah, you're seeing the debris fall out, which means we definitely saw a significant tornado ongoing. The northern part of Glen Allen there, I hope that town was not hit, but that probably went around Eden's Edge Lawn Care First Baptist Church. So let's talk about areas out ahead of this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's your tornado warning for Poplar Bluff. Poplar Bluff now in a tornado warning in Butler County, so please be taking shelter. Out ahead of this, to the north of Marble Hill. Looks like Marble Hill is escaping this. We have the New Salem Baptist Church, which is it has just gone over that. Out ahead of that, we have Sam's Maple Farm, Mount Zion Church out here, James Tax Services, Scopus, Missouri. Scopus, Missouri, unincorporated area out ahead of, in between Glen Allen and Millersville here. So this is about to go over Scopus, Missouri, or Scopus. Bunch of cemeteries out here. Okay. Still a significant tornado ongoing. Thanks for telling me all you're getting your parents and so forth in Jackson, Missouri over here into shelter. Towards Fredericktown, you guys are far removed from this. You guys are far removed. It's to your north and west. It's not in Madison County. So you guys are removed from this storm and is not tracking in your direction. Now that we're looking at this down the line, we're also thinking about Grand Tower, Carbondale, Illinois, Maconda, Cobden, and as far south as Jonesboro in Illinois here. This is Union and Jackson counties in Illinois. We need to be thinking about them down the line. Start thinking now. You're about 25, 30 minutes removed from the storm. When it gets to you, will you be in your safe spot? Please. St. Louis is okay from tornadoes right now. Yes, this is far south of St. Louis. This should stay to the south of Perryville in Missouri. Everyone in Poplar Bluff, be taking shelter now. Should be tornado sirens down in that city starting shortly if they aren't already. Interior-most room of your house. Here in these tornado warnings, interior-most room of your house or basement if you got it. Still large debris signature here. Ongoing as it approaches Scopus and Millersville in Missouri here. Springfield, you're going to get on cold front storms. Cold front storms are coming through with wind and hail over the next couple hours. Dardanelle, you might be woken up by those cold front storms too. It might be about 7, 8 a.m. Northwest Indiana, you got till about 8 a.m. Cold front storms coming through. Those will start posing more of a tornadic threat. We'll talk about them. Oak Ridge needs to get in shelter. Pocahontas, everywhere along here. My hope is that this tornado is in the process of lifting at the moment. Oops. Hopefully this is lifting. We definitely see weakening rotation. This is good. This is about 78 miles per hour to 32. That's still a strong tornado. But back here is where it really looked really bad. You can see those pinks next to the brighter reds. So there we go. Hopefully this is lifting at the moment. Let's take a quick look at Little Rock just in case. The storm down here petered out. Little Rock right now looks okay. Looks good down there for y'all. Yeah, Des Moines is gonna drop sharp. You got those cold temps moving in. Yeah, I think this is lifting now. Again, this is gonna pass north of Gordonville, north of Cape Girardeau by quite some time, or quite some distance here. I think this tornado is almost done. Joplin, probably pretty soon. Yeah, you're about one county away, so about 15, 20 minutes out from this severe thunderstorm over here. We've had a bunch of 1-inch hail reports just around the area. So these are starting to move through southwestern Missouri right now. They should be done with Tulsa already, so Tulsa's out of it, but the northeast corner into Ottawa County and Oklahoma is going to get in on wind and hail. Everywhere along this part of the storm here that's moving to the east, this line of storms is wind and hail. No tornado threat with these at the moment. Very, very low tornado threat. Okay, I'm gonna close this radar after I look here. Strong storm with some hail and wind going through in between Jefferson City and Columbia, more than likely. So Ashland, Missouri, about to be woken up. Rude awakening. Okay. Oh, it made me close Radar Omega again. Why does it do that? All right, let's go back to our active tornado warning here. Still probably an ongoing tornado here. This is now probably a cone tornado right in here. We see only about 2 pixels next to each other in Bollinger County in Missouri. This is going toward Millersville again. So still an ongoing tornado here, but it's now much smaller. Much smaller, so hopefully it's dissipating. There's a tornado possible near Mount Pleasant. Okay, yeah, let's go look at that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I don't see a severe thunderstorm warning, though. I assume you mean this one down here. In another radar hole? Of course. Okay, I found it, yeah. Alright, so this one, we're watching for some rotation. Again, I talked about this. This part of the line up here that's moving, more north. It's the storms are oriented more just directly north and south. These have much greater chance of spinning up tornadoes right in this area, and that will be true as we move through northern Illinois. So we'll be paying attention whenever those warnings come through. I'll be scanning it for y'all out here. All right, so yeah, this tornado is still ongoing, but it is much smaller. It's maintaining intensity at the moment. And thank you guys. Thanks for the support. Working through this right now. Working through this. Yeah, very definitely a cone style tornado at the moment. You can see the debris is still being lofted. This is right over Scotus, Missouri here. So right now it's near the Church of Christ. Approaching Millersville, it'll probably go just northwest of the small town of Millersville here, a couple blocks. Hopefully it goes to the north and west, but please be taking shelter if this continues. It'll be closer to the Fancy Walk Farm. As it passes over State Road 72 here. Memphis will be more at like noontime. All right, let's go look at Poplar Bluff. See what's approaching y'all. Still some broad rotation with this storm. Kind of looks like garbage. Looks like garbage over here in this radar hole, but I think it's less concerning. This is now past Donovan. exiting Ripley County. Looks like it's any sort of rotation is going to go to the north of Poplar Bluff, so the north side of it, more towards Rombauer. But be in your safe spots here. It's really good practice over here in Poplar Bluff to be in your safe spots. You're going to hear the storm. Plenty of lightning. You guys hear the thunder there in Poplar Bluff? You guys hear the thunder? I'm curious. Lots and lots of lightning in this area. Lots and lots of lightning. Especially with this leading storm out here. Ton of lightning strikes with this. It's going to be loud for a while. Jonesboro looks fine for now. In Arkansas. I think this tornado is about to lift, if it's not doing so already. Very, very small area of rotation. Okay. Out to lift. Please be taking shelter, though. Stay in your shelters anywhere from Jackson up through Oak Ridge. We might be seeing the end of this one. Yeah, Cape Girardeau should be seeking shelter. It's not a bad idea to do so as well. Storm's pretty far off to your north and west, but still some powerful parts moving through the north of the city. Ooh. You know, as we watch this happen, so something to take away from this, okay, is right near Grassy. Right near Grassy is where we started seeing this tornado ramp up significantly. So if we look at the similar locations in the environment here, if we did a line down here to the east of Poplar Bluff, there might be similarly good conditions in the atmosphere for this approaching storm to improve in terms of tornado potential. So we really need to be watching this storm back in here as it goes to the north and east along Highway 60. So hopefully Poplar Bluff escapes the worst of that, but we really need to be paying close attention since we know something occurred up here. It's possible that something similar could occur to the south of it as the storm moves in the same area. So close attention warranted here. Watching for the pattern to continue. It's one of the most important things we can do. And twisters occur in Middle America because it's east of the Rockies where we get that cold air aloft from the mountaintops and the warm, moist air at the surface from the Gulf of Mexico. When those collide, it's a unique geographical feature of this area. That's why we have a tornado alley. All right, thank you, El Eddie. You should be okay if you're in Cape Girardeau right now, so just don't go out from under shelter. This tornado's lifted. The best of my ability to tell, we don't have a tornado on the ground anymore. Millersville has been spared here. Please stay in your shelters anywhere here in northern Cape Girardeau County. This is a sort of a complex of storms in here, so it's possible that any part of this could really, merge together in a weird sort of way here. We could get another tornado from this system. So you can see from this band of storms, so you can see a little bit of an accentuated band of wind right in here, these lighter greens. This may prove to, try to do another cycle of this tornado, try to establish another rotation. So the storm is still pretty dangerous here as it moves off through this polygon this direction. Yeah, if you're in Dexter, Sykeston, I know we had Sykeston viewer, Benton up here. All along here, I'm watching the storm back in here. I'm really concerned if it, as it approaches the same area that just incurred a significant tornado genesis, the birth of a significant tornado up here near Grassy. If the same is true down here to the south near Dexter, then a strong storm could take advantage of that. So we're watching really closely as this one back in here moves into the same area longitudinally. Yep, Sykeston watching out. I would recommend here in Dexter, Stoddard County, just and even as far east as Sykeston, just get your tornado safe spots ready. If you need a refresher on that, that's the interior most room of your house or basement if you've got it. Bring your shoes and a pillow or something to cover your neck and your head with from debris, and bring your device. I definitely think we could see some sort of cycle here. We're going to watch this closely as it approaches I-55. I think southern Arkansas is okay right now. I don't know where Harrison is. Poplar Bluff, please be in your safe spots now if you're not there already and you're just joining. This is an anti-cyclonic rotation. Lots of interesting stuff going on this spring. I'm watching every single frame of this storm as it moves through northern Cape Girardeau County here. I think it may try to reestablish, drop another tornado here. Gotta watch it closely. We're watching this develop like every minute. Northwest corner of Arkansas right now is okay. The line of storms from the cold front that will be damaging wind and hail is getting to you within an hour and a half to 2 hours or so. Cabot, anywhere in Little Rock is okay for now as well. Storms should reach you from the cold front about 8 to 9 a.m., as far as I know. Might be a little bit earlier. Northern Illinois, we're going to start talking about you, okay? St. Louis, cold front reaches you at about 6 a.m., a couple hours out from now. Damaging wind and hail. Low tornado threat there. Fort Smith, same thing. Northwest Arkansas, West Arkansas. Thank you for the support, y'all. Doing the midnight shift here. I still have another 6 hours to go. But it's important. These next few hours are going to be super important. I think the tornado threat might start to increase as the storms approach Chicago from the west. Okay. Waiting for a new scan here. Hoping this stays disorganized, but this is still a concerning signature. Carbondale, right now the storm's still in Missouri, hasn't passed the border yet, but it's taken aim. It's taken aim over there. So you're doing the right thing by staying here. Cincinnati, the storms will be there in the afternoon, 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern time. Is Little Rock safe to sleep? Yeah, but you'll probably get woken up. You'll probably get woken up by the storms when they move through this morning, 8 to 9 a.m. I am plenty full. I had a huge dinner ahead of this. It'll be perfect. Don't worry about me. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we had a significant tornado. We had a significant tornado go through Grassy and Glen Allen here in Missouri. So take a look at this. Here's the loop of it. There it goes. Go through Grassy, Glen Allen, and dissipate. Now we're watching a possible cycle currently. It's at 4:04 a.m. Central. Hannibal is up way north. You guys are gonna get in. I think you're pretty close to. You're pretty close to getting this area of heavy rain moving through. Not severe warned. Nothing significant moving through there. Area between Jefferson City and Columbia and Missouri was warned. So Kingdom City, Alvas, Alvis. Oh man, that's a tough one. You're gonna get in on some wind and hail. Alvas. Carthage, Illinois, you're starting to see this part of the storms, and also Davenport, you're about 30 minutes out from some heavier rain here. This is the part where we're concerned. Increasing spin-up tornado threat over here, heading into northern Illinois with time tonight. So, not tonight, this morning. Hailstorms look to be moving through Chicago right now. I'm gonna take a brief look at that, and then we're gonna go back to our Torborn storm down there. Let's go to the Chicago radar. I think we could get some small hail in the metro here. It might wake some people up. Yeah, look at that. Look at these little cells popping up here. Over Naperville, just brief instances of heavy rain, maybe some small hail. In little pockets around the metro here, the northern part and the western part of the Chicago metro. These are not severe, just small hail. The line of storms you're concerned with are back in here. They're going to be there in about 2 to 3 hours from now. Oh yeah, let's oh my gosh, there's so much to look at. Okay, first off, back here, just in case we get a possible cycle of our tornado. No tornado that I can see is ongoing right now as it crosses Interstate 55. Hopefully that stays the truth. It's not okay yet to come out in Cape Girardeau County. I would stay in shelter anywhere if you're taking shelter in this county. Same thing with Poplar Bluff. Storms passing off to your north and west. So yeah, we could be pretty concerned. Instead of closer to Dexter and Sykeston, we could be closer to the northern edge here near Advance and Zalma. This storm down here that is tornado warned, if it continues on this track, it may approach the southern part of Cape Girardeau City. Or the city. And given that we saw that significant tornado near Grassy and Marble Hill, I think that, you know, the conditions right in this area out ahead of the city may be equally supportive. This cell is also more isolated right now, so, like, less is interacting with it. So I don't like this right now. I don't like this over here. So please be paying attention through Advance, north of Dexter, Benton, Scott City, Cape Girardeau. I don't think this is over. I don't think this is over tonight. All right, new scan here near Oak Ridge. There's some pretty tight rotation here. Could be watching for a possible new tornado. Just near Oak Ridge. We're looking at southeastern Missouri right now. This should stay to the south of St. Louis. You're in Poplar Bluff. Hope you're in the interiormost room of your house at the moment. Looks like the storm is going off to the north and west of the city. Yeah, happy to help. What are those little hand-drawn shapes? These are things that tell me a lot of data. So they focus on storms here, and then they tell me all the atmospheric parameters that I'm looking at here. So the CAPE is there, the shear is there, and so forth. So this is just concise information. Any warnings that you see are going to be these thicker polygon lines. I have these here just to help me diagnose, just in case. Yeah, Siren's definitely good to go off in Poplar Bluff. Storm's passing to your north at the moment. I'm really concerned it's going to do a similar thing to what we just saw, but in about 30 minutes from now. So Puxico, Bell City, Advance. You have my largest concern at the moment. Donovan looks okay now, yeah. Donovan looks okay for tornadoes. Shouldn't be another tornado down there. Mid-Southern and Centralia. Oh, I see you. I think you're going to stay south of the tornado threat right now. So you guys are going to get in on the cold frontal storms an hour or so after St. Louis, which is about 2 hours from now. So maybe 7 a.m. for y'all. Poplar feels fine. Yep, it's off to your north. But I mean, even as this passes through and you're staying in your safe spots here, be thinking about your neighbors. Be thinking about your neighbors here. We really want to manifest this not doing anything significant as it moves off to the east-northeast in this direction. So definitely be sending them good vibes, okay? It's the we're looking at the Sykeston area right now. I think it's gonna pass off to the north. Sykeston, you're definitely gonna see the extremely electrically active storm here. Lots of lightning here. That's approaching Dexter and Dudley. So towards Sykeston, it's gonna be lots of lightning, but I think the tornado threat is gonna be off to your north for now. Chesterfield. Uh, I know Chester. I don't know where Chesterfield, Illinois is. If you're in a tornado watch, then definitely keep an eye on your area in here. But Perryville, Farmington, Fredericktown, looks like all of these tornado producing cells are gonna be to your south. To your south, sorry. Joplin, you guys are about to get in on the storms. Probably getting loud there now. That's why you're asking. So it's gonna be rain, wind, and hail. Rain, wind, and hail. 10 a.m. in Arkansas is gonna be rain, wind, and hail. Cold frontal storms. Oh, it's St. Louis. Right. I knew I heard of it before. So St. Louis, 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Rain, wind, and hail. Severe thunderstorm warnings probable for y'all for wind and hail. Yeah, they okay. Absolutely happy to help. They're in Poplar Bluff. Ever put your pants on faster? Appreciate the preparedness. I'm happy they woke you up. It's good to hear that feedback. Thank you for the support. Storm's passing off to your north now. Northeastern Ohio, it starts to become a little bit more muted. It's really that afternoon area, so northwestern Ohio and western Ohio is really where that tornado threat is probably the highest, and then to Michigan. Michigan's later on this morning, so like 10 a.m. on in Michigan. From west to east, it'll be Detroit about 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. Sorry. Causes hail to be extra large, an updraft supporting it, not throwing out of the storm. Oakwood, it's gonna be a chance. What do you mean right now? The Chicago Metro is gonna be 6 to 8 a.m. ish, west to east. Spin up tornadoes are possible. Peoria, about an hour sooner than that. It's not too far. Yep, now the wind is getting to Joplin. Hopefully I helped you guys realize that. Wind, rain, possibly hail. Been yammering about it. Thank you guys for the support. Tough one to cover that significant tornado. I'm really hoping another one doesn't set up here. This kind of looks a little disorganized though. Hopefully it stays that way. Again, we're like 20, 25 minutes out before this particular cell that I'm focused on right here gets to advance or so, Zalma to advance. Because right here in Grassy is where that last significant tornado, began and occurred rapidly. So right in this area, I'm concerned that atmospheric conditions are similar and may do that again because we have a strong cell moving into it. So that's what I'm thinking might happen. There's a good chance, because it's in a similar area over here. I was talking to, or I did have Zach Hall down, but down here in Arkansas, but he has since called the chase. I believe he has since called the chase. Jefferson City, you guys are gonna get in on the storms about 30 minutes or so from now. Yeah, there's a significant tornado. There it is, ongoing through Grassy, Bollinger County. See that right there? was about 30 to 45 minutes ago. Springfield, we'll see. Right now, the tornado risk for y'all is slight there in Illinois. So that was a significant tornado. Tornado warning allowed to expire in around the Poplar Bluff area. I'd say it's fine to be out of your shelter now. Could be one more strong storm, severe thunderstorm moving through soon, though. That might wake you back up, but it looks okay there now. Looks okay. Ovas? Okay, thank you. Ovas. Yep, the storms are going to be strong again in Indiana, Ohio later this afternoon. Not right now. Later this afternoon. Yeah, there's likely going to be tornado watches around the mitten of Michigan, northwest Ohio, northeastern Indiana, more than likely. Definitely for southern Ontario too, from the ECCC. All right, let's while we wait for this storm, which I hope it doesn't do the same thing, but I'm really focused here on the approach to Puxico here, northern Stoddard County and Scott County. Really focused here at the moment for the threat of another significant tornado. Let's go through the cold fronts where it's popping up now, because now we're past 4 a.m. So we've got that storm moving through northern Joplin primarily here. So Webb City is going to get in on the wind and hail. All the storms are east of Tulsa, Oklahoma now, so you're good. You're good in Tulsa. Fort Smith, looks like the heavy rain is just starting to your west. A little bit of a band of storms out ahead here. So about 20 minutes out or so. Some strong storms also, again, like I've been talking about, moving through just around 4:30 to 5 a.m. through northwestern Arkansas, Fayetteville, Springdale, Bentonville, etc., up Interstate 540. So again, those are going to just be wind and hail right now. If they do have any severe threats when they reach you, it's going to be wind and hail. The strong wind and hail also going up Interstate 44 towards the northeast corner of Oklahoma. Let's go down here into Dallas, see if our storms are popping up. Bang, there they are. So now you're starting to get woken up by lightning in Dallas-Fort Worth. Hey, we've been talking about this. Avaz, thank you. Avaz, got it. We've been talking about this. There's a big thunderstorm now popping up in Dallas-Fort Worth. Just going to be a big old bag of heavy rain and wind. Or and a little bit of hail, too. A couple hail reports in there already. Not too much lightning, actually, with this, but definitely starting up a couple flashes. So heavy rain moving through southeast Tarrant County into Dallas County here. No tornadoes. Yeah, no, it seems low tornado risk for Fort Smith from here on. Looking good over there. I'll keep a close eye on it, though, just in case, because we have 2 lines of storms possible. Here we go, all the way down. Development is occurring all the way down in through Texas here. So as it approaches I-35 from the west, we'll see if any stronger storms pop up with some larger hail and wind. But right now, Bisbee, Sublet, Webb, Florence Hill in DFW is about to get in on some small hail probably. So it's going to wake you guys up. Wake you guys up over here, I bet. Here's your DFW storm. How long ago did we call that out? 4 or 5 hours? All right, lots of lightning approaching from the west here to Sykeston, all along Cape Girardeau. It's going to be loud. Severe thunderstorm warning issued up here for our previous tornado-producing storm. This is completely fallen apart, just for you guys up here. So Carbondale, Murfreesboro here in Illinois, all along DeSoto and Highway 51 here. This is a severe thunderstorm for wind. Just for wind. So, looks like the tornado threat is much lower with this in particular at the moment. Thankfully. Now, we've also got that severe thunderstorm warning issued for the rest of this. So, all of this band of storms here is now severe warned. So, still strong storms moving through. It's a good idea to just be inside here. Lots of lightning possible through southern Illinois, southern tip of Illinois here. Yep, hopefully we just avoid any more tornadoes down here. Highway 51 from Marble Hill to Grassy, impassable. Oh wow, we've already got people out in this area, yeah. So impassable due to the tornado passing through in this just about this area. I really hope that there's not damage in Glen Allen there. Lots of buildings right in the few streets through Glen Allen, so we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully it went to the north. Whew. So we did have to cover a significant tornado so far tonight. Now the focus is going to shift, I think, to spin up tornadoes. I think the focus will really shift to spin up tornadoes, and that might take a couple hours to sort of come together here. So, still watching this part of the storm though, just in case. Just in case something wraps up here. All right, let's look at North Illinois while we wait for updates down here. I have so many radars open. All right, let's see if we can find anything. Yeah, this again, if you're just joining us, this north-south orientation of the line, when it's more straight north and south like this, that's when we can see spin-up tornadoes and warnings issued for them more frequently. Way more than down here. When these storms are moving southwest like this, or they look like they're going to the southwest, that's a tornado, or spin-up tornadoes are far less common. It's really these areas that we're focused on. This is the orientation of storms to the shear. It's a complex interaction, but it's a pattern that I recognize. So I am mostly concerned as this part of the storm begins to move through northern Illinois over the next couple hours. Probably some hail, small hail falling through the northern burbs of Chicago now. In any of these pop-up cells here. Yeah, eastern Iowa, I think it's not quite going to do it over here. It doesn't look like it's strong enough. That's why we see the tornado threat start to increase as we get towards Chicago. That's where we have the 10% hatch from the Storm Prediction Center. You can take a look at that right here. So here, let's look at the day one outlook. The tornado outlook in particular has been actually reduced over here. Well, that's a nice surprise. That's a nice surprise. This outlook begins at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Central Time. So it's possible that, we do start to see the tornado threat increase as we get to the Chicago metro here. The 2% area in green here, 5% chance within 25 miles of a point in brown, and 10% there in the yellow. So really our tornado threat seems to be focused now from the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. It's focused right here, Lansing, southwest Michigan, through Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, just on the edge of Cleveland, northwest Ohio, Indianapolis, northern half of Indiana, and into Detroit and southern Ontario. So this is for tomorrow, or later today. If we take a look at the expected or possible solution of these storms, we can see that through this primary tornado risk corridor here, the storms will arrive in northwest Indiana at about 7, 8 a.m., like I've been saying. Wow. You're telling me that this stuff down here persists all the way through Indiana? That might be possible. I didn't even consider that. Let's see. Okay, so looks like 7 a.m. for Chicago, northwest Indiana. Southwest Michigan, 8 to 9 a.m. So that would be 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Lansing, about 10 a.m. Eastern. Detroit, it's a real mess up there, but just about noon to 1 p.m. And then up to Toronto is really about into the afternoon hours. So Northwest Ohio, afternoon hours. Indianapolis, maybe looking at a couple rounds of storms here if our supercells persist. So a stormy morning, and then the main line moves through at about noon. Is Indianapolis in Eastern? I think it is. Eastern time zone here. So just about noon. So that's for our primary tornado risk. If you're outside of that, these areas in yellow here, then I'm focused a little bit less on y'all. But strong storms will move through. They're gonna lose their intensity, lose their steam as we get into the evening hours for much of Western New York, Western Pennsylvania, and the rest of Ohio here. So really, really dying out here. We might see some heavy rain for Evansville and Louisville, but especially just falling apart. Seems like about the mid-morning to maybe about 1 to 2 p.m. is really where our tornado threat is the highest. So that's about 4 to 9 hours out from now. So there's your forecast. Let's dive back into the data we've got in that time. So strong storms about to move through Carbondale at the moment. Disorganized. Don't see anything tornadic primarily right now, but these have the chance to be tornadic in the future. So watching them closely. Can't see anything about this storm now. Thanks radar hole once again. Annoying. So more heavy rain's gonna move through Poplar Bluff. Lots of lightning just moving through these areas in southeast Missouri at the moment into now the southern tip of Illinois. Yep, Dayton, Ohio is right on the edge of that 10% risk, so you'll want to be paying attention around noontime. Cleveland, again, just afternoon, early afternoon. Yeah, now it looks like these storms down here are actually going to persist. The HRRR resolves them moving through Indianapolis, really, which I'm not sure if that's quite going to happen. It looks like they want to move more to the east, where they should pose less of a threat with time. We'll see how they develop. St. Genevieve, you guys are removed from it. The cold front of storms, though, is about 3 hours out from y'all or so. So you're going to get wind and rain. Maybe some hail. I don't know where Woodstock, Illinois is. If it's in the Chicago area, it's about 6, 7, 8 a.m. East Central Wisconsin, you should be fine. You get any small hail over there from the storms a couple hours ago? Okay, we can look at DFW again. I don't think anything bad's really going on down there, but it's definitely blowing up. Look how fast this blows up, guys. Let's download more data. So yeah, just a bunch of heavy rain moving through Dallas County now, southern suburbs. Quite a bit more lightning activity with it now as well as it blows up. Same with to the north and east through Plano. Once this moves through your area and it moves off to the east, you're done. You're done. So Fort Worth, you're already good to go today. Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's about 10 to 11 a.m. It's going to start up. 20 miles from Detroit, yeah, you can sleep. Your risk is highest right about noon to 2 p.m. there. Farmington, you're good. Cold front storms will move through with wind and rain in 3 or so hours, 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, we'll go through central Illinois in just a second, but it'll be over the next couple hours after St. Louis. I'm gonna go through all the risks. Happy to help y'all. Thank you all for the support. Again, going through these midnight hours, it's not required of you. I'm doing okay, but I really appreciate y'all. Really appreciate y'all. Hope I've been able to help as many people as possible so far. We're going strong. We got time to go. I can go another 6 hours. But now we're done with tornado warnings at the moment, so that's good. Does look like as far south, Waco, you're going to get in on some heavy showers in the next hour or so. Yeah, these storms are developing all the way down there. All right, lost my Tulsa radar here. All right, let's look at central Illinois. Okay, actually, I'm going to stand up. Now that we have no more tornado warnings, it's time to raise the roof. Time to raise the roof, get some stretches in. Make sure y'all are stretching and taking care of yourselves too through the nighttime hours here. Hopefully I can help you as much as possible. Look at that lightning in the Fort Worth Railfan cam down there. You can see it in the cloud. You can see the lightning in the cloud down there. It's pretty interesting to actually see it in the thundercloud properly. Okay, so through central Illinois, you guys see this line of storms here. Let me go over to GR2. Scene here. This line of storms here, even as far north as the southernmost extent of Wisconsin here, so maybe through Kenosha, Racine, possibly as far north as Milwaukee. This line of storms is moving east, moving due east this direction along this arrow, and where it's oriented mostly north-south like this, there will be the threat of spin-up tornadoes over the next couple hours here. So that is what we're going to be watching closely. But anywhere it does go through, like Galesburg here, Davenport at the moment is probably being woken up by some lightning and strong gusty winds. So as it goes east, we're going to be watching it. There may be some tornado warnings issued for any spin-up tornadoes possible, but I have to keep a close eye on the radar just in case. These ones can be tough to spot. These are the toughest ones to spot for whenever I'm in the back end for Ryan. I'm like, oh gosh, where's it gonna spin up now? It's tough to look, but we can find them. We can sniff them out. All right, so let's look at our southeastern Missouri storms again. I'm not seeing anything wrapping up here, which is great news. But these storms are still going to just pack a punch here. Electrically active, strong winds and rain. Approaching Cape Girardeau. Going through southern Illinois now. Still watching these just in case something spins up here. This is still in our tornado watch area for the next couple hours here. into the southern part of Illinois here. So this is our tornado watch. Super humid in the South Chicago suburbs. Dang. Yeah, the temp's raising over midnight there. That cold front's still off to your west, but once it passes through, that'll be it. That'll be it. So it's you'll be done with it, 3 to 4 hours from now into the morning in Chicago. Just got to go through one more round of storms. Yeah, the bottom live feed is Fort Worth. Bottom live feed is Fort Worth, Texas. I don't have another feed to put where Zach's stream is. I think he's done. So this is not an active stream, but I don't have anything else to put there, unfortunately. Unless I do some magic here. We could try it real quick. Let me see if I can do some magic. Okay, that's a little scuffed. It's a little scuffed. I would hope it would have worked, but not quite. Okay. A little scuffed. Almost got something there. I'll just keep it blank for now, though. That ain't live. Winding down, there's nobody chasing through the night. Zach gave us a little bit of a look at some of the Arkansas storms as they passed up, but really southeastern Missouri is where they ramped up the most, unfortunately. So we did see one probably significant tornado. Looks okay now. Central Arkansas about 8 to 9 a.m. for Little Rock. 8 to 9 a.m. for Little Rock. Springfield still windy and humid. Wow. In central Illinois, it's looking over the next couple hours. So let me show you guys. Here's our storms entering central Illinois from the west. So it's already past Quincy, already past Hannibal. You guys can go to sleep. Burlington, Iowa can go to sleep. Davenport's about to be able to go to sleep in the Quad Cities here if you're staying awake for the storms. The heaviest bit's moving through. Dubuque, Iowa can go to sleep. And then over the next hour, I'd say it's about 45 minutes out. Maybe a little bit less than that from Peoria and Pekin. Maybe an hour out from Bloomington, normal. Same with Lincoln, down through Springfield, Illinois. And you're about 2.5 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours out from Champaign, Urbana. 2 hours out from western Chicago. And then about three hours or so, it should be out of Chicago. So hopefully that is a good, hopefully that's a good time span for those of you in central and northern Illinois. So Rockford in an hour, Rochelle and NIU about an hour and a half. Sound good? St. Louis, probably about an hour to an hour and a half from west to east across St. Louis Metro. Checking for those spin-up tornadoes just in case they start up. Right now, we're down to no tornado warnings. I see those southerlies streaming through Illinois. Southerlies and humid out. 62-degree dew points at 4 a.m. in April, in early April, and into Illinois. That is wild. Probably feels like heck in Chicago. If you're in northeast Oklahoma, just wait for those storms to stop if they haven't already, and then you can go to bed. Yeah, if you're in Tulsa, you're good. Northwest Arkansas over the next hour. We'll look down there in just a second here. Scouting one more time to see if we see any rotation in particular. These cells popping out in front are interesting. What is going on over there? Let's see. Just in case, I'm going to take a look at the environment. Take a look at the environment here. Yeah, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this very much. I'm going to keep an eye on these central Illinois cells just popping out. Happy to help Sims. So nice to wake up in Dallas. Yep, absolutely. Thank you for the support. Chicago, 2 hours from now. All right, let's go down through Missouri in just a second. I'm just a little bit concerned about these central Illinois cells. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like these right here near Dunlap, north of Peoria. We're gonna have to keep a close eye on this. This is development that I didn't expect. These out in front could pose more of a threat for all severe hazards. So we're gonna come back to those. Something new to look at. Heaviest rain and hail now moving through Dallas proper, through the county. All of Fort Worth and Tarrant County is good to go now. Storms are to your south and to your east. This is going to be loud, heavy rain for a lot of Dallas. If you're here now, it's moving through. And then east along I-20 for Tyler. That's an hour or two out from you in Longview. And then all the way down south through Interstate 35, Waco, about 45 minutes out. Austin, maybe an hour and a half out. If the storms do get that far south, which it looks like they might. So let's go to Missouri now. I just need a radar on Tulsa. Let me see here. Need a radar on Tulsa. Bring it up. How are y'all doing? Are you taking care of yourselves? Thanks for sticking with me. Even if there's no SIG tour to watch, we're still paying attention to everyone here. Still paying attention. New show, getting through the worst of it now. Maybe 2 rounds. 1 inch hail is falling around these areas, so this is a considerable severe thunderstorm for 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. Moving through the southwest corner of Missouri. And it looks like the Fayetteville to Springdale corridor here in northwest Arkansas is getting in on some heavier rain. It's not severe warned yet, but it's approaching right at about 5 a.m., which I'm pretty sure that's what I said 5 hours ago is when it would be here. So happy to help. Hopefully I nailed that forecast for y'all. Yeah, Tulsa. No, you guys are fine in Tulsa. You guys have been fine. It's been an hour since things passed through there. It's getting cold. Fort Smith looks like the heaviest stuff is to your north and south. Could see a little bit of development make it there and give you another round of heavy rain possible. Same is going to be true for Bentonville. Possibly Springdale over here. So maybe a couple runs of heavy rain possible, but not too bad over here. Most of the severe stuff is just off into the state of Missouri. So let's bring it over here to look at that. Yep, plenty of what is that? This is just side lobing, I think. Interesting storms down here. I don't think this is quite rotation down here. It might be very broad rotation, though. We've been seeing a lot of this tonight, where we get this sort of disconnected, disjointed bookend. So this back end of the storm is kind of curling in just like this, kind of like a shrimp. That's what we look for with the bookend, the shrimp shape. And back in the head of the shrimp is where it can rotate. But I don't think this is... I don't know if this is a legitimate signature. I don't think it is. So, right now, not super concerned about this. It's just a bunch of nasty conditions outside. Bunch of nasty conditions. So Springfield, I have something interesting to tell you guys here in Missouri. We've been thinking about y'all. 5:30 a.m. Think about is what I've been telling you. Looks like these storms are going to approach right on cue. So you see this right out here, this boundary right here. It's in front of the storms. That's going to pass through Springfield. That's an outflow boundary. It's also the cold front probably. So it's multiple things at the same time. This is going to bring heavy wind. So gusty winds are going to approach right as this boundary passes over your house into Springfield. And then all that heavy rain and stuff is well behind the boundary. So first you get the wind, then the cold temperatures are pulling in. temperature drops rapidly, and then a while afterward, you get the possible severe weather that's moving in. And what that tells me is that the tornado threat here, right along Springfield, is zero. Basically zero right here as we get in the morning hours. Because right here, wind is trying to stream into the storms and these following these blue arrows, and then it just meets this boundary and gets pushed away. It can't reach, it can't connect to rotate. No tornadoes here in Springfield, Missouri for now. But back over here, like this is a strange sort of bookend vortex. I don't think it's going to do anything too significant other than make it look nasty outside. But I'll keep my eye on it. And we just got storms moving through. It just got loud in J City up here. You guys call it J City? I'm starting to learn all the colloquialisms. So that severe thunderstorm moving through Jefferson City a little bit later, 4:30 a.m. Bowling Green, Missouri. Do I have the St. Louis radar? I do not. All right, I'll pull that up. Bowling Green, Missouri is in a severe thunderstorm warning, so the worst of the conditions there are going to be wind and rain and hail over the next 30 minutes or so. 20 to 30 minutes, then it'll be out of your hair. Isn't that nice? Jeff City? Jeff City, got it. That makes sense. So up here near Bowling Green, you can see the same thing all the way down to I-70. Here's that barrier right here. This little line of little light green blue line here. So that's going through Bowling Green right now. It's windy outside in Bowling Green right now in Missouri. And then that strong rain is, 5 minutes removed from that. It'll start raining like 5 minutes after it's been windy and getting colder. So that right there, these are elevated storms. No tornadic threat with them right here. The same is going to be true all along the line. Looks like it's the same idea here and will be the same as it approaches St. Louis. So hopefully this minimizes the tornado threat for everybody in St. Louis when the storms get there in about an hour and a half or so to 2 hours. You're going to be woken up by these storms. Basically, everybody in Illinois eventually is going to, have a strong storm near them at some point. But if it's a part of this, and you're south of Rushville here, so the southern half of the state, St. Louis Metro, into Illinois, it looks like it's going to be a lesser threat for now. For the next few hours for tornadoes. Very little threat. All right, so there you go. There's a look at everybody's risk there. Joplin's about to be done with it as the storm passes through the southern part of the city. So let's look at northern Illinois now. Actually, let's look at southeastern Missouri one more time. Okay. Just heavy rain and winds moving through here. All sorts of funky parts of this line going in every which direction. Looks like a bunch of legs. I don't think those are significant rotations, though. East Texas have any tornado threat? It looks to be minimized. I would say no. I'm saying it's going to be pretty marginal at best. So no. Should be fine. Should be okay. Last of the storms have really moved out of Arkansas before the next line of just wind and rain moves into the state from the northwest and crosses over the state over the next few hours. Just going to move through from the northwest to the southeast. Yep, northwest Arkansas is just rain and wind right now. All right, so all parts of this area look okay for now. It's just a ton of lightning. Very loud storms down here, I think. Ton of lightning down here. Whew. I'm just thankful that we didn't get another tornado from this group of storms. At the moment in the Cape Girardeau area. Just thankful that didn't happen. Hopefully it doesn't happen now, but I don't think I'll jinx it. I don't think I'll jinx it. All right. Now we can go to northern Illinois. All right. Look at the storms at the moment. We are starting to see possible embedded tornadoes. If they're not, oh yeah, definitely okay. So we could start to see possible embedded tornadoes moving along Interstate 88 here to the east of the Quad Cities. Any of these strong parts of the line, we have a blanket severe thunderstorm warning. Peoria is just an isolated cell, just some heavy rain right now. Nothing over there right now. These cells out in front I was concerned about, but they're not doing anything yet. It's just rain. But yeah, spin ups are gonna be possible all along this line. So if we start hearing any sort of tornado warning coming through, more than likely it's gonna be up in these areas in western Illinois into northwestern Illinois. More than likely, we can start to see spin occurring all along this line. So I'll point some out to you so you can see it. Right here to the south of Galesburg, right here south of Cambridge, and all along these areas to the...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. There you go. So I think this one was warned right here. I believe that's the warning for this one. It's the southwest of Cambridge, Illinois. There you go. Tornado. I don't know. What do you call me? It's not the tornado whisperer. That's Brad Arnold. I got it. Yeah, I got Jeff City. Definitely getting hail in Texas. Loud on the roofs, but you should be fine. All right. Spin up tornadoes, guys. I've been talking about it. I talked about the line orientation here from north to south. This is where we'll see those spin ups. And then we start to look. We start to see small areas of rotation show up. And look, I don't want to take credit for something, but like this is just good pattern recognition. So happy to help. Nader investigator. That's it. That's it. You remembered. I knew you would, you two. No, it's Jeff City. I'm acknowledging it. Poplar Bluff is just some more heavy rain moving through. No more warnings over there right now. Alright, so yeah, we could definitely... I mean, we could take a look here. It's highly doubtful that I'm going to be able to see anything on the correlation coefficient. But you can clearly see the rotation right here. Very, very small rotation. Passing just to the south of Cambridge. Peoria's fine right now. It's just some heavy rain moving through, y'all. You're good. You're good. You're good. These cells don't seem to be doing anything out in front of the line. Here, I'll look at where Maycomb is. Really? It gave me Detroit. Maycomb, Illinois. That is south of Galesburg, over here. Nope, no rotation over there. Just heavy rains. No severe thunderstorm warning down here in Maycomb. Not that I can see. Just watching our tornado warning here. Wouldn't be super surprised if one of these near Jocelyn and Geneseo. You've seen a lot of tornado warnings lately up here along Interstate 80, east of the Quad Cities. Wouldn't be surprised if one of these turns into something more significant.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And if it does, then we'll also see a tornado warning up here. Nader investigator. Davenport, you're good. You're good. It's through Davenport. Macomb, thank you. No, I'm not going to look at the violent tornado parameter. Y'all, please. I don't have a reason to really look at that right now. We're in the nowcasting part of things. What state am I showing? This is northwestern and western Illinois. It's tough to see it because there's a bunch of storms in the way. Western suburbs of Chicago in the next couple of hours. Looks like hailstorms, a little bit of hail, pea-sized hail is just popping up in these little isolated showers over the next couple hours. But this line of the storms gonna reach you at about 6:30 a.m. or so. Yes, I heard the watch. That was an extension or an alteration of the current watch, a continuation. So cutting a lot of the counties out of the watch. Or was it a new one? Let's see, actually. Was it a new one? Well, since it was just issued, it's going to take me a second to get to it. We had 15, tornado warning, or tornado reports, rather, for April 4th into the morning hours here. Developing thunderstorms will pose large hail and severe gusts. So this would be a severe thunderstorm watch. Okay. So no, that tornado watch would just be an alteration. I see. So it is for the one that's already in place. Yep. I'm looking at all of Illinois right now, concerned with spin-up tornadoes as this one passes to the south of Cambridge, goes to the north of Kewanee. Kewanee. Fort Smith is raining and windy there.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
What on earth is going on down there? Is there actually a new tornado watch down there? They didn't put out a discussion about that. Okay, I'm gonna wait for that to show up. I'm not so sure about that. I think that might be a severe thunderstorm watch. It's gonna take a few minutes for the Storm Prediction Center to show it, though. Sirens in Bluff. Poplar Bluff? Poplar Bluff is okay right now. It's just some heavy rain. Kewanee. 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 That's how much your attempt to pronounce has assisted me. Southern Illinois, you guys are getting in on that storm complex right now. I'm watching that every now and then. Right now, we're watching the line for spin-ups up here into northern Illinois. But I'm watching down there too. We're going to switch back and forth between it. Oh, yep, that is a new tornado watch. Okay, I see it. I see it popping up in the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to bring that up in just a second, okay, y'all? We're going to bring that up. That is a new watch for southeastern Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas, and northeastern Texas. So we're going to look at that. Kewanee. Please be taking shelter over here in Henry County. This is south central Henry County into eastern Henry County. Does include Anawan and Mineral over here in Illinois. Spin up tornado in the line of storms approaching you. Strong winds you're hardly gonna be able to tell the difference unless it comes right over your porch. So very localized threat here. But we're watching for these spin up tornadoes just in case. Watching this one near Erie in Illinois, just in case it develops, we might see another warning. I wish the Storm Prediction Center watches would go on their website sooner. I'd like to use the website instead of a third-party thing. That would be the best, but of course it takes processing time, I'm sure. Peoria is fine right now. Maybe just a little bit of hail showing up right in the northern side of the city. Storm will reach central Indiana at about 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. toward noontime. All right, Bowling Green, Missouri's getting through the worst of it right now. Plenty of hail reports in Jefferson City. That severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. Looks okay. Mount Sterling, Illinois, getting through it. Not too bad down there. Some gusty winds. Galesburg just about through it here. I look as much chat as I can. Sorry if I missed a super chat. I do appreciate it. All right, let's go. Let's take a look back down. Let's take a look back down around Fort Smith. See if we can get that watch up. There we go. Okay, I see. That does include northwest Arkansas, actually. Oh, wow. Look at that. There we go. So these showers matured very quickly, and they are taking advantage of the environment. So this is a problem out here. Dang, this is why I was, I think I said this once. This is a problem out here because this is a leading edge of cells. This is not the cold frontal cells. These are the cold frontal cells back in here. This leading edge up here in northwest Arkansas can definitely rotate quite a bit more than our cold front can. So I'm starting to see rotation up here in and around Fayetteville. No tornado warnings issued up here yet, but we'll have to keep a close eye on these in the short term here. Might be super important. Okay, so let's show that watch. Show the watch. There we go. So here's your new tornado watch for much of western Arkansas, from the northwest to the southwest part of the state, extreme northeastern Texas, and eastern, especially southeastern Oklahoma. One round of storms going through that would prompt that watch is up here, especially in northwest Arkansas. These have matured pretty quickly here. Let's take a look. Pancheros is really good. I just get a burrito bowl. I like the vinaigrette. Very good stuff. All right, let's see. Whoa. You can see kind of how fast these started to, increase in coverage here. We were looking at them back here when they were right on the border, and now they've all started to hook up here in this area of northwest Arkansas. Oh gosh, dang it. There we go. So we were looking at these right back near the border, and then they've really started to hook as they get up here in the Fayetteville and Springdale area, so we're paying close attention now up here. It's on the screen now. Bunch of mini rotating cells here. Rotation in all of these, but it's weak. If something significant establishes itself, we'll have the first look at it. Mississippi Delta, we'll probably get in on the storms around late morning to noontime. So yeah, that's your new tornado watch. Valid until noontime. I find it interesting how far west it's been put out there. So I'll watch these storms closely. I could see how some of them could incur this watch, though. We can see some brief rotation in these as they show up. They really show up near Braggs, Oklahoma here. These small cells, small rotating cells. Okay. All right, so still watching for northwest Arkansas. It looks like it's moving out of the Interstate 540 corridor pretty quickly here. So just about to be out of all the people all along Interstate 540. this first round of storms. Yeah, there's a small thunderstorm showing up all around Chicago right now. Let's do another look at Dallas-Fort Worth, if I have that up. There we go. So it's passing through the east part of Dallas Metro now. Dallas proper in downtown is just about to be out of it. That'll be the last of it for today. Really has blown up to the southwest here. So yeah, Waco, you're definitely going to get in on some super heavy rain here. These storms have blown up quite a bit here, but I think the risk will maintain just damaging winds and heavy rain outside of the tornado watch that we have now. So that's all of these areas down Interstate 35. Should just be damaging wind and rain. All right, let's sit back down. Quad Cities, you're good. You're good in the Quad Cities in Iowa. It's past you. All right, let's look at Southern Illinois now. Southern Illinois, no super tight rotation. Maybe just a little bit of broad rotation here, passing over I-57 around West Frankfort. This is all disorganized over here now. All disorganized over here, so for most people, it's getting good down. It's getting to be okay down here. It's a little bit more heavy rain moving through Cape Girardeau County here. So Jackson in there in Missouri. Eventually, though, you'll get a second round. That's going to be there at probably, goodness, I don't know, probably 4 hours or so from now, 3 to 4 hours. There's not much development reaching southwest Arkansas. The Texarkana area is okay right now. Russellville in Arkansas, you're in the new tornado watch just barely, I think, or just right outside of it. So those cold front storms will probably wake you up. Michigan, you guys don't start for another few hours, so you're fine now. Take a nap at the moment, have a way to receive warnings. Alright, so that's Southern Illinois. Just strong storms moving through here. 67-mile-an-hour wind report around Carbondale. So, just some heavy winds. I don't even see much of any hail in here anymore in Southern Illinois, so it's just going to be gusty, gusty storms. Yeah, happy to help, y'all. Happy to help. Anywhere in Chicago, you guys start about an hour and a half from now. Hour and a half from now. From west to east. Oh, if anything's gonna wear me out and make me tired tonight, it's gonna be the constant locations. Oh my goodness. So I'm just gonna cover these as I go, and I'll do my best here. It's Fayetteville. It's just about to move out. This first line of storms moving out, and then you got another one coming in. Now it's to the north and east of Fayetteville at the moment. Any bit of rotations down there. Yes. We'll hold together over Lake Michigan. There is a reason why there is a threat area over there. The answer is sort of, and it will redevelop back over there. Just some heavy rain down here. Heavy rain and some strong winds reaching the surface down here, south and east of Fort Smith. Wind is the severe thunderstorm polygon here in red. So that is for wind at the moment. Okay. Still just like minor rotation all in here. Now east of the I-540 corridor in northwest Arkansas. That was hard to say. Wow. And then once this is through, you got these line of storms on the cold front back to the west. It's going to move through over the next 30 minutes or so, 45 minutes. So it'll take another 45 minutes for Fayetteville and so forth to be out of any more storms. But these ones are probably, a minimal threat at the moment back in here. Joplin, you're good to go. Let's take a look at the Springfield, Missouri radar. So there's that line of winds about to enter Springfield. So the gusty winds enter first. Just along this line, you can kind of see it showing up there in that light blue and green area. So these are those gusty winds pushing out from the storms. And that means that the tornado threat back in here is next to 0. Now in here, though, this cell's kind of attached to it. It's trying to run out in front of it a little bit, so I don't think this will become tornadic, but it is definitely got, this is definitely the most powerful part of the line down here. In and around Mount Vernon, Missouri. So that's gonna head into Springfield. Yeah, generally this part of this storm down here is going to head into Springfield. So it's gonna be a pretty powerful storm shaping up for Springfield. You're gonna get a severe thunderstorm warning more than likely in just a bit here. For or Greene County rather, and Northern Christian County in Missouri. So yeah, Springfield, Missouri, looking at a strong storm coming through. This is going to be one of the stronger parts of the line. So definitely some hail in there. Definitely a powerful wind gusts. Gonna get a little gnarly over there. Fort Smith, good. You have another round of storms moving in from the west that might be there in another 30 to 45 minutes. I was going over water breakup of storm. It's because the Lake of Michigan is cold, the surface, and you need the warm, moist air to support storms. So if it's colder, there's less moisture that can be held by the air. So you're feeding unhealthy storm fuel as it's over the lake. Yep, I'm still going. I got another 5 hours or so, which is going to be a little rough, but we're doing well. We're doing well. Best I can. And there is no... oh, yeah, right. Yeah, the tornado warning is for a spin-up tornado. It's likely still maybe ongoing here, but for a very highly localized area, just like literally one street. It's going to pass the south of Anawan, so it's going towards Sheffield, Illinois. Might feel the greatest impacts of any localized damage from these powerful winds and maybe a little bit of a tornado. But it's persisted for a while here. Whoops. It's persisted for a while here, so you can see what prompted the warning. It may be allowed to expire. We'll see. There's our spin-up tornado. I don't see any more up here right now. I don't see any more areas of tight rotation that would warrant a warning. This part of the line down here is rotating, but it's rather broad over Williamsfield, Illinois. I hope you're all doing well while you're waking up here. This is the busy part where everybody asks about their same location. We've even got severe thunderstorms moving up into Madison. So now southern Wisconsin, called you out a little bit ago. These are up in place for hail. So up here we could see larger hail. So Madison, another hailstorm possible here in Dane County, Wisconsin. Also down here on the border for Monroe, Wisconsin and Orangeville. These same conditions are going to be what's moving into Rockford, Illinois, Janesville, Wisconsin here, those areas in between. So right now looks like hailstorms up here. Right now looks like hailstorms. So that's moving in 20 to 30 minutes for Madison. 30 minutes or so for Rockford. And toward the east here, into Chicago. It's going to move in about an hour and 15 minutes from now, just about 6:30 a.m. for the Western Metro. Okay, so that's that line of storms in particular. Tornado warning allowed to expire with it. In Chicago proper, we've been seeing these tiny little hailstorms popping up all morning, actually, the last few hours. They were here in the North Metro first.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They were here in the North Metro first. That tornado warning was actually extended for that same area we were just looking at. At least I'm pretty sure. So a bunch of little hail storms are moving through now the South Metro in Chicago. We've also got the severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Indiana. So again, this is kind of what happened yesterday morning. In a lot of these areas, we saw hailstorms move in the morning. And it's just happening again. So now all of this area in northwest Indiana, the southern Chicago suburbs, seeing those hailstorms pop up. Even into western Michigan. So no tornado threats with those right now. That is later in the day. Later in the day. And guess what? Ryan's going to be back on to cover those once he wakes up and is ready to take this over from me. I will hand it off to him and go the heck to sleep. So, yep, there we go. So this is the same warning, same tornado warning we were just looking at. It's now been extended. So now it's including Sheffield, like I just called out. It's for this tiny little area of rotation right here. There it is, circled in blue. So little spin-up tornado there's persisted for just some time. It's going to pass through Sheffield, more than likely. Follow the polygon. Respect the polygon. So now it's going into Central Bureau County. It's going to include Princeton, Illinois. It's just a good idea to be taking shelter, but already we see that this has mostly completely died out. So now that rotation in the matter of 2 minutes is gone. But there's all sorts of areas along this line that can rotate quickly and pose a risk for a spin-up tornado that might happen in 30 seconds and then be gone. We might not even see it on the radar. It's that fast. So down the line, if this continues to intensify here, we may start seeing those blanket tornado warnings issued, where there's multiple areas of rotation, and we're just like, it would be confusing to issue so many different ones. We can start just issuing boxes ahead of it. We saw this on Friday, I think. Yeah, on last Friday. So that might happen again. Okay, let's go back into Texas. No severe thunderstorm warnings down here, but if one were to be issued, it'd probably be for the west of Waco here in Texas. This is the strongest part of the storm down here. A bunch of really heavy rain consolidated in this area. We'll be moving towards Hillsboro in Texas. It's mostly out of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, just moving out through the south and east parts. Wow, Rockwall County is super small. It's an interesting county. It's very small. Thank you, Erica, for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for any support through the night. Get me through this mid shift. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Hey, I've looked at least 2,700 different locations this morning. Let me help you out in Branson, Missouri. Give me a sec, because I don't know where the heck that is. Branson, Missouri, south of Springfield. You guys are about to get in on the severe thunderstorms from the cold front. The tornado threat that I kept you up for, that has mostly passed off Yes, but it does look like a secondary one is materializing. You can see rotation down here near Hinesville, Arkansas. This is in the northwest corner of the state. We'll circle that in black for you here. This is some rotation. So these supercells down here are rotating. They're now east of Fayetteville, Springdale. The initial ones we're concerned with. So this may move up towards Branson. Unfortunately for you. We'll be watching it as it moves up this direction across the border. We'll see if it maintains rotation here. This could be tight enough. Could be tight enough to warrant a. Oh yeah. Okay. This could be good enough to warrant a tornado warning soon here. So that'd be northern Madison County and into Carroll County in Arkansas. Eventually, that would pass into Stone County in Missouri. Not Stone County, Arkansas, Stone County, Missouri, over here in the southwest part of the state. And possibly into Taney County as well. This looks like, if this isn't side-lobed, which I mean, I don't think it is. It is a little bit. So if this is legitimate rotation, though, this may incur a tornado warning shortly. So good tornado watch by the Storm Prediction Center. Conditions are favorable for things like this to happen, so we may see a new warning. Let's look at it from Fort Smith radar. All the way over here, it looks the same. It's going to be the same story from both radar sites, so if you see a warning come through, now you know why. Being young, yep. I did at least 40 all-nighters through my undergrad years getting my meteorology degree. Worth a double C. Requesting light towers and help in Glen Allen, Missouri, where that tornado went through. Anybody can delegate resources over there in Bollinger County, Missouri. Definitely had a significant tornado went through. Finding people in the woods. Oh. Alright, waiting to see right now if this does get a tornado warning here. This would be to the north and east of Hinesville, Arkansas. Watching this, it might go up towards Berryville, Urbanette, and Eureka Springs. So y'all watch out here. It's a rotating storm. Might be a little bit distorted from the radar, but we'll see what happens if it is issued over there. We'll be right back to it. So y'all watch out over there. I mean, to me, this is probably consistent enough from two different radar sites. This seems a good candidate. Even though we are seeing a little bit of side lobing. Possible tornado warning coming for northern Madison County, Carroll County in Arkansas. Could extend to the north and east towards Branson, Kimberling City here in southwestern Missouri. That was for that significant tornado that went through Glen Allen. We were hoping that nobody was impacted, but we're listening, or we have people listening to the back end emergency management services that are over there. Yeah, Carbondale is good for now. Most of the storms have moved through that area, so the strongest stuff's moved through. You heard it, and so forth. Yeah, I've been up all night, so I'm focusing on now over the next couple hours more than I am Indiana, Michigan, and so forth. That's later on today, later on this morning into the afternoon. One round possible earlier from the northwest part of Indiana with some hailstorms moving in through there now. But that's not the tornado threat. That's later today. Ryan will be live for that part. Okay. So waiting to see if we get a tornado warning over here in northwest Arkansas. If that does come through, we'll come right back to it. So consider it. Y'all heads up. Y'all watch out. So let's go back to Illinois. This tornado warning is just over Sheffield. Doesn't look like the rotation's there, but it's still going to be strong winds as it goes through Sheffield. So If you're there, I mean, it's just a good idea to be taking shelter as it approaches Princeton. But I don't see the rotation that prompted the warning. These things move quickly. They'll be done for. Anywhere up and down this line, besides that, we could see...
A new tornado warning
Here's the
has been
tornado
issued.
warning for Arkansas. We could see a couple more tornado warnings for this line of storms up here, but at the moment, not seeing too much that's telling. That Madison, Wisconsin hailstorm is about to move in. Approaching Janesville and Rockford from the west. And a bunch of areas here in central Illinois as well from the west. Jacksonville, Illinois, probably getting in on the strongest part of the storm down here. And Morgan County and Scott County. There you go. Let's go down to Arkansas. Called this warning. It looks a little weaker now from this radar, but this is going to include through Carroll County, so Berryville, Urbanette, Oak Grove, one word, and Green Forest here in northwest Arkansas should be getting in their tornado safe spots. Look at that from Springfield. This shows the rotation a little bit better. Welcome, Mike. I think it was June or July. Nope. We got those strong dynamics in place. Strong dynamics in place. Oh, cool. And now I have a cat friend. So Midas has come here to bless a little bit here. There he is right there, perched on top of his tower. Midas Kitty has graced the stream, so hopefully he brings good luck. Cross your fingers for the rest of today while I'm on. Good old Midas Kitty. He's going to start cleaning. So now we are joined by company. All right. Springfield, Missouri. Yep, the winds are coming through now. That's what you're hearing outside. Strong, heavy rains, 5 to 10 minutes removed. It'll come through. No tornadoes over here right now. No tornadoes in Springfield, Missouri. You guys are just going to get a bunch of heavy rain and wind and hail. Strongest part of the storm is moving through the city of Springfield. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Get me through the nighttime hours here. Indiana's later today. 4 hours from now at minimum. Fayetteville, first round's passed through you. Second round still from the cold front, 30 minutes to your west or so. Favorite color is orange. St. Louis, hour and a half from now. Hour to an hour and a half. Wind and rain. That's for St. Louis. This rotation's falling apart. Just a bit here, so that's good news for this tornado warning. If it looks like this in 20 minutes or so, this warning will be allowed to expire, but please be taking shelter up through most of Carroll County in Arkansas here. All right, let's look at Southern Illinois first, just in case. Gotta find it here. Southern Illinois first. I don't see anything in here. None of this is severe warned either, just a bunch of lightning. Moving through the southern tip of Illinois at the moment. Don't see anything in particular down here. Let's go back up to our central Illinois area here. Tornado warning allowed to expire for Princeton, but the storms are still going to be strong when they move through. They are crossing through central Illinois now. About an hour or so from Chicago, western suburbs. Bunch of hailstorms are popping up through northwestern Indiana. Draw that in blue. Nope, in blue. A bunch of hailstorms popping up through northwest, or basically the southern and southeastern Chicago suburbs here. in this metro area. So small hail possible all through there. Maybe even some quarter-size hail. Pulled the all-nighter with me. Good grief. Yeah, happy to help. Happy to help. Yep, I'm looking at Rochelle right now. Is it possible? Yeah, well, they'll issue a tornado possible with this because you're gonna have spin ups all along this line. This is a possible spin up. This could be a spin up near Deer Grove, and this is gonna change with every single radar scan. So these are small tornadoes that may last for 30 seconds or something. If they do, this is probably the most concerning one. Right there near Manlius Walnut in Ohio, Illinois. That's the northwest of Peru. So all sorts of different places here. This may warrant a tornado warning if it persists another frame here. We'll see these spin ups quite frequently here. Don't be scared, be prepared. If that warning comes through, you know what to do. Cape Girardeau. Down there, it's mostly over. Storms have passed through your area. The rest of the cold front's gonna get there in about 3 hours or so from now, maybe 4 hours. It's just gonna be rainy and windy into the late morning. Thankfully, it looks like the tornado threat has diminished significantly down here, okay? I forgot how to pronounce it after I've said it 47 times. So there we go. Nope, I have been looking at Jacksonville, Illinois. I said it was the strongest part of the line. It was back in Bowling Green producing hail. Bowling Green, Missouri. Yeah, I know NIU's in DeKalb. It's where my partner did his undergrad. I wish I could put the virtual Railfan up. I need Frank for that, though. I can't edit the back end. Gerardo, thank you. You see, I said it 47 times and I forgot. Introduced for Ohio, Northwest Ohio, mostly. That will be in the afternoon. Early afternoon. Ooh. This is one source of weather on the internet. Use me as one single means of action, call to action if you need it. I'm not the only one. Just I am here to help, all right? I'm here to help, not to fulfill. It's important to make this distinction. I'm here to unify all sources of weather, act as another one to give you another perspective, and so forth. All right, would not be surprised. Yeah, this is persisting for a few frames now. Wouldn't be surprised at a tornado warning here toward Ohio, Illinois. Ohio's the town, and Illinois the state, near Walnut. Would not be surprised with a tornado warning right in this area for this rotation, moving on to the east-northeast. Possibly even down here near Bradford as well. This would head into the south of Princeton towards the Peru area. So we'll see. We'll see if those tornado warnings come through for these quick spin-up tornadoes in the line, if they are happening. So we'll see if that happens. But now we're going back to northwestern Arkansas, where we could try to see this tornado warning. It's still, yeah, it's still maintaining some intensity here. And there it goes, kaput. Nice. So hopefully this peters out more and is allowed to expire. Yeah, this is what prompted our tornado warning down here into Carroll County, Arkansas. So please be taking shelter in Berryville along Highway 62 here in northwest Arkansas. I'm gonna go on my first legit storm chase next month in and around the plains for 2 weeks. This is GR2 analyst. GR2. Springfield, Missouri. I talked about it a few times. Welcome to the stream if you're just joining. Strongest part of the storm moving through. Wind, hail, rain. No tornadoes. Springfield, Missouri. Jackson, Mississippi, you're fine. Nothing going on. Oh. So let's see if any other parts of this line in our tornado watch area are rotating from the Fort Smith radar. Thank you for the support, Robin. Appreciate it. Really working hard here. We're getting in the early morning now. Oof. I got 4.5 hours to go. Yeah, right now that's not a warn, Naomi.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's your Bureau County warning. That's one of the 2 spin-ups we were looking at. Bring you back there. There it is. Walnut and Ohio, Illinois. Quick spin-up tornadoes possible here. It's just a good idea when you see the line looking like this to just be taking shelter out and ahead of it. Don't want to be outside in it. Just a good idea. Thank you, Spike Fast Racing. I'm working hard. I don't want to be greater than anybody. I want to be an addition to the resources available. That's what I want. Yeah, home stretch, home stretch. Big nap later. You know, it's very possible that I can just restart I can direct you guys to Ryan's new stream when that happens and restart my own and keep going. But I was originally planning on doing that so I could do like 16 hours or so of coverage, but that might not be possible. That might not be possible. Thank you for the support, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to teach with this as well. Fill in the space here. I really want to talk to you guys more than the locations here, but it's important to make sure we're covering here because I'd like to. I wanted to make sure that this stream also served to reduce storm anxiety. We're having some nice chit chat here and there, and feeling okay. But there's so many people who need information that we're not prioritizing that at the moment. East of Cincinnati, it starts to diminish by that point. It's really northwest Ohio. That's at the greater risk. The storms will fizzle out in the late afternoon once they reach that area. Good question, though. Thank you. Thank you for the support. 4029 local weather is reporting debris. All right, well, let's check their claims. I have a feeling we're not going to be able to do that because it is garbled data. So what you're looking at here, I have my center marker, that red square. Here is an area of lower CC, but here is that same area on the radar, on the rainfall rate here. We can see that it is in an area of clear air. That is not debris. I don't think this tornado is on the ground, but please be taking shelter. It is still exhibiting tight rotation. It's really going in and out, but I think it's because it's mostly side-lobed. So it's a little bit messy in the radar data. As best we can tell, it's worth a tornado warning. It's worth taking shelter in Carroll County in Arkansas here as this exits Madison County. This warning may be reissued, of course, near Branson, Missouri. Somebody's spamming that all night. So, advance, y'all watch out in Branson, Missouri, Forsyth or Forsyth, into Taney County here. In the southeastern part of Stone County, Missouri. So Kimberling City, Coney Island, and Blue Eye. Advance, y'all watch out, just in case this warning is continued into those areas of southwestern Missouri. Some people were definitely impacted. We have injuries being reported from the earlier tornado near Grassy, Missouri, and Glen Allen. So there are people being taken to the hospital. There are reports of a couple homes hit, so that was a significant tornado we watched go through.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so another spin-up tornado here, or an extension of the warning, rather, into Lee County. This is for this rotation right next to Ohio, the town, in Illinois, the state. Anyone in Chicago, you're about 45 minutes out. The western suburbs, about 45 minutes out now. So this line is rapidly getting closer to Rochelle, to NIU campus in DeKalb, to Rockford, where it's going to pose a threat for all severe hazards. So spin-up tornadoes, hail, and winds are going to happen all along the line here. See these severe thunderstorm warnings come out, go through Madison, Wisconsin, Janesville, Wisconsin. So this is going to be true for Milwaukee. In an hour from now, this is going to be true for Racine, Kenosha, all the way down through the Chicago suburbs. And then an hour and a half or so for Champaign-Urbana. Champaign-Urbana. And yeah. All right, let's so now that we've got these spin-up tornadoes covered, please be taking shelter in Lee County in Illinois as the stronger part of the line heads towards your area. This is gonna get really, it's getting active. This is getting active. There's no tornado in Ohio. Not right now. That's later today. That might happen. Good grief. Okay. So, Peoria, weaker part of the storm down here. It's about 20 minutes, 15 minutes out from y'all there in Pekin and Peoria. Waking up in the morning to take a look at it. Do I have the St. Louis radar? Yes, I do. Here's a look at the storm nearing Jacksonville, Illinois. Told you all that this strongest part of the line down here is in this storm approaching, going through Scott County and approaching Morgan County, Illinois. Looks like hail and wind right now. No minimal tornado appearances down here on the radar. Everywhere down here through Missouri, so St. Louis, y'all's tornado threat is next to zero. You can see that because we have this line right here, this light snaky blue line here on the west side of your screen, the left side of your screen. That's the gust front. That means air is not getting into the storms. It's being stopped out in front of them. So no tornado threat right now entering St. Louis. No tornado threat. That could change, but right now it looks good. The same is true all the way down through Missouri. This line is out in front of the storms all the way through Missouri. Lebanon, Missouri, all good. No tornado threat. It's going to be strong, gusty winds. Springfield's getting in on the worst of it now in Missouri. We've been talking about. All good. All good along this line of storms from throughout St. Louis and so forth. Hopefully that helps calm some of your nerves over here. All right, let's go back to northwest Arkansas here. Severe warning storm here. It's going to go through, again, Fayetteville, Springdale, to possibly up to Bentonville. This is going to be the last one to go through your area. Once this severe thunderstorm is through the Interstate 540 corridor up here, you're good to go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You'll be good to go. New tornado warning down here. I didn't see this one. This is the eastern Madison County. So same county, new warning here in Arkansas for a different storm. This one's rotation is ramped up really quickly. So here it was about 6 minutes ago. You can see it was basically nothing, 12 minutes ago or so. And now in the last few scans, National Weather Service is on it because they're watching one area. We can see a tighter rotation right here in the browns and reds next to each other. So Weathers, Kingston, be in your safe spots. Down the line, we're looking at Newton County in northwestern Arkansas. So that would be Ponca, Jasper, and Compton here. If this rotation persists, Harrison in Boone County, Arkansas would also be down the line. So new warning there. New warning there. eastern Madison County in Arkansas. Ozark, severe thunderstorm moving through. Probably just looking a little nasty out there right now. Don't see anything with it. Okay, so let's look at this storm approaching Branson, Missouri. Rotation is mostly disorganized here still. So we have the severe thunderstorm warning in place out ahead of it for Taney County in Missouri here, but the storm right now is not it's not looking significantly tornadic here. So this may be allowed to expire unless this rotation wraps up again. Right now it looks a little broad. Michigan State getting started. You got some hailstorms moving through over there. Morning time hailstorms possible all through the Great Lakes region. Out ahead of the cold front. Let's take a look. If it'll let me go. And Michigan State down here. So yeah, a bunch of morning hail time or morning time hailstorms. I'm starting to get those words mixed together, guys. It's getting in the early morning. Pekin next 20 minutes. Just a severe thunderstorm with wind and rain.
A
right
new
now.
tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so there's that extension into Boone and Newton County, Arkansas. We were talking about that. So yeah, hopefully y'all are getting in your shelters down there. Just y'all watch out. Is northern Chicago in for spin up tornadoes, damaging wind, hail. Cold front's moving in. It's about 45 minutes out. Sirens went off in Carroll County. Good. Sirens in Lee County as well in Illinois. Okay, good to hear. Things are going as they should be. The look at the rotation approaching this area. Papa, you're out of where it would have been. The rotation's already gone. It was right in this area near Ohio. So you can see it right there. Right here is where it was. Prompted the warning. And now it's gone. Looks like in the area near Peoria and Pekin, I think that we have the little bit of that gust front out in front, so the tornado threat should be low for these areas over here in Peoria. Should be low over there. Got a hail video? Let's go. We're staying safe. Not seeing rotation. Not seeing rotation up here around Rockford, so it looks like you guys are just going to get in on the hail through Ogle County and Winnebago County in Illinois. Oof. Western Kentucky is in the afternoon. What is that flask? That's my water bottle. Anywhere in Chicago, guys, 45 minutes out. Chicago's 45 minutes out. Make sure you're watching this live stream in HD, by the way. I should give you a reminder about that. Make sure it's in HD, because I'm streaming in HD and is on your end if it's not. And make sure you're following up with the date and time in the bottom right. Make sure you're on the same minute of the hour. Just about. Okay. I don't want to be behind in a live stream where we're covering pertinent weather as it's happening. That would not be good. Yep, Rochelle's about to get in on it. This is not a tornado in the distance. This is just the damaging wind and the line of storms. You can see it out to the west. Same is true in Springfield. Same is true in Peoria. Same is true in central Illinois all along the line here. Water bottle? Well, if it were anything else, I don't think I'd still be awake right now. So you can trust me on that. That's a funny one, chat. It's a funny one. Bunch of those hailstorms moving in just around Michigan City to the north of South Bend in Indiana. Those are just morning time hailers. Strong threat is off to your west still. Moving quickly, though. It's getting there. Right on time. So there we go. That's for that warning. It should be allowed to expire here in Lee County, Illinois. Let's go back down to Arkansas. Still some rotation. This probably will be continued north and east into Taney County in Missouri. So if that warning comes through, now you know why. Rotating storm approaching you in Branson, Missouri. This one looks more concerning to me. So again, that's going to approach Ponca and Compton here in northwest Arkansas. This is let's see, this is northwestern Newton County. And extreme or far southwestern Boone County in Arkansas. So eventually Harrison, Bellefonte, along Highway 62 here in Boone County. This storm's coming for you, rotating part of it. And those are our warnings right now. Again, northwest Arkansas for Fayetteville along Interstate 540 up north. One last severe thunderstorm to get through with some wind, possibly hail. One last one to get through, and then you'll be done. Okay, so Springfield is going through it right now in Missouri to your north. Then it'll be done. Little Rock will get some storms in a few hours. A couple hours from now. Any one of the bit of the line back in here that will make it to central Arkansas. Wind and rain. Wind and rain. Gosh, thank you guys for the support. It's a lot. It's a lot. Southern Illinois, no warnings over there as far as I know. That blob is mostly petered out. That's over here. Southern Illinois, don't see anything concerning right now. It's kind of falling apart. Just a bunch of heavy rain up into here. Bunch of heavy rain approaching southwest Indiana. But no warnings over here. Nope, Toronto will be later this afternoon. France okay? Is it? Youngstown, Ohio. Isn't that on the east part of the state? It should be it should be lower by that point into the evening hours. Eastern Arkansas. If Little Rock's like 8 to 9 a.m. over here, maybe about 3 hours from now, then Eastern Arkansas into Memphis, Tennessee is probably noon time. Getting on I-88 in Rochelle. You're driving through this thing? Dang. Thank you for the assistance. Thank you for the coffee money. You guys are helping me out a lot here. I appreciate it. I really do. Just don't want to make it about the money. We're doing good work for y'all. And this is moving into Chicago in 45 minutes. And there can be spin-up tornadoes in Chicago, all right? Keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, let's look at Texas real quick. All right, so we're down here in Texas. Oh, buddy. All right, let me check on the conditions down here just in case.
A new tornado warning has been
Okay, so
issued.
that's the extension of the warning into Boone County, Arkansas. That's for what's the town called? Harrison? Yeah, Harrison. So now, Harrison, Arkansas, please be taking shelter in the tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. Now it's into Stone and Taney counties in Missouri. So that's for Branson, Missouri, and areas around there in southwestern Missouri. In that tornado warning, please be taking shelter. Interior-most room of your house. Or a basement if you've got it. Bring a pillow, bring your shoes. Make sure everyone's accounted for. Stay up to date with the information here. It doesn't look like much is happening in Texas. Down here south of Dallas-Fort Worth. I think we're okay for now over here. I think we're okay. I'm just looking at this kind of suspicious storm. So I was checking out the environment. What's going on here? It looks really not that great. It looks really not that great for this. So I think this will hopefully fall apart. This is well south of Waxahachie. So some strong parts of the line, but it really looks like we're just getting a bunch of downpours down here. Let's go back to central Illinois here. This line's still moving through. The support. West Plains. Yeah, we were talking about you guys earlier. So you're a couple counties over from where these storms are that are becoming tornadic. Couple counties over. Wow. Definitely something going on there. We got 3 different warnings up here from, I believe, 3 different National Weather Service offices. So that's wild. three different warnings up here. Just to make sure everybody's all accounted for. It looks like it's going to go to the south of Branson, Missouri. So this is for primarily Reuter and Prodom. Here in Taney County, please be taking shelter. You're in Harrison. You're in Harrison in Arkansas. In a trailer, you got time to get to a neighbor. It's about 15 minutes out from you. Oh yeah, that warning into Boone County was just for the northwest part of it. Okay, I see. So this has yet to be extended to Harrison, but it probably it probably will be. So you have time to find a neighbor if you're in a trailer. Pro Tim. Carbondale, Illinois. Aren't you guys fine? Yeah, nothing's going on over here. Just some wind in the back end, probably. Branson sirens, good to hear. Please be taking shelter. Happy to help Patrick. St. Louis, storms are about an hour or so out from you. They will be non-tornadic. No tornadoes in St. Louis. Yeah, missing vid. Don't worry about it. It's because Zach Hall went to sleep. I can't do anything about it. I have this, but it's kind of scuffed. So I just opted not to use it. In Rockford, Illinois now, about to get there with the hail. The hail is the severe thunderstorm warning up there. Thank you, Amelia. Thank you, Rachel. Am I getting sleepy? It's getting a bit tough, but we got 4 hours or so until Ryan shows up and he's like, stop streaming, you dummy, and go to sleep. Bentonville, yep. Northwest Arkansas, take a look. Over here, strongest part of the storm's moving through. Just one more severe thunderstorm warning to get through. Wind and hail. Wind, hail, heavy rain. Then you're done. Over here in northwest Arkansas along Interstate 540. Ohio, you guys are hours away. I'm not going to talk about you right now. Everybody waking up to the storms. They're blowing through. They're blowing through Illinois right now. They're gonna wake a lot of people up. We were talking about that cold front for quite some time. And then everybody in Chicago is gonna wake up and be like, Chicago, 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 Chicago. I'm like, yeah, it's there. Wind, hail, spin up tornado right here. Okay, we cover it. That's what's gonna happen. I'm happy to help. Happy to help y'all. Springfield, Missouri is almost done with the worst of this. Everybody in let me just show you guys this. Everybody in central Missouri here, besides where these supercells are right now, posing a tornadic threat over the next hour or so. So this will be tornadic threat up through these areas, possibly. So through West Point, Douglas County. But everybody up north here through Rolla, through St. Louis and so forth, this part of the storm is going to be non-tornadic as it moves through. No tornadoes. No tornadoes along Interstate 44 here. Some strong storms that moved through Springfield, Missouri. People can tell you how it was. It was windy. It was rainy. It looked like heck. But all up here, all through St. Louis, no tornadoes. No tornadoes right now. It's because this line of the storms, this part of the line of storms is going southwest to northeast here along this line. And out in front, we have a gust front, or the air that's blocking anything from moving in that could cause rotation. So we have a gust front here that's saving y'all from any tornadic threat right now. No tornadoes across this region. Down here, though, we have these supercells out in front. These are cells that could continue to pose a tornadic threat as they move off to the east, northeast. And they're certainly doing that right now. Would recommend being in shelter in Taney County, Missouri. This is about to cross into the Missouri border. We've also got this tornado warned storm that is approaching Harrison, Arkansas, in Boone County. Rolla, thank you. Rolla in Missouri. So everybody waking up. Everybody's waking up to the storms through Illinois. I'm tracking them. Unfortunately, if you're waking up and just joining, you don't see the 17 times that I've covered it already, but I don't care. I'll cover it again. Here we go. Here's north central Illinois. About to close in on Rochelle. So DeKalb, you're about 15 minutes out from that. Wind and rain. Wind and rain for basically everybody here. There's hail up to the northern mode, but all the severe thunderstorm warnings into southern Wisconsin were allowed to expire. So you're still going to get some hail up in here. Still going to get some hail up in here, approaching the Milwaukee metro and southeastern corner of Wisconsin. Down here, though, is really where the wind threat is focusing. As these severe thunderstorms move off to the east, they're now only 2 counties removed from the Chicago metro, western suburbs. So there you go. There's your update. These will be here at 6:30 p.m. or a.m. rather. Uh-oh, losing track of my time of day. 6:30 a.m. for the western suburbs of Chicago. Exiting Chicago probably by 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Oops. So there's that severe thunderstorm warning all the way to the east through McHenry County. Starting to get into the suburbs here. And that again will be for wind, damaging winds, heavy rain, some lightning with this. I think there will be a little bit. It feels muggy out there. Whenever it feels muggy out there in the morning, you know those storms are going to come through. Shouldn't be this muggy at 6 a.m. on April 5th in Chicago, right? So you know there's something unsettled going on. So there you go. Peoria and Pekin, no severe thunderstorm warnings down there. This part of the storm down here is much less strong At the moment, looks like this part is going to be much less impactful as it moves through central Illinois. So Bloomington area, Peoria area looks okay. Springfield, Illinois, you got the stronger part locally moving it toward your area right down here. This is going to be wind and hail. Yeah, so pretty good. Yep, normal severe stuff in Springfield, Missouri. It's almost done though. Little Rock is going to get some storms along the cold front in 3 hours. It's about 3 hours. As this approaches Chicago, though, there is the chance for spin-up tornadoes. We can see 2 possibly ongoing right here in this part of the line. So this is near Pawpaw. These have shown up in the last couple minutes. This is near Scarborough and Compton in Illinois. So these just show up, very quickly here. They could last 30 seconds, do very localized damage. That's why it's a good idea to just be inside whenever these storms move through. That's true for Chicago. That's true for all of these areas. So there you go. There's your Illinois threat up and coming. All right. So let's go into southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas. This warning up here looks very disorganized. Not really seeing the rotation too much. It was there just a frame ago. It's disorganized at the surface, though, so if something establishes itself again, this is a healthy-looking supercell. So right now, looking okay, but we'll keep a close eye on it. That's for Taney County, Missouri. Down here, the storm is approaching Harrison in Arkansas, about to enter Boone County. But, yeah. So please be taking shelter. I don't know. I don't know if this tornado warning will be extended. The rotation here is there, but it's broad. We're really looking for, instead of this, we're looking for right in here, and that's not really happening too much. So I'm not sure if this warning will be extended, but if it is, you'll hear it come through for Boone County again. We'll be watching. Bentonville almost done. Springdale and Fayetteville up next for just one more round of storms. It'll be done for y'all after that. I would rather discuss some more interesting topics, but we got to cover the active warnings right now. So many names of towns. So many names of towns. I want to be more in depth of a streamer here. Thank you for the support, Connor. Anybody else sending it along? I appreciate it. Kathy, Northwest Indiana into the early to mid morning. Mountain Home looks like you're a bit far to the east for these storms that have popped up. Spin up is a tornado. Spin up tornado is one that lasts like 30 seconds to a couple minutes. It's rain wrapped. It's embedded in the line of storms. So it happens quickly. It's small. These warnings are all about 15 minutes old or so they may start being expired as we see what's needed. I think this cell up here in entering Taney County, Missouri, is probably the strongest one that will need to be maintained. We'll see how it evolves, though. St. Louis, no tornado threat. No tornado threat. Approaches you in about 30 minutes or so. It's going to be unimpressive, I think. Northeast Ohio won't be too bad, I think. Hopefully not too bad. Looks like it's focused on Northwest Ohio. And into the mitten of Michigan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this warning down here has been extended for this storm So now it's going into Harrison. Now it's going to go into Harrison, Arkansas, Bergman, and Zink here. Please be taking shelter. Now we do have tighter rotation, so definitely a good warning to issue as it passes through Compton. So now Harrison, Arkansas is up next. This is radar indicated. No indication that a tornado is on the ground yet, but this has the potential to produce one. So let's be taking shelter. There's your new pink polygon here. All these areas are in a new tornado warning. Texas is fine. Addison was a downpour, no hail up there. Okay. For the report. Indianapolis, about 11 a.m. to noon. We are in the higher tornado threat, so be paying attention. Ryan will be streaming at that time. Everybody who wants to know about Michigan, wants to know about Indiana, wants to know about Ohio, wants to know about Southern Ontario, Ryan will be on covering those parts. Wants to know about Kentucky, that'll be Ryan. That'll be Ryan. I'll be on for another just about 4 hours now. Hopefully a little bit less than that. Yeah, strong supercell moving through. This is gonna have golf ball size hail. That's what that warning that just came through. Golf ball size hail possible. Looks like it's going to the southeast of. Oh, now we got a new tornado warning for DeKalb County. Okay, here we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pretty much just an extension of this tornado warning right here. Is now into DeKalb, so this includes the NIU campus. Everybody's going to be flooding in. NIU.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
NIU is going to be under this tornado warning now in DeKalb County. This is for spin-up tornadoes. They're brief, localized impacts that happen very quickly here. There we go. There's that new polygon. This part of the line you just want to be indoors for. Weak tornadoes are possible here. Weak tornadoes. Let's let them filter in. I'll wait until about 25 people ask me about the DeKalb. And I'll be like, weak tornadoes. Yep, Peoria, not even in a warning down there. But heavy rain moving through Pekin and Peoria. No warnings down there. Looking good. Hopefully that stays the case as it moves towards Bloomington. You'll be in the weaker part of the line. And you'll be happy. But it looks like the strongest part of the line is still just persisting up here through north central Illinois. So that's really going to be what impacts Chicago. And also up into southeastern Wisconsin now. It's to the southeast of Branson in Taney County. South and east. Is not DeKalb in Illinois. You will be roasted alive for that. All right, here's our little look at the spin-up tornado possible here, just to the east of Papua. If there is one that develops, it will move off in this direction. Should be to the east of DeKalb. Fort Smith, you're almost done. Taney County, good. You're in a tornado warning. Be in your safe spot. We're looking right now in DeKalb County, Illinois. And north and eastern part of Lee County. So this includes NIU campus. Where's Ryan's channel name? Ryan Hall, y'all. Whenever I'm done with the stream today, you guys will be automatically redirected to there. So that's wall-to-wall coverage. There's Joliet. Everywhere in the Chicago burbs we have yet to see. Looks like Joliet may stay out of the worst of it. I think the northern suburbs are really looking to get into the worst of this. But it's still going to be a little bit gnarly there. Southern Wisconsin, nope. If you're over here in Milwaukee to Racine, Kenosha, you're good. Or you're going to get in on it. If you're in Madison, you're good. If you're in Janesville, you're good. So, guys, wherever this line of storms is right now, if you're to the west of it, you're fine. I already went through it. This is the end of the severe weather for people as this specific part passes through. All right. So that's what it's looking like for DeKalb in Illinois. Back down to Arkansas and southwestern Missouri. Still some pretty decent rotation approaching Harrison and Belfont along Highway 62. Oof. And the rest of our severe weather, the one last round of it's moving through Fayetteville, Arkansas, in just a moment. Same will be true for Fort Smith, maybe 30 minutes down the line. One more severe thunderstorm, possibly in the area, and then you'll be done. You'll be done down here for the night. Or for the day. For severe weather, hopefully for a week. That would be great. It's possible. Covered that in my latest video. The outlook after the storm would be absolutely fantastic. All these storms are moving east to northeast. Yellville, you're just to the east of this warning. It should move, should go off to your west and north. The rotating part of the storm should be pretty far away from you there in Marion County, but it does include the western part of the county, so it's not a bad idea to practice safe spot measurements that you take. Springfield, Missouri is good. Yep, just about to finish passing through the city there. Yep, spin-up tornadoes can do damage, so can straight-line damaging winds. Let's look into Taney County real quick here. So it kind of looks... I don't really see any tight rotation with this at all. This definitely is dropping some golf ball size hail, though. So as it moves into Taney, I think it's losing its tornado potential quite a bit here. So Branson, the storm's off to your east. Technically, you're still in a tornado warning, but it is off to your east now. I wouldn't go outside because there's still going to be plenty of lightning here. It's still a dangerous storm. Oh. Alright. So those are our storms down here. In southwestern Missouri. Once again, if you're just joining, everybody in St. Louis, all through the central Missouri area here, Rolla, and so forth, all along Interstate 44. This is not going to be a tornado threat for y'all when it passes through. So for everyone who doesn't get impacted by these cells back here, this line of storms will not be tornadic for all of these people, including St. Louis. No tornado threat as it moves through. All right, back over here as this line of storms goes through Rochelle. It's done with Rochelle basically now. Heads towards NIU. Anywhere to the east here and into Michigan and northwest Indiana and so forth, these are just hailstorms popping up ahead of the cold front here. Unsettled weather over there. That's not the main event. That'll be later today. Yep, happy to help if you're waking up. Tired and getting snappy? No, not really. I feel less snappy now than I was earlier, actually. All good. Any chance for hail in St. Louis? A brief. I think a brief, perhaps. But it doesn't look like the line is super strong over there, so it might not be super impressive. Waco, heavy rains. Heavy rains moving in along the Interstate 35 corridor down there. Yeah, all down here. So anywhere in Champaign or Bonnet, along Interstate 57, more of these hailstorms just popping up in front here. Small hail expected. This is kind of what happened on. This is kind of what happened yesterday morning, but it was over here in Iowa instead. So you're seeing it again. All these little hailstorms popping up in the morning because the atmosphere is super unsettled out here. Everybody is gonna get impacted by this line of storms. You can see it real nicely here. Play the loop. Everybody's gonna get impacted by this line of storms. You can see just how huge it is. This is what's gonna be moving through west to east today. On the way down to Austin, Texas. This will be what's moving through. This is what's going to provide the severe weather for everybody in these risk areas here. Today's tornado threat. West to east with time. Ever so slightly punchy. Probably because I repeated myself one too many times. There you go. Huge line of storms. Big old springtime severe weather storm. Pretty interesting there. Looks like a derecho. It's not quite one, though. Not even close. Mountain home storms off to your west. There in Arkansas. You should be okay. Then the cold front will move through. These ones down here are less of a tornado threat as they approach your area. Yeah, no severe thunderstorm warnings down here in Texas at all. It's just going to be a bunch of heavy rain moving through. Okay. Storm's moving into DeKalb County, Illinois right now. Now we're closer to this radar site, so we can start to see where the tornado threat is focused. There is one. Spin up tornadoes possible all along the northern part of this line from really from like Earlville and DeKalb to the north. So this is where we're really focusing right now as this enters the Chicago metro over the next 25 minutes, west to east. And it should be out of your hair by, at least like 7:15 to 7:30 for most everybody. Over the next hour, the stormiest hour for Chicago is coming. Stormiest hour is the next one. Start the timer now. Sirens just went off in DeKalb. It looks like all of the spin-up tornado threat is actually south of the city there, near Waterman. But these things are changing rapidly. So the initial circulation that prompted this warning up to DeKalb is a little bit... It is still down here. You can see there was another one near Scarborough that just sort of got absorbed there pretty quickly. North Carolina time frame. I don't know. Friday, Thursday night, something. This is Illinois that we're looking at right now. Strong storms quickly approaching from the west for Waukesha, Milwaukee. About to go over Oconomowoc. About 25 to 30 minutes out for the Lake Michigan coast here. Very close to the western Chicago suburbs. Looking about 15 to 20 minutes out. Peoria is fine. You guys are good actually. You're good for hopefully the next week, starting right now. Hopefully. But yeah, the moment that this cold front passes through your area, all along down south along this thing, the moment that this passes through your area, the hope is that, we don't have severe weather for most of us for a week. That's something to look forward to. Northeast Arkansas is fine right now. It'll be there, around noontime or so. That's the cold front, wind and rain. We don't know how they're going to be approaching Lake Michigan right now. They could ramp up in intensity towards Chicago. They could remain steady state. They could lose a little bit, but the atmosphere is supportive for a steady state right now, if not ramping up just a little bit with the first bits of sun out here. What's interesting, I think, is that, if none of these hailstorms over here are clouding up the sunrise over here in Chicago, you could have the sunrise go into this line of storms as it approaches from the west. That would be really interesting if that were possible to see there. But I think it's all clouded over. Might be a little bit of clear in parts of the Chicago metro, but I think it's all clouded over, so you might not be able to do that. Ryan Hall will cover the tornado risk for Indiana when he's on just a few hours from now. Look at all these hailstorms popping up down here. Looks like Champaign getting in on a little bit of hail falling. Anyone in Champaign down here in Illinois? Do you get any, are you getting any hail right now? Is it loud? Okay. Let's look at Arkansas while we wait for that. These ones are just about doing the same thing, although the Taney County, Missouri one I think has fallen apart, which is good. Yeah, this one is just completely fallen apart. Not really any organized rotation in here. This tornado warning will definitely be allowed to expire soon as it goes off to the north and east part of the county. It's definitely still going to pack a punch with hail. We had golf balls falling with this. This broadcast will automatically redirect to Ryan's broadcast if he does decide to start it up, which I think he will. Harrison, it's already passed through. It's now to your east. You're in a tornado warning, though, so it's good practice to be, taking shelter as best as possible. We go. Fayetteville's getting in on the last storm of this week, I hope, for y'all. This week, I hope. Here we are in northwest Arkansas. Out to get in on the last one. Severe thunderstorm moving through, wind and hail. There go the roof. It'll be in the afternoon for central Kentucky. Be around noontime on the western Kentucky border. Maybe a little bit sooner than that. Maybe 11 a.m. over there, central Kentucky, about 2 p.m. Somewhere in those in that vicinity. I'm getting a little old here. A little old. Just now joining, do you have any interesting morning time conversation? I've heard a lot of people talking about my, seeing the awards behind me. I'll show you guys what that looks like in a bit here. As soon as these tornado warnings are all allowed to expire, we can go over that. I think this one is probably going to persist here into northern Marion County. This is looking like the only one that's going to maintain a tornado warning. So we'll probably see the continuation of this. Northern Marion County into Arkansas here. Should go to the north of Yellville, in the northwest part of the state. Fayetteville almost done. Fort Smith, one more strong storm moving in from the west. Might even miss the city. And then you'll be done after this one moves through. Wind and hail possible with it. And you will be done. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate all this coming through. Sorry if I'm not able to look at everything. Harrison, looks like we don't have a confirmed tornado. So hopefully that was able to help you out there. But this warning might be extended to northern Marion County. Little Rock, 9 a.m. when the cold front moves through. There's several confluence lines coming up here, though. Bands of showers out ahead of the cold front, which is back in here. I don't think these will be super bad, but there is a tornado watch out for all of this part of for Arkansas here. So if anything does develop and intensify to the max over here, then we could expect that. I'm in Minneapolis. This is Arkansas right now. Ryan, I don't know when he's going to get here, but I still have 3.5 hours left on my stream. So by that point, we're good. West of Detroit, just a hailstorm right now. The main event is later today. I am not the Andrew Hill Weather Kid video. There's lots of people talking about that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's our extension into northern Marion County. That'll show up shortly here for this rotation. So north of Yellville. It's good practice to be in your safe spot in Yellville, Arkansas, though. Yeah, it's a painting of foxes. Dent County, what state? CC drop in Harrison? I don't think so, but we can check from the Springfield radar because it is closer. Yeah, it looks a little more significant. Let's check. Nope. No CC drop with this yet, but this velocity is concerning. So that is the latest scan. This is data as of 2 minutes ago. So this approaching Zinc, Peel, Bull Shoals, and Oakland here. Northern Marion County toward the border of Missouri and northwest Arkansas. These being your safe spots. Pretty significant rotation starting up here. Looks pretty legitimate. Down the line, that'll be Gainesville, Missouri, and Ozark County. So thinking about y'all, maybe further east to West Plains in Howell County. So that's possible path for this storm to take as it goes off to the north and east here with a concerning signature. So we're watching this one pretty closely now. Everybody in Chicago, it's moving in from west to east over the next 20 minutes or so. It's going to be wind, hail, and we'll look at spin up tornadoes as they approach. We're going to have to go back and forth. All right. Right now, watching this just in case something comes through here. Right now, we don't see any evidence of a debris signature. But I hope everybody in Zinc, Arkansas, is in their safe spot. About to approach you, this rotating part of the storm. Hopefully, it's not producing a tornado. If you're joining now, we did have one significant tornado overnight. That was in southeastern Missouri. That part of the storms is now completely done with, though. That was about 3 hours ago, actually. It's wicked that 3 hours have passed since then. So, yeah, we did have one significant tornado. We're still dealing with plenty of tornado warnings in the early morning hours here. They probably called it a different thing. They probably called it a debris signature instead of a CC drop. Still looking more north. Yeah, I think the northern Chicago suburbs are going to get it a little bit worse than the southern ones. So Joliet maybe a little bit easier off than the northern suburbs. We'll look at it in just a bit. Battle Creek, a few hours from now. Some storms may be moving through. They're just going to be little hailstorms. You're concerned about the things that pop up later today into the mid-morning hours. So you got some hours to go, my friend, in Michigan. This is northwestern Arkansas. Should be going to the west of Mountain Home. Aurora is going to see, everybody is going to see storms in Chicago. Everybody's going to see storms. It's not going to just not rain. Everybody will see it. Shortly. Yep, this went on all night. Cincinnati, afternoon hours. We're really focused on the tornado threat for later today for northwest Ohio, northeast Indiana through central Indiana, and the mitten of Michigan into southern Ontario. And that is peak time to be paying attention is about 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. from west to east. Thank you for the support, Grace. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for getting me through here. I've been on for 8 hours. 8 hours so far. Hailstorm alarm clock, yep. It's pretty effective, isn't it, as you're all joining right now. You've been on 8 hours tonight. Not seeing any significant updates here, but please be in your safe spots in northern Marion County, Arkansas. Let's go back to Chicago. Quickly approaching. Some hail cores evident here. This is to the north and west of Caneville. Strongest part of the storm there. Looks like we got wind down here for the southern edge again. This is going to be the part that goes into Joliet. This will be the part up here that goes more towards areas north of Naperville. So I think the worst, right now what's shaping up to be the worst in Chicago is the area right around from Elgin through Bloomingdale. Elgin to Bloomingdale, north of Aurora. Right in this area is probably going to get some of the worst part of the storm as it moves through the metro from west to east. That could go as far north as Inverness as well. This looks to be the most the nastiest part of the storm at the moment, and maybe the part of the storm that does pose a spin-up tornado threat, so a brief tornado threat. Champaign, you're looking an hour or so from now. You got all these hailstorms moving through. The line is approaching from your west over here. It's about to impact Bloomington, where it looks to have ramped up a little bit. We may see a severe thunderstorm warning issued over here for McLean County. Indianapolis around 11 a.m. to noon for y'all. Yeah, I forgot where, yeah, you're on, like, the very far northern edge. I don't think much is happening down here in Terre Haute. You guys should be fine there in Indiana for now. Storms are about 2.5 to 3 hours out to your west. Southern Ontario, yes, tornado risk in the afternoon. Same for Detroit. All of that area is looking at about early afternoon. Peak tornado threat. St. Louis is fine. No tornado threat there. Weakest part of the storm's moving through there. You're good. You're good. St. Louis will be just rainy. Rainy and windy over the next hour. We looked over there. There's a gust front out in front of the storms there, so it's preventing anything from moving into there. It's an outflow boundary. So nothing tornadic over there. Still confident about that. I think for the Twin Cities, well, I'm up here, so unfortunately, I'm not keeping track of my own weather, but it looks okay. Looks like nothing. That'd be Terre Haute in Indiana. Did I not just say that? 2.5 to 3 hours. Fort Smith, one more severe thunderstorm moving through, wind and hail, and then you're done. About 30 minutes out. South Bend, storminess along the area, but the cold front is back to your west, just about 2 hours out. Chicago Metro, hopefully the tornadoes are weak if there are any. No strong tornadoes, no. No strong ones. Should just be weak spin-ups. The worst case scenario would be a spin-up that actually somehow is strong, but they're going to be rain-wrapped all in this line. You're not going to be able to tell. So again, primary area of concern into the Chicago Metro here is this area right here, north of Naperville. So this is Elgin, Bloomingdale, as this moves in. This is probably the most likely area for any spin-up tornadoes that we could see along the line, like here near Caneville. Possibly moving in, as well as the heaviest winds and any hail that falls. So it looks like it's shaping up right in this area of the northwestern Chicago suburbs. Oops. Severe thunderstorm warning does extend to the north. We've been talking about Milwaukee. It's just about 5 to 10 minutes out for most of Milwaukee. Moving through Waukesha. and approaching the Lake Michigan shore for Kenosha, Racine, and so forth in these areas. This severe thunderstorm warning up here is for wind and hail. West of the cold front, they're falling down into the 40s. 40s to 50s Fahrenheit once you're back west of the cold front. So it's gonna be pretty chilly compared to how humid it is out there right now. 79-mile-an-hour wind gusts came through here in Lee County. So yeah, again, the stormiest and strongest part of the winds here is moving through basically the central northern DuPage County into northern Cook County. This is where I'm most concerned with the strongest stuff going through Chicago over the next 15 minutes to about 45 minutes from west to east. All right, let's go back to Arkansas real quick. First, let's look at Texas. Things to the south of Waco have really fallen apart. It's just a bunch of splotchy showers. Heaviest rain is going along Interstate 20 again. What a surprise. Oh, boy. So, a bunch of stronger storms in here. Wouldn't be surprised at severe thunderstorms out ahead of this. Perhaps staying to the north of Tyler, Texas. But just a bunch of heavy rain down here at the moment. So, this is northeast Texas. Now we'll look into Arkansas. You can see this storm up here is completely vanished. That was in the Taney County area. But this one down here, we still need to be watching northern Marion County in Arkansas. So if we look at that from this radar, it's approaching the Peel, Arkansas area and Oakland. On the other side, it'll go near Gainesville. Gainesville, Missouri, Tecumseh, and possibly up towards West Plains. So West Plains should be on the lookout for this cell. It'll be to the west of Mountain Home. You're good over there. Whew. Flippin'. That's a nice town name. All right. So let's see if this cell did anything. Right here for a second, it looked pretty gruesome. So we can check if this did produce a tornado. I don't think we had a tornado with this storm, though. Looking good here. Looking good here, but please be taking shelter. Hopefully avoided the worst over here. Happy to help you all. Thank you all for the support. I'm still awake. Yep, this is hour 8. Hour 9 now of my stream. Well, Shoals, please be taking shelter here. You're in this polygon from the National Weather Service. Right in here. This pink polygon is a tornado warning. So yeah, right now the rotation is weakening on this storm as it goes through toward Gainesville, Missouri into Ozark County. This may be continued. I'm not sure though. So if this tornado warning is not continued, it's because it's taking a weakening trend right now as it crosses the border. Detroit is fine right now. You guys are concerned about 12 to 1 p.m. and on for a couple hours. Alright, so back to Chicago. Again, some hailstorms still popping up here towards Gary, Indiana, Michigan City. All these hailstorms down here. Tons of little pop-ups out ahead of this cold front here. All right, so close analysis now is needed as these storms enter the Chicago metro. We have really good radar data, so we can see really closely if there are any particular areas of concern as we go through the populated regions here. Branson's fine. You guys will get that strong storm from the cold front in like the next hour or so. Austin, Texas is fine. All right, yeah. Let's look at Central Illinois real quick. I don't know if I have that open. Again, St. Louis, if you're just joining us, the storms are entering the metro from the north and west. There is no tornado threat with these storms right now down here in St. Louis. You guys will be okay. It's just going to be some heavy rain. No tornado threat over here in St. Louis. So we're going to switch over to the Central Illinois radar here instead, because we know that. You're protected from an outflow boundary ahead of the storms. It prevents any rotation from really spinning up below the storm. You'll be okay. All right, so Springfield, Illinois is about to get in on the storms here. No severe warning for this, so just heavy rain moving through. You guys are used to it. Same with Sherman. Same with Lincoln. Same with Bloomington, Illinois, all the way up here. Champaign is about an hour out from you, maybe 45 minutes. Wonder when Ryan's waking up. Yeah, Gainesville, Missouri, happy to help you guys down there. So consider taking shelter out ahead of it, even though you don't have a tornado warning yet. It's a great thing to be practiced. It's a great and healthy thing to be practiced. Anyone in Michigan, you're just getting hailstorms right now. The threat begins west to east from, a few hours from now, so like 3 hours from now or so, into the afternoon from west to east. Detroit being about 1 to 2 p.m. Dayton, Ohio, 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Chicago over the next 15 to 30 minutes. Fort Wayne about 11 a.m. to noon. You're going to want to be watching, and at that time, Ryan Hall will be streaming. Holy moly, y'all! We're just not having conversation tonight. That's okay. As long as I'm able to help with storm anxiety, that's all right. I was hoping to have some conversation though. Indianapolis about 10 to 11 a.m. It's looking like for y'all. About 4 hours out. Intense lightning in Grand Rapids. Yeah, these hailstorms are no joke. It's going to go through. It's going to hail. So one little bit of severe weather this morning, but that's not your tornado threat. St. Louis is going to be a long morning. Thankfully, no tornado threat there, though. As far as I can tell, it looks removed for now. I'm not expecting any warnings down there. All right, let's go back to Chicago radar. Watching this as it comes in very closely here. So Aurora's under the gun in the next couple minutes, as is Elgin. Oh my goodness, what the heck? What is going on with the chat? Why you guys just start up so fast? Moving into Milwaukee now, and Kenosha and Racine in the next 10 minutes or so. Yep, 15 to 30 minutes across Chicago Metro. Still going good. Severe thunderstorm on the East Oklahoma-West Arkansas border. Doesn't look like it's rotating right now. Once it's through Fort Smith, you guys are done for the night, or for the day. Done for the day. Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, you guys will be with Ryan later today. No tornado threat right now. No tornado threat right now. It's later today after the next few hours pass. Rochelle, you're good. Roselle, I don't know where that is. If it's in the Chicago Metro, we're watching you over the next 20 minutes or so. Oh boy. Oh boy. So many people. Dude, I was just in Arkansas like a minute and 45 seconds ago. Yep, we're doing good conversation. Kind of. Kind of education did I have to do to be a meteorologist? The entire curriculum through undergraduate. So tons of physics, tons of math, tons of all of that. Storm chase is next month. Favorite cruciferous vegetable? Not very many, I can tell you that. Memphis is looking at about noontime to afternoon. And it's not going to be too bad over there. Promise you that. Might look the part, but it's not going to be too bad. Jim Cantori's getting involved? Oh no. Yeah, suddenly it's just blown up. We were at a good pace earlier, but now it's a good clip. I don't know how I can keep up with that. Yeah, right now all these storms over here that you see in southwestern Michigan, all the way through northwestern Indiana right now, these are not tornadic. There's a bunch of hailstorms out ahead of the thing that may pose a tornado chance. But as these develop over the next couple hours, they will start to become possibly tornadic. So we'll be watching these. They're in place, but right now they're posing a wind and hail threat for southwest Michigan. Yeah, that mesoscale discussion is for this storm in Arkansas. We've been watching it. It's starting to peter out very quickly here. Still rotating, though, as you can see, as the patch approaches Gainesville and Ozark County in Missouri, so the warning may be extended into Ozark County. It's probably going to be very shortly here, but the hope is that this is petering out. I'll show you why they issued that mesoscale discussion. It was right here. This looks a lot worse in the dark blues and reds, but since then as it has petered out quite a bit here. So hopefully it's losing its steam and it's about to be done for. So there you go. That's south central Missouri now. The same storm, though, is going to approach Gainesville and also West Plains in southern Missouri, so we'll be watching out for that just in case it keeps going. But next scan, boom, it's gone. Boom, it's gone. This is what you want to see. So hopefully that stays the case, and it's done for here. Yeah, I'm all right in speech. This is hour 9 of my stream throughout the entire morning. So if I can speak like this after I've been awake all morning, I can see the sunrise right now here in Minneapolis. You know, then I think all is well. All right, so let's go back to Chicago. Now that we hope that this storm is done for, there may still be that warning coming through, just in case, into Ozark County, but hopefully it's done for. Now let's go back to Chicago. This is just about to get overhead Elgin, where I think that hail might be falling. So we could see some very heavy rain in Elgin here in Chicago. The Chicago burbs. So now it's moving through. The rest of this, except for this part right here north of Naperville, that may be carrying some damaging winds through this blue arrow here, I think is going to be a little more removed. We're about to see those severe thunderstorm warnings probably issued for Cook County, DuPage County, a lot of these areas down here. So it's really looking like the northern half of the metro to downtown and all the way through, Kenosha up towards Milwaukee. That's going to be where the worst of this storm goes through. Looking for spin-up tornadoes. I don't see any, except maybe up here near Carpentersville, but got to keep a close eye on this. So one area of concern may be right up here near West Dundee. This would head up towards to Lake Zurich, and Vernon Hills here. But for the rest of y'all, it looks like it's just going to be windy. A little bit of hail in Elgin. Strongest part of the storm just about in those areas. No, I did my meteorology degree at UNC Asheville. UNC Asheville in North Carolina. They're moving fast there in southeast Wisconsin. About to get nasty just for a little bit. Just waiting and seeing if anything specific coming through here. Again, I think this is rapidly developing right around the Carpentersville area. So we'll see if this becomes a spin-up tornado at all. But this is really the only area of the line that I'm pretty concerned with in terms of anything tornadic as this moves through Chicago. From west to east. It's moving pretty fast. There's your severe thunderstorm warning for the northern edge of the line. It's moving at 55 mile an hour east. Fort Smith finally getting in on that storm. This is your last storm today. There it is moving through. Wind and hail right there. That's about it. Bentonville, Arkansas, you're good. Benton, Arkansas, I don't know where that is. Unfortunately. We may see our last tornado warning about to expire here as the storm exits Marion County. So we're about to be tornado warning-less unless we see the Chicago one ramp up just a bit here. So Fort Smith, you're almost done. Almost done. And then you're going to be done for hopefully for like a week. Hopefully for like a week. Thank you, LM, for the support from Stockholm. I appreciate everybody watching who, isn't in the risk areas today. Y'all are just as much appreciated. It helps, mitigate when the chat is blowing up. Favorite fruit? I really like cantaloupe. But my favorite fruit is plum. I love plums. I love plums. Milk sandwich? I might. Milwaukee, heavy rain moving through right now. A little bit of nasty conditions. It'll be done soon. Naperville, same idea. Same idea. All of Chicago Metro is where we're focusing. Just a quick detour down to Fort Smith, just to make sure everybody's okay there. Nothing impressive about this. Just the severe thunderstorm warning in red for wind and hail. Cat, please. Okay. There's our cat friend right there. Just for a second. Good old Midas Kitty. He's hanging out with me tonight. I like plums. Are we about to see no tornado warnings? Or are we going to are we gonna get screwed over here? Are we gonna get screwed over here? Alright, back to Chicago, just to make sure. This area near Carpentersville didn't really come together too well, so hopefully nothing going on here. It does really look like the southern half of the metro, though, is avoiding those worst impacts. As I said, it looks like down here it's just going to be gusty winds moving through with heavy rains for Joliet, Lockport, anywhere down here in the South Metro. He's a mixed breed, but he's a tabby. Yep, Fort Smith, you're almost done. Milwaukee, you're almost done as well. Just a couple rounds of heavy rain moving through downtown. Same deal with Kenosha and Racine here. Just one more nasty little storm. And then once this is through, we should enter a nice period of weather for all of these folks. You just have to, be looking out for those out ahead of the line as we deal with a tornado threat in these areas later today. So, while we deal with a tornado threat, that'll go through the early afternoon as we go west to east here into southern Ontario. But once everybody is done dealing with that, we're going to enter a nice period of weather for most people. St. Louis is fine. Just heavy rain moving through. No tornado threat down there. All right, new data. Still not seeing anything too particularly tight. Hope you're all doing well this morning. Yeah, good to see you all. Good to see you all. Favorite part? It's tough. I'm still figuring out. I'm still figuring out what like is my favorite part about doing this. Is it's still this part of doing all this is still pretty new to me. Still pretty new to me. Kane County, it's about to be done there. It's almost through, and then you'll be done. Is Iowa gonna get a break? Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully we're all in that week-long break. Texas is fine. Not even a severe threat down there right now, but there is a tornado watch that extends into the northeast part of the northeast part of the state. So as we go into the morning hours, might ramp up a little bit down there. Strongest storms are along I-20 east of Dallas. I regret staying up? No. No tornado warnings. All I've been allowed to expire. Can we keep it that way? All I've been allowed to expire. Let's go. Midas Kitty. That's the name of the cat. Good old Midas. Touch of gold. My favorite part is being asked the same city every 2 minutes. Yeah. Everybody comes in at different times, though. That's why they ask. It's because they just got here. Everybody's waking up. Terre Haute, maybe in the next couple of hours or so, it's going to reach you. An hour sooner for Champaign-Urbana. You know, the good thing is that I don't have to do this again in a week from now, guys, for like the next week. I'm pretty sure. I'm hopeful. This might be, you know, some of the. It's gonna be a while before you see me again, I think, on this stream. So I think that's good news. But eventually the pattern will flip and we'll see another big time storm move through. But I think through at least, hopefully through like April 14th or so, we should stay fine for a while. Enjoy some springtime weather. Maumelle, you're okay. Little Rock, 8 to 9 a.m. Storms moving through, wind and rain. That's what's going to happen. Mountain Home, storms to the west of you right now. 7 to 8 a.m. probably. Well, that's 7 a.m. right now, so maybe over the next hour, hour and a half, it might reach you. Gonna be wind and rain. For almost everybody along the cold front, which stretches from Lake Michigan right now all the way down to Texas. It's going to be wind and rain. But later today, over the next few hours, that tornado threat really starts to increase, especially over these areas. So there you go. I gave you an area in this blue circle, and I gave you a time after the next few hours. Cook County, severe thunderstorm warning. Fort Wayne timing 11 a.m. to noon. Yep, storms are around the Schaumburg area. Just a couple of them moving through. Aurora's in the worst of it at the moment. Elgin getting out of it now. West to east here. I think this northern part of the metro is really where the most of the severe thunderstorm is going to be felt. Down here, it's just going to be a lot more heavy rain. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings for the entire rest of the state of Illinois, by the way. It's literally just up here in Lake County and, yeah, and northern Cook County. That's it. Yeah, Saginaw will need to be on the lookout there in the Tri-City area. Will be later today. Ryan will be covering everybody in Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio, okay? Everybody there in Kentucky, Memphis, Tennessee, Eastern Arkansas. Ryan is going to be on for those people. He will be online if he decides to stream. He might not even decide to stream. But I think he will. It's a pretty widespread 10% hatch tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center. So he's probably gonna stream this because this is the area of concern for today. In case you're curious. So everybody in this 10% hatched area, which is in the yellow. This extends all the way out to right about Toronto and southern Ontario. This is the area we're watching for tornadoes today. So Saginaw and the Bay City, this Tri-City area up here, a little bit removed from it. So you can see the storms are back in here right now. Moving to the east, Champaign-Urbana, when this might start ramping up just a little bit. But keep in mind that a yellow being a 10% risk, there is a 90% chance that you will not see anything within 25 miles of your point anywhere on this map in the yellow. There's a 90% chance you won't. That's pretty good odds. It's pretty good odds. But the reason we cover events like this is because there's at least an elevated threat that you do see something, and we can't discount that. Yeah, if you're in Toledo, right in the middle of the threat, it'll be there at, the early afternoon hours. Whew. I'm gonna go storm chasing next month, actually. Saginaw. Saginaw. Saginaw? Oh, Saginaw, okay. No, I said Saginaw, so it's Saginaw. Nope, now you got me confused. I'm pretty sure I said Saginaw before, and now you're saying that's wrong. we're back to the pronunciation. Will Milwaukee get hail? If you're not seeing hail right now in Milwaukee, it's gonna be a little tough. You might get some pea-sized hail, but maybe not. Guys, like I said, anyone in this 10% at risk from like here in East, Ryan will be covering for you if he decides to go live, which he probably will, because there's like 25 million people in this enhanced risk for tornadoes in the yellow. Saggy. Okay, Saginaw. Got it. Why'd they say Sag? They're trying to sabotage me. They were trying to sabotage me. Pittsburgh, pretty low chance into the evening hours. Yeah, no more tornado warnings. I've had lots of people ask me about these trophies back here, so I picked one up so that you guys could see it. I'm gonna have to reverse the camera here just to show you. So hopefully I can do that. I have to find myself here. I have to reverse the camera here. Then I can show you what it looks like. This is for a weather challenge forecasting. So if you don't trust me now... Oh, great. Can I do this even? This might mess everything up. If you don't trust me now, I work a lot in forecasting. Forecasting excellence is what I do. I've done this for quite a bit. Quite a bit. So if I flip this, now you can read this trophy here. There we go. This is my first place overall for the year in freshman and sophomore year of undergraduate studies. Meaning that essentially means in the weather challenge that I did better than 250 other freshman and sophomore meteorology students for the entire year of forecasting for like 12 different cities in a vigorous competition. So I have like 12 of those trophies in the background there. A lot of my hard forecasting work goes into stuff like this. It's all about the experience. It's all about the experience. So a lot of people ask me about those in the videos. So if you're here and you asked me about that before, yeah, there you go. I'm a nerd in the cool way. So that's what's taking up the background there for everybody who asks about those. And no, the Andrew Hill Weather Kid video is not me. Is not me. And I meet Ryan. I met Ryan when I applied to be a YouTube moderator. And I just gave him like my background as a meteorologist because I wanted to fit in with his team. I applied in December 2021. I just wanted to fit in with the team that I assumed there was like 12 meteorologists behind the scenes and so forth. And then he was like, "No, can you do all this?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then I did it. And now I'm doing it here. So I just gave him my background. He's like, "Oh, actually, you would be better off doing all of this instead of being a YouTube moderator." Except I also am a YouTube moderator on top of that. You're starting to get some light to moderate rain there in Indianapolis. Yeah, that's interesting. That same interesting fact. That same storm system down here, or this rainfall that's occurring in Indianapolis, this complex is what produced our significant tornado 3.5 hours ago in southeastern Missouri. So now it's all petered out. It's just a bunch of rain falling in an area, just moderate rain. But back there, it actually produced a significant tornado. So kind of interesting to think about the history of this, the immediate history of the storms. Is it my full-time job now? Yeah, this takes a while. I mean, you could say it's my full-time job because I've been awake since 10:30 p.m. to 7:10 a.m. here streaming this. Hey, nerds are a good connotation. I'm happy to be a nerd. Thank you for the support, Linda. Yeah, my dynamic with chat's it's a little strenuous. Definitely comes with the moderation. Frank knows that. Frank knows. Good morning, Frank, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Let's play back this loop so you guys have something to look at as we're watching this move through. Yeah, I really don't think it's going to be all that severe for Chicago, so just tell me how it is. Just tell me how it is out there. Really watching only the northern metro get in on some wind and I don't know if there's even any hail. I think there's hail in Elgin, but just about everybody else looks to be fine as it moves through Chicago right now. Did I eat? I'm still doing well in terms of food. I ate a huge meal before the stream, so I'm all good. Thank you guys for looking out for me too. Yeah, absolutely happy to help. We gotta. I don't know when Ryan's gonna be able to be ready here, but I'm hoping he doesn't take too long if he wants me to continue it. Although, really, Ryan, you're gonna have no troubles just getting all these viewers back for all of these states over here. You're gonna have no troubles with that. So I don't need to. I don't need to send you all my viewers, I think. But the hope is that we would do a wall-to-wall coverage. But yeah, it's definitely starting to weigh on me. I'm getting through the night here, but it is getting here. Heavy rain on northern side of Lake County. Yep, that's about what everybody's going to be getting there. Nothing too bad, really, in Chicago. Normal springtime thunderstorm, it seems like. Mantike is my favorite Pokemon. Yeah, happy to help. This is good conversation. I just had to switch the momentum here. But now that we have no tornado warnings, I can do it. It just took me a bit. Took me a bit. All the storms blowing up in western Michigan right now are mostly containing small hail in them. They're not going to be severe for an hour or two. And the tornado threat will be a couple hours after that. So, again, we'll be watching that into the mid-morning to the afternoon over there. Yeah, happy to help you all. Thank you. Cast form, interesting. I am a little bit tired, but I'm making it through. You guys are keeping me going right now. You're keeping me going. Favorite animal? Wolf. If you're in Rolla, Missouri, no, you're good. There's no tornado threat down there. There's an outflow boundary out ahead of the storms. It's preventing any surface rotation. And you got that. There's even a hailstorm going over Lake Ontario right now. All sorts of unsettled weather going through here. But we're going to see that focused area, this focused area in yellow for tornado risk. It's really that late morning to early afternoon. I think that's really what we're looking at. Yeah, Gary, Indiana, about to get in on more hailstorms, guys. There's no super severe risk with that over there. Thankfully, right now. Mid-Missouri, also no tornadic potential down in there. It's looking like wind and rain right now. Favorite breakfast dish? Oh, it flips and flops, but IHOP used to have these sweet cream and cheese or like whatever the crepes. It's the sweet cream cheese crepes they had, and then they got rid of them, and now I don't go to IHOP. So IHOP, if you're listening, sweet cream cheese crepes, bring those back. You're killing me here. Clint, you look all right, but you guys will get in on it in a few hours from now. West Virginia. Um, Wednesday night, Wednesday evening. Midas is 12 years old. He gets hyper sometimes. Lake Erie will break apart the storms to Buffalo. Maybe. I think hail will persist over the lake for sure, though, because you can get hail in elevated storms. Yep, now I don't go to IHOP. Dayton okay today? No, you guys you're kind of in that elevated tornado risk. That'll be for later this afternoon. Thank you for the support, Erica. Thanks for all the contributions, y'all. You're really making this mid shift, round out nicely. So really, really appreciate it. We did. If you're just joining, I've been on from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So we're 9 hours in here. If you're in Lake County, it's gonna be windy there. It's moving through right now. So if you're in Kenosha, tell me how it is. Tell me how it is. I've been looking at it too much, and I just didn't see really anything popping up there. It looks like it's also starting to peter out just a bit because we got that local surface inversion where Lake Michigan is, right along the shoreline. Yeah, I hope I can get some rest today too. I'm 25. Evansville later on in the afternoon. Yeah, and I have not been staring at this. We've been staring at storms. If you're just joining, we did have one significant tornado overnight impact some areas of southeastern Missouri, particular Bollinger County. So we've had some roads, or not roads. We've had some reports coming through of people injured. So that was a significant event. We watched the debris ball for a while. That was 3.5 hours ago. Happy to help, Brandy. Thank you for the support. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Ryan is refusing to joining me. Quincy, okay? Yeah, Quincy, you are through. The hope is that we don't have severe weather over there for next week. Wouldn't that be great? It's possible. But we'll have to see on each day whether something materializes or not. Arkansas clear. It's moving through Little Rock about 8 to 9 a.m. Wind and rain. Memphis and Jonesboro, probably noon, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for those areas. Wind and rain. Libra is my sign. Kentucky, you guys will be covered later today. But it's going to be an afternoon time for Kentucky. Afternoon. Right now, yeah, we're just watching the storms go through. There's almost no severe thunderstorm warnings for most of the areas along the squall line through Illinois. It's really looking like it's just blowing through. Now we see those severe thunderstorm warnings kind of starting up near the Great or the South Bend area in Indiana. So that's for hail at the moment. JT, hope you're doing well. Jennifer, hope you're doing well. Oh boy, the chat's blowing up again. Yep, getting my vocal stamina going. My voice is totally fine too, guys. I only went through 3/4 a bottle of water so far in 10 hours. Or, yeah, 9 hours. I don't know how I do it either, so don't ask me. I don't know how I do it either. Thank you, Mike, for the support. Appreciate it. Bad wind and rain? Yep. Here to help. And we're just talking it out right now. I think that's the best thing I can do for y'all. I was really concerned about the spin-up tornadoes as we got into Chicago, but that's really lowered. That's really lowered in threat, it seems. Hail, no wind for Kenosha. Got it into southeastern Wisconsin. Almost everybody in Wisconsin is done with the severe threat. It's about to be done. Just Gotta pass over Lake Michigan, really. I'm more than fine. Heartthrob weather guy? Interesting. I've heard it all now, I guess. Blue watch box? A blue watch box, if you're seeing it on Storm Prediction Center site, that's a severe thunderstorm watch. Texas, you guys are okay. Right now, you guys are fine. If there is a warning that comes through, we're going to cover it, but it's just heavy rain moving along I-20 right now. Maybe some hail. You guys are okay down there. Our severe thunderstorm warnings just moved through Fort Smith. Anyone in Fort Smith can tell you about that. It was pretty gnarly just for a second, just for a few minutes. All of these storms, though, that are look at this area over here. All these storms that were in our tornado watch have kind of just fallen apart out ahead of the line here. So they've all lost support, and now all of our forcing down here is just all along the cold front. Out in front of it is really just falling apart. So it's going to be storms with the cold front down there, which means wind and rain. You haven't been able to find it. It's Carly Anna WX. She's doing good. Definitely, I already shouted her out last stream. No tornado warnings active right now. We haven't had a tornado warning in the last 20 minutes, I think. 30 minutes, maybe. We've been looking good. Yep. We just got a hailstorm move through Lansing. It's out of your hair now, but that's not the main risk. That'll be later today. Thank you guys for subbing too. We're almost to 125k. Did good work today so far. We're gonna continue this coverage with Ryan's channel as soon as the tornado threat starts increasing through the day. How's Illinois? Looking okay. The moment that this part of the storm passes through the northern Chicago burbs and ends up in Lake Michigan, there's not going to be a single severe thunderstorm warning in Chicago. St. Louis also looking great. No tornado threat down there. No tornado threat. Everything's looking all good, but it's gonna get pretty nasty out in terms of what we have to track in a couple to few hours from now. I think it's gonna start up again. All right. Locations. As a scale discussion for Indiana, let me see. Definitely want to read this. All right, I'm gonna pull it up. Like I said, we're probably gonna see these watches starting up soon. Yeah. Okay. So new tornado watches are being considered. New tornado watches are being considered for Indiana into the mitten. So this is going to be the tornado watch up here that will last through much of the day. So this is probably where we're going to see that watch issued into Northwest Ohio. Big old tornado watch coming in. And I think that we're really going to see it with these storms you see right here. They're all in clusters over here they've developed. They're going to continue to intensify as they move into the circle. Right now, though, we are a couple hours out from most of the tornadic threat starting up, but I think we don't have too long. We could start seeing them in these areas. So we'll take a closer look in just a bit here, but for now, let's keep chatting, all right? We'll keep chatting. I don't know if Chris Hall found a windshield. Yep, this is many people's areas. That's why y'all are here. If you're here already, you're paying attention, you're doing amazing. Because you're doing the thing where you're already looking out for your area, no matter how many times you ask about it. You're still here and you're watching what's happening. So if there's nothing going on right now that I'm talking about in particular, like I'll talk about the hail that's maybe moving towards South Bend, Indiana shortly. then really we're just looking good for now. But that will change over the next couple hours. So while we're here and while we can, we could get some good conversation in. Yep, we'll probably see this tornado watch issued soon. Central Texas is fine. Southeast Missouri is all right. We'll get those cold front storms moving in over the next few hours. Wind and rain. Wind and rain. Yeah, into southern Ontario. Yeah, just extend this area east of this 10% hatch. This is our tornado threat for the remainder of today as we go through the afternoon. Really, this area is just to about 2 to 3 p.m. So if you're not in this area, I think that you might not even be the focus today, probably at all, unless we get some rogue warnings down in the southern extent of this into Kentucky somewhere. But if that doesn't happen, we're probably not going to talk about Kentucky like at all. Just so you know ahead of time. Yeah, this big blob down here is just moderate rain. Moving into Indianapolis, there's nothing down here. Oops. Yeah, so if you're like, we might not be talking about these areas down here like at all. If there's a lot going on up here. Flint, there might be hail approaching to the west. You might see lightning in the distance. Other than that, you're okay. You're okay until the main severe threat moves in over the next few hours. Yep, holding up as best I can. Yeah, absolutely. Covering southern Ontario is a priority today too. Whenever Ryan is going through with this, I read that person's name in chat. My first experience with weather that made me fall in love with it, it was really the old Dish Network. Dish Network used to have just a default weather channel that they had, and I just really liked looking at their forecast for Alaska because they had some really funny symbols for when it was just heavy ice and snow and negative 30 degrees, and I could just never get enough of that when I was like 4 years old. So I kept looking at it. But I started with the Weather Channel. Why? Why wouldn't we be talking about these areas? Because the threat is very low, and quite possibly we'll only see like 1 or 2 warnings come through, if at all. But if there is something active down there, Ryan will be focusing on it later today. So we're not done yet. No, I don't live in Alaska. I just was looking at forecasts over there. I lived in Southern California where there's no weather. There's no weather. You're going through Michigan, you guys, again, are going to see the severe threat developing over the next couple hours and then lasting through the afternoon from west to east. Those alerts will come through for you. Just have your plan in place now. So you're asking a super important question about you and your neighbor. I have a plan in place now. That's good practice. It's a healthy practice. So be talking and communicating with them if you're in Michigan. Arkansas, wind and rain over the next couple hours. Into Little Rock, Memphis area, northeast into Jonesboro, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Wind and rain. Texas is fine for now. Wind and rain. There are no warnings down there. No warnings down there at all. No severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings. Sorry if I miss your super chats. There's just a lot of people asking about locations that you know, you know. Thank you, Adam. Glad to assist. Thank you, Bentley. Thank you, Stan. How do I do it for 9 hours straight? How do I do it for 12 hours? Thank you guys all for the support. Terre Haute, about 9 a.m. 9 a.m. or so, because you guys are in that 10% hatch down there. Tyler, Texas, again, no warnings down there right now. Just looking at the flash flooding risk, I think. Flash flooding into the mid-south and the deep south is really what we're concerned with down there. Yeah, absolutely. How many hours do I have left? I only have 3 hours left. Hopefully I don't have to fill all 3 of them. But I might have to. I'm not sure what Ryan's up to right now. Not sure what Ryan's up to right now. I don't think he's at the weather house yet. I'm not sure what he's planning, but I do know he likes 4-hour streams minimum. And if he wants to do that, the 4-hour stream would probably go through like 3 to 4 p.m. So he'll probably be on in the mid-morning. I bet. Cat's name is Midas. Thank you, Harmstrong. I'm doing okay. Just a little overwhelmed with people asking too many locations. I want that to... Why Mantike? I just love Mantike. Why does Lake Michigan kill the storms? The water temperatures are cold. Cold air streaming up into the storms is not going to support them at the surface. You need that warm, moist air, since it's just colder over the waters. In the springtime, especially, it takes a while for lakes to heat up. Then that's not warm air. It's not going to be conducive for rising air. Got a flood warning over there in Grand Rapids. Yeah, quite a few storms moving through. Yeah, absolutely. I'll make sure to do so. My partner's had Midas for 6 years, I think, or 7 years. Southwestern Illinois, to the south of St. Louis. It's not really that powerful in terms of the storms moving through. It's looking great down there, actually. So once that cold front is through, the heaviest bits of the rain and then the back end, then you're good to go. You're good to go. I'm in Minneapolis right now. I'm from California, and I did my degree in North Carolina. So I've been everywhere. Fort Wayne, about 11 a.m. is when the primary severe threat is peaking in your area. 11 a.m. to noon. Loud thunder in Grand Rapids. Yep, all sorts of hailstorms moving through. These are not the primary severe weather threat today for those areas. I would have answered that Dayton, Ohio person. Bunch of spam. It's going to be in the afternoon, though. Cleveland also afternoon. We'll have another round of storms in far northeast Illinois. Another round of storms. What do you mean? Like after this line of storms goes through? No, that's the end of it. This line of storms back here is the end of it once it passes through. This will be the end of the severe weather for any areas that it goes through. Would I want to live in Oklahoma? Not really. Go there though, yes, definitely. Hailed in Topeka. Storms developed right over top you, actually. Do I game? Check the description. Yeah, absolutely. We did some really hard work on the last tornado outbreaks. We still had one significant tornado come through about 3.5 hours to 4 hours ago in southeastern Missouri. Since then, nothing really has looked that concerning. All severe thunderstorm warnings have expired in Illinois. So this blob of rain down here near Indianapolis, this right here, was our significant tornado storm about 4 hours ago. Now it's just moderate rainfall. No severe. Pretty interesting to think about the origin of it. Appreciate it from Soul. Yep. Thank you, Deebs from Georgia. Much appreciated. About Southern Illinois, it's not looking too bad for y'all. Wind and rain whenever that cold front does pass through. Joliet, weaker part of the line on the southern Chicago burbs. It's traveling slower. It's just going to be windy and rainy for a bit. I was thinking it might be worse, but really it hasn't been all that bad. Really hasn't been all that bad. We can take a close look at it, though. Since it's been a moment. What does it look like now? Approaching Chicago. It looks like nothing. I don't know how much more I can put that. It's just gonna rain and be gusty for a little bit there. All right, so severe thunderstorm now approaching Indianapolis from the southwest. Oh, we got this embedded guy here. I see. So yeah, like I said, this was this here approaching Indianapolis. This was our significant tornado 4 hours ago. There's still an embedded area of stronger winds here, right in the center of it. It's approaching Indianapolis. This is not going to be the primary risk today as well down here. This is just a different storm here in the morning. It looks pretty gnarly though, so we're going to keep a close eye on it. Oof. Arkansas is not going to be too strong. You guys are just in a slight risk or a 2 out of 5 down there. My dream rig? I don't really need the highest end stuff. I'm okay. I don't really have a dream rig. Interesting question. Southeast Oklahoma. If your radar is going off down there, it's because of some severe thunderstorm warnings. Those will be for wind and hail. So if I open up the radar down there, which I was hoping I would have, there aren't even severe thunderstorm warnings down here. So possibly special weather statements is what's happening, which is a step below a thunderstorm warning. Yep, Kokomo, Indiana needs to be watching out. Later today. Do I edit my own videos? I don't right now. I could, but I'm very inefficient with that. And who edited the slow mode? Was that you, Frank? I see you. I don't edit my own videos right now because weather is very timely when we're covering it. So I want to make sure that it gets out as soon as possible. So we use the Y'all Squad resources. We got a panel of editors that can do it efficiently. They've got the experience, whereas I could do it, but it would take me a little longer. And so we get it done as fast as possible and to make sure it's pertinent. Wasn't you, all right? But you're also listening. Martinsville. I mean, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. I would recommend just being inside for it. So you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, just being inside for it is good. It'll work. It's just raining out there, and then it'll rain a little harder and be a bit gusty, and then you're okay again. Oh my goodness, y'all. Expect the Indy storm to ramp back up northeast to Cincinnati, and you're going today? I don't know. This is a very weird thing the models didn't resolve well at all. They didn't resolve this well whatsoever. So you're going to drive through probably a lot of rain if you're going through this blob. The hope is that it's not severe, though, when you're going through any part of it. Like, this part of the line is rotating. There's definitely rotation here. Can't deny that. Just waiting to see if it's significant enough to trigger anything here. Fort Wayne, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Richmond, Kentucky, later on, muted threat, afternoon hours. Indiana, they're making you go to work at 3 p.m. I don't know where in Indiana. Thank you for the support, Amanda. Thank you, Kathy. Now casting session here. I'm getting cranky. Nope. Just short and simple answers. Sweet and to the point. I don't know what a stadium bag is. What is that? Amy, are you back? Did you get good sleep, Amy? Did you get good enough sleep? Jasonville, aren't you south here? I remember seeing Jasonville. Oh, that's back near Sullivan. Just a few hours out from getting in on the cold front over there in Sullivan, Jasonville. It's gonna take a couple hours to get to you. When it does, it's gonna be some rain and wind. Possibly more of the tornado threat down as far to the south and west of Sullivan. So it'll warrant watching, and Ryan will be on in a couple hours to, he's going to be covering that part of it, I think. You got 3 hours. Was it enough? I don't think it was. Is it a thing that squall lines tend to intensify the leading storm cells? Not really. Any storms out in front of a squall line are kind of, no, it's definitely a depends case. It's case by case, whether the environment in front is more conducive or less conducive. All right, did we get that tornado watch coming through for into Michigan? All right, so that's going to come through the system here when we see that watch. So if you're getting on your phone, it'll be right on the stream in a bit here whenever it comes through. Takes a little bit sometimes. Yep, y'all getting on the phones. Nice, nice. You're going to see it come through on the graphics here. Sometimes the watches take a little bit longer. No, I think Central Arkansas is removed from the higher tornado threat. Thank you for the support. Ooh, thank you guys. Appreciate you. We're getting that tornado watch. A watch means ingredients are in place, like I've been talking about over the next few hours, is when those ingredients are going to, be in place and then come to fruition after that. So that tornado watch is going to be a lot for a lot of people in northern Indiana, northwestern Ohio, and into the mitten here in Michigan.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Let's see if I can get the odds on that. I'm going to look at them here. Okay, so let's bring up the graphic. Show you guys the graphic here. Oh boy. I messed up. Give me a second. See something flash across screen. There we go. Pull up the graphics here. All right. So if I do this,
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Over here, bring up web Twitter. Oh no. There we go. So our new tornado watch here. Here we go. Including much of southern Michigan, north and northeastern Indiana, and the southwestern corner or northwestern corner of Ohio. There you go. A couple tornadoes possible. What that means is the odds are on the lower end. The lower end. So this is a lower end tornado watch for this area, but it still warrants watching out for. So we got that watch in place. Good to see you all. Welcome in, getting that watch in place. The ingredients are in place for tacos. The taco watch. Down there in Mississippi, you're good. Nothing down there. Flooding, actually. So you should pay attention to flooding as it comes through. Tornado watch. Yeah, I'm 25. Y'all keep asking that question. What is with people asking the question? They just want to know, sure, but like, what? What? Can you take a nap in Kalamazoo? Honestly, the time to be weather aware in Kalamazoo is over the next couple hours. Kokomo, probably about 10 to 11 a.m., 11:30 a.m. Not the taco watch, I know. Somebody's gonna be real mad at me for that one. Everyone get the tornado watch on their phone here in these areas? Are you coming through? Tornado watch on your phone for these areas right here. In the blue. I look younger, I look younger, I look younger. I look so young. Okay, and? Okay, and? And like what? That's not the justification there. You've left it off just a little bit. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. If you're in Detroit, I think you should get it. Possibly even through Toledo, though it might be a county away. So these areas are where that tornado watch will come through just about. You got mine. Noise, noise. Rude much. You're outside of Detroit. It definitely includes all of Detroit. What's coming through? Yep, this tornado watch will be valid until 4 p.m. Eastern for all of these areas up here in this this blue my rendition of the tornado watch that I've drawn in here. And so for all of these areas, like by the mid-afternoon, it is completely out of your hair. So this is a morning and early afternoon event here. Morning and early afternoon. I'm waiting here to see if Ryan's waking up here. A big old severe thunderstorm warning just issued here for the Tri-City area. Let's take a look at that. If I even have a radar. Big old severe thunderstorm up here. Saginaw, Bay City. Just outside of Midland, though. Do we have a radar? So this severe thunderstorm warning up here is going to impact quite a few people. And it's going to be for hail and some wind. So loud storms moving through here. All along the tri-state, or the Tri-City area, rather. As it approaches Lake Huron in this bay. What's this bay called? I'm sure this has a name, right? It's called Bay City Bay. That would be funny. Yep, getting nasty over there. It's approaching quickly, too. It's moving pretty quickly. Yeah, absolutely. Hope I helped anyone at any time today. We're still going just a little bit longer. The hope here is that I can hand this off to Ryan, but I might not be able to make it, honestly. I'm trying to keep up here, but it's called Saginaw Bay. Thank you. So that's gonna cross into the Saginaw Bay once it's done with the Tri-City area right here. Feel like the line's stuck in Chicago? Yeah, it's moving a little slower on the southern end, which is where it's less severe. This guy just opened up. What an interesting report. Thank you, Julie. An interesting report. Thank you for the support. The technical talk for why the models got this wrong. Are you talking about the southern mode? Yeah, we saw that cap actually dissolve and tornado warnings went through beginning at like it was at like 2 a.m. or so. That was about 5.5 hours ago, and then they really peaked right in southeast Missouri, actually, so in the enhanced risk outside of the moderate risk, and we had a significant tornado go through Bollinger County in Missouri. That was about 4 hours ago now. So like it still did happen in the southern risk area. It still did happen. I assume that was what your question was about. So that since that happened at 3:30 a.m., that's the most dangerous time of day. Most dangerous time of day, and we got that significant tornado in a semi-rural area. So it's unfortunate because the response will just be much lower down there, much lower. But I think I was able to help. I heard some reports in chat of people saying they're getting their parents and so forth, their family members into shelter in the Girardeau County back when it was over in there. Now that county is just going to get a couple more bits of wind and rain when this cold front moves through, around noontime, 11 a.m. to noontime down there. No, I'm all right. I'm all right down here. Semi-rural. Yeah, actually pretty rural. You're right. Check the hail size. It's less than ping pong balls. Indianapolis, storms moving through about 10, 11 a.m. Maybe it's about noon. So that's a look at the Tri-City area here in the Mitten. Moving towards Saginaw Bay. Oh, I did it again, Saginaw Bay. There we go. I got it. Don't worry, guys. It slipped out the tongue. Here's our severe thunderstorm moving towards Indianapolis proper here into the metro. It looks a lot less concerning than it did 15 minutes ago. But this is still going to be just a localized area of heavy rain and windiness moving into pretty much right about downtown to Beech Grove to Southport. So this should stay north of New Whiteland, which was impacted by a tornado on last Friday. So it should stay to your north over here. Robinson, Illinois, after 10 a.m.? No. After 10 a.m., no. You're done after that. Cold front moves through. Champaign or Urbana over here. You guys are... This cold front is just to your west. No severe thunderstorms with it right now, but once that moves through and it's done, you're done. No, I haven't slept tonight. I've been on for 9 hours. What you expect? Michigan City. Yes, I can check that. At least I used to be able to. All right, let's go up here. Really? What happened to my radar here? I have too many radars open. Michigan City, just a bunch of heavy rain moving through. And some hail. There's going to be hail in these cells in particular. These pop-up cells all along here. Out in front of our cold front. Back to the west, you can see it here. So these pop-up cells out here are going to have some small hail with them. Another round coming through. Pittsburgh, you have to wait till the evening when everything settles down. Oh no, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Perfectly able to do something like this. I'm feeling all right. Terre Haute, about 9 a.m. So about an hour out for y'all down there. Maybe an hour and a half, though. Storms are lagging to the west just a little bit. So an hour and a half or so out for Terre Haute. It's going to be wind and rain. Tornado threat might start to increase down there. But you're definitely going to see thunderstorms, that's for sure. Yeah, thanks for the hours. Much appreciated all. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Amanda. It's yeah, you might get some power flickering and so forth. The winds are not going to be insignificant. It's just that right now there aren't really any severe thunderstorm warnings along this line until you get into southern Missouri and northwestern Arkansas, and those are for like damaging wind. like I've been talking about. So now that severe thunderstorm warning extended into Indianapolis, like we've been talking about. So Greenwood up through Beech Grove into downtown. It's probably going to get the gusty winds. That's about it, though. This is not an impressive storm, but there's your severe thunderstorm warning you just got through. Sorry about your anxiety, Franklin. I'm not sure which state you're talking about, though. I don't know which state that would be. Gotta include important information. Is Little Rock clear now? Nope. You guys will get in a couple hours from now or so. Within the next couple hours, it'll be wind and rain, and then you'll be in the clear once that cold front moves through. Now you're getting that tornado watch. Is it coming through delayed for some people? What the heck? We're gonna start watching these storms over here. If anything becomes dominant over here, then that's gonna be in our tornado watch area. Texas is fine. Finally got a warning over here for Tyler, Texas, though. Finally got a warning over here. So this warning is for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not even up to an inch of hail. So this is sub-severe hail, just winds moving through and heavy rain. Moving through Tyler, Texas. We mentioned to you about six or so hours ago. I think I said 8 a.m. for Tyler, Texas, so there we go right now. Pretty good timing. Pretty good timing. What did I say about Franklin? I don't know which state it's in. I don't know where what Franklin you're talking about. There's a Franklin in every state I think we've talked about. How often do tornado occur in the west? It's more difficult to get the conditions over there because we really need that. We need that cold air aloft from the Rocky Mountains and the warm air at the surface from the Gulf of Mexico. So it's tough, but sometimes it's just right. Robinson moves through about at the same time as Terre Haute, so 9:30 a.m., 9:15 a.m. for the next hour or so. Franklin, Indiana. Thank you. Franklin, Indiana. Let's see where that is, because I don't know where that is. And then I'll tell you what's going on. Since you were kind. Franklin, Indiana is to the southeast of Indianapolis. So you guys are just getting in on moderate rainfall right now. There you are right there. Franklin, Indiana. Severe thunderstorms off to your north. And then down the line, take a look. I'll show you the forecast radar. Futurecast, just in case. Back 1 hour. Do the futurecast so you know what to expect. So this storm moving through right now, not doing much. And then right about noon in Indianapolis, noon in Fort Wayne, all down through here is when this cold front is going to move through. So noon to 1 p.m. is when it looks stormy down here. Maybe a couple hours of storminess. Early afternoon storms for Franklin. And those, of course, may pose more of a tornado threat down here, but it's not looking too bad down there. Wilmington tomorrow? Wilmington on Thursday. It may reach your area eventually. Once this forecast model comes in, it's going to take about 30 minutes. We'll be able to see out through Thursday. But like this is Wednesday evening, so it's kind of displaced here. It's tough to see. Thank you, Fira. Thank you, Fira, for the contribution. Dang, you guys are really helping me through the midnight shift here as we get to the end of it. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. Brad Arnold's team, thank you, Amanda. I even had a Brad Arnold super chat and I ignored it. Thank you, Chloe, too. Thanks, Brad Arnold team. Thank you guys. I'm surprised you donated again because like the last time I had just ignored Brad Arnold straight up. I was like, hey, actually, Brad, I just don't care. I just didn't even see his message. Thank you, One Trust Doug. One True Doug, sorry. Thank you, mod team. Appreciate you guys. Brad Arnold's good. Good people. That's really cool that you have that's really cool that you have that whole mod team too. I didn't even know that. I like that it's all well developed. Oh man. So the hope is today that as these storms move through this yellow area across these like 6 hours into the early afternoon, from now into the early afternoon, I hope they just don't do anything bad, but you know, a 10% hatch risk is a 10% hatch risk. That's usually what warrants a stream from Ryan. I think Detroit will be at one of the apex of the severe, you know, like into the early afternoon time here. This is really going to be where it's at its peak. So if there's a strong storm that moves through the Detroit area in the early afternoon, you'll definitely want to be paying attention to that. So I'm mostly concerned about Detroit to Fort Wayne to Toledo-ish, and maybe a little bit up here into the southern, like far southern Ontario. If any of the strongest cells pop up there or are embedded in the cold front, that's my concern, and that will be right around noontime to early afternoon for all of these areas. So if I didn't talk about your area there, I'm a little less concerned, but we still have these risks in place for a reason if we do need to jump down there, down further south or so forth. 10% only and the hatch is gone? Well, isn't that just even better? It's great. It's a great day when, as you get closer to the event from the Storm Prediction Center, that the risk goes down. And honestly, if that risk just decreased, I almost want to say that Ryan might not even want to stream. He might not even want to stream. He might go chasing, in which I definitely can't stay up for that to help him out with that, because I will fall asleep. No, I was not covering the Northeast tornado event, unfortunately. Thank you, though, Jeremy. Yeah, I watched it happen, though. I just was not live for it. That was definitely more of a freak event. Hard to cover everything, but yeah, that was significant. Terre Haute is in Central Time, as far as I know. Is that correct? Or is it in Eastern? I'm pretty sure it's Central, but that might be wrong. Indiana's weird in the time zones. I can't remember. Yep, I've been up since last night. We're on hour 9.5 for the stream. If it's Eastern, then it's 10 a.m. for Terre Haute, 10:30 a.m. If it's Central, then it'll be 9:30 a.m. Though it seems to be slowing down here, so perhaps... I don't know. I think it's still going to be stormy around those hours. It is in Eastern. Thank you. Yeah, it's right on the border. Yep, St. Louis getting in on those heavy rains, but guys, it's not... there's no tornado threat down here in St. Louis for right now. We have that severe thunderstorm warning issue, but for a lot of the night in St. Louis, we were spared from the tornado threat because if I can show you up here near St. Louis, take a look at this. Once this loads, for a while, this part of the storm just had this gust front out in front of it, which means that air approaching it cannot get to the storm and get inside the inflow there and cause rotation. So the tornado threat was very low as it approached St. Louis, which is it's just nice. Is the hatch gone now? Yes, as far as I know, from what I've been told. Yep, they're definitely going to be asking for help in Bollinger County and Missouri. It's gonna be pretty heck here in St. Louis, though, but right from what I can tell, no tornado threat. No tornado threat is imminent here in St. Louis. Thoughts on Toledo? Yep, early afternoon is when you're concerned. Grand Rapids, mid-morning, so over the next couple hours. But I think you'll be okay in Grand Rapids. You might just get some more hail. You get a lot of hailstorms. A lot of hailstorms this morning. Arkansas, nope. Arkansas, you guys should be okay. There might be some isolated threats here and there. Middle Tennessee, farther, way further late. What would precipitate the downgrade? The fact that any of the tornadoes expected with the threat today are embedded in the line, so they would probably be spin-up tornadoes, which means typically those are far weaker. 99% of Indiana. Okay, right. It's just the northwest corner, right? I think that's what the one is. Yep, so the 10% hatch has been removed. So yeah, the hatch is the significant tornado threat. Therefore, if we're expecting more weaker in tornadoes, they would be spin-up tornadoes in the line. Which honestly, guys, is great news. Actually, I'm pretty happy that that's the case. It definitely means that with some confidence and a lead from the Storm Prediction Center, that I can tell you that if Ryan and I are not live for the rest of today after this morning, you don't have too much to worry about. You just need a way to receive warnings when they come through. And whenever the sky is dark and it gets loud outside, you know, the hope is that you're all fine. Like, it gives me a lot more confidence to say that. The threat downgrading just a little bit. Everyone from Arkansas up through into southern Ontario, like, even though you're in that watch, you're in a watch with lower end probabilities for the tornado threat. And since they downgraded the tornado risk, it's looking pretty good. It's just going to be nasty when things pass through today. Why'd they issue the tornado watch? Because it can still happen. They need a watch in place to tell you that, hey, ingredients are in place. Otherwise, why would they have the elevated threat for the day in general? Things work conducively here. Things are connected. Good morning to y'all. Can I explain that risk decreasing? Yeah. Most of the storms expected to be in a line, which means if they're in a line, they are brief and weaker tornadoes more often than not. So honestly, with that downgrade, guys, I absolutely know if Ryan wakes up right now and he sees that downgrade, I know exactly what he's going to think. He's going to think, "Oh boy, I don't want to stream." That's exactly what he's going to think. And he's valid. He's valid in doing that. Oh, look, there's not even a 10% at all. Yeah, Ryan is definitely not going to want to stream this. I can tell you guys that, like, with certainty right now. He might still do it just because there's a large population. I'm not sure. But he's not going to want to stream this. I don't think he's actually going to want to continue this coverage because it's on the lower end now. There's going to be severe thunderstorm warnings moving through, isolated tornado warnings in some of these areas, but it's looking like the threat has decreased. So now you just see the browns here. That's our slight tornado risk. So we've gone from a 3 out of 5 to a 2 out of 5. Does it decrease the potential for later here? Yeah, it could a little bit. That's a good question. Definitely going to stabilize the atmosphere here somewhat, but strong forcing from the cold front will still destabilize right in front. Yeah, exactly. You should be happy when we don't want to stream. No, there's no offense to that. We absolutely understand. We absolutely understand. So yeah, everyone just joining us, They've downgraded the tornado risk for today, for the rest of today, for all of these areas. They have downgraded the risk for many areas here in the Great Lakes region in southern Ontario. So you're gonna get there is that tornado watch through, but it's a lower end tornadic threat in the watch. So if you are some of the unlucky individuals who are in a tornado warning later today, there are going to be some isolated tornado warnings, perhaps. Then please please take shelter. Do what you know how to do if you've watched enough of these coverages. He's not ignoring Southwest Indiana because he wants to ignore you. He's ignoring it because it is a lower end risk and it will be difficult to cover, essentially. It will be difficult to cover. Things evolve as we go through the night. We saw a significant tornado in southeastern Missouri, and, now we're here. Now we're here. Downgrading is a good thing. Downtrending is a good thing. Nobody's being ignored. We are updating and, applying what's necessary since we're only human. Where's Glen Allen? Bollinger County in Missouri, southeastern Missouri. If anyone did anyone stay awake throughout this entire stream through the night? These are the tornado threats tomorrow. Marginal in green, brown is the slight chance. 2 out of 5. This risk was just downgraded from the Storm Prediction Center. 2 out of 5 now. Which means that Ryan is probably not going to go live. Yeah. You did? Basically, yeah. Okay. A decent amount of people. More than I expected, I think. More than I expected. I can't predict exactly where tornadoes are going to be today, if there are any. But sometimes these big 5% risk areas have 0 confirmed tornadoes. That's kind of frequent. This brown is 5% chance to see a tornado within 25 miles of a point, so that's a pretty significant distance. That's a 95% chance to not see a tornado. And all that means is that throughout the day, within anywhere from Little Rock all the way north and east to Toronto, if there is a brief tornado warning that comes through, then you know what to do. Because you're here already, you know what to do. If you know somebody in that area, you know what to do. If somebody contacts you and asks about it, because you were here getting that information. And the information is that isolated tornadoes are possible for a large swath here, but the risk has been downgraded just now. And so it's not one to, be like, oh, well, I don't need to pay attention to the rest of today, because you're still going to hear the storms when they come through. Once this cold front is past you, just like it's past St. Louis right now, just as it moves through St. Louis, they're done. They're done for the next week until we get our next severe weather event that might impact this area. That's about it. So we just have to make it through, any isolated warnings that may come out today, and then we'll be good for all of these areas. No, I think it was smart. Yeah, the Browns 5%. It's 95% not. Thank you guys for all the super chats. Like, again, yeah, I'm sorry if I miss any. Thank you, Kathy. I think I did see your other one. I hope Shirley, your mom's doing well. Hope you're doing well, Aaliyah, as well. Thank you guys near Louisville. Storms will make it to you in the mid-afternoon hours. Appreciate you guys. Doing my best, Danielle. Your mom has bad storm anxiety. It's the safest she's ever felt. Yeah, I'm happy to help. This conversation, any conversation we're having, just here to help. Thank you for the support. Snow risk. Yeah, great question. Great question. The snow risk is sort of falling apart here, but it's gone through southern and eastern Manitoba here, and we'll go through far northern Ontario into these less populated areas. But Dryden got in on it, Winnipeg got in on it, and yeah, that snow is just going to go this direction mostly. What's more interesting actually is for Montreal and Ottawa, and into northern New England here. We may actually get an area of freezing rain, maybe even an ice storm possible for southeastern Quebec here, or yeah, southeastern Quebec into parts of rural Maine. Almost nobody lives over here in western Maine. There's like nothing here, but an ice storm is possible over here. So kind of wicked, but that might be the most impactful part of this event remaining. Nope, please don't spread misinformation in the chat. There's only a 2 out of 5 risk for tornadoes now from the Storm Prediction Center. Newest outlook. It's just gonna be a big line of storms, guys. Like it's gonna be a rainy, windy, maybe loud for a little bit day for almost everybody, is what I can say. It's definitely time for bed. I think right now, if I were to go offline, that and Ryan woke up and he got to the house and then he sees this risk, he would be like, oh yeah, totally understandable. So what I can say is that once the storm passes through for a lot of people down here, then you'll be in the clear after that, as long as it's along that front. Which is going to be for everybody. Almost everybody's going to get that front at the same time. The further south you are, the longer it'll last. Down here in the mid to deep south here, the further south you are, the longer it'll last. So there's going to be a slight flash flooding risk down here through Wednesday. And the storms are really going to be weak by the time they're anywhere over here on Thursday. Anywhere over here on Thursday into the mid-Atlantic, the southeast. Thursday doesn't look like much of anything. Like, I can check on that again. It's literally just, it's like nothing. There's a marginal risk in Delmarva, and through parts of Virginia. And then there's a marginal risk in San Antonio, Texas again for some hail. That's Thursday. There's almost nothing going on Thursday. It kind of just all calms down and falls apart. And that's going to be true starting this afternoon, late afternoon to evening. Everything is just going to fall apart. I think that with blessings and everybody crossing their fingers and manifesting good things for everybody along these risk areas, that we'll be fine today, and that Ryan does not have to go live today. I don't think he's going to want to continue this broadcast. It would be tough to do that, but you know, the hope is that in saying that we've helped as many people as possible understand both, you know, when the storms have come through, when they were more powerful, when they were posing more of a severe threat, and understand that from this point on, everything is going to be much more isolated in nature. To the point where as long as you have a way to receive warnings, you're okay. You will be okay. It's what I tell people when we go to bed. So I think that it's almost certain that we can stop it here. I think it's almost certain. So please have a way to receive warnings while this cold front passes through all the way up into Michigan. It's going to cool things off. It's going to be really cold on the back end. A nice brisk day is in store for a lot of people once these storms go through. Like right now, I know in Des Moines, it's only getting up to the mid-40s Fahrenheit today. On the back end of this, it's just going to be in the 40s and 50s up here in the Great Lakes region. So it's going to be another brisk day, and then it'll start warming up again for a lot of people when our ridge sets in across the whole U.S. and give us some nice, peaceful weather for the next week. I think this is literally the tail end of a wild time. So can we recount this? March 24th, our tornado outbreak in Mississippi, including Rolling Fork and Amory and Winona. Then we had March 26th, 2 days later, another moderate risk in the Deep South. I covered that one. I streamed both of those. The Rolling Fork day was my first stream. And we had a huge outbreak with 2 high risks on March 31st, last Friday. And we've streamed the second double moderate risk in the same areas yesterday, Tuesday, into the morning now, Wednesday, where we see the threat begin to lower just a bit. But we still need to be heightened awareness for today and have a way to receive warnings. So recounting that entire pattern of weather for the last almost 2 weeks, 12 days or so, I think we did pretty darn good. That includes all of y'all who watch. That includes all of y'all who supported in any way, whether it was to the Y'all Squad Fund so that we were able to help out tornado victims in these towns and getting supplies to them, whether it was just watching the streams and being able to tell other people what's going on because you got information from us. We did good. Yeah, we're definitely going to be getting to more areas that were hit, like Sullivan, Indiana. We're going to be getting to them. Wynne, Arkansas. We definitely want to have a presence in all of these places. We want to use all of those funds that are going to be put forward and help people in those areas. Absolutely, absolutely. So it's going to be windy. You might be in a tornado warning or two. That's the absolute worst case here. Severe thunderstorm warnings coming through. Hail and wind, okay? Like heavy rain, hail, and wind. It's a strong springtime storm. And after 10 hours of being on tonight, seeing this risk be downgraded in the morning, I think that we will be at peace being, as we have here. So thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to all the mods. Thank you to all the contributions. It means a lot to me. So thank you for making it worth my time too tonight. Like what made it worth my time was being able to cover the significant tornado at 3 a.m., hearing that people were getting into their safe spots out ahead of them in the Cape Girardeau area. Cape Girardeau area. That's what meant the most to me. So happy to take the midnight shift, watch this thing, settle down, simmer down just a bit, and now I'm gonna get some sleep. Thank you for talking with me too. We had some good conversation when I wasn't calling out 3,700 town names, but I hope that calling out 3,700 town names helped you too. All right. Once again, cross my fingers that nothing else bad happens today, that we just see some strong storms rolling through. I don't think that Ryan is going to stream again today, and that should tell you that, hey, our risk is on the lower end now, just to have a way to receive warnings, and that otherwise, you're going to be good. You're going to be good to go. We're going to enjoy some springtime weather soon, over the next week. We're going to enjoy it. The end of my most recent video tells you about that. If you didn't watch that, the end of my most recent video is all about that, how the next week or so is just looking nice. Thank you, Drake. Yeah, so if you're just now joining in the morning, rest a little easy. Treat yourself today. And thanks for joining me. Let's call it there. Have a great night, y'all. I will see you when that pattern flips again and we get a severe weather event, or if one sneaks in over the next 10 days or so. If one manages to sneak in there that we have to cover, we'll be here for it. But until then, Ryan will probably not be going live again. And we're going to work on tornado victim assistance here, the towns, getting them recovery aid. That's going to be a priority. You're going to see that come out on a main channel video on Ryan's channel. He's going to have that coverage on what we did to help, where all the funds went, the impacts we made, the impacts you guys made. We will do hurricane coverage in the fall, yes. Okay. All right. Appreciate y'all's time. I will hopefully not see you too soon, but when I do, I'll do my best to help out. Have a great rest of your days. See you all soon.